This is Audible.
That Forever, a small town, friend to lover's romance. That Boy, Book 8. Narrated by Maren McGuire and James Bowie. Written by Jillian Dodd. Sunday, January 19th. Favorite part of me. Devaney. I look at my phone again, tapping my fingers on the table. He's late. Nearly 10 minutes. But honestly, he's worth the wait. Especially when I see him walk into the room. I know immediately when it happens. Our eyes connecting. A smile on both of our faces, because we're in each other's presence again. I let out a little contented sigh, thinking how lucky I am. How in love. And I can't help but notice how scrumptious Chase looks as he comes toward me. His cheeks are tinted pink from the cold weather. His hair is covered in a stocking cap, which allows me to focus on his beautiful face. Strong jaw, gorgeous eyes. And don't get me started on the tall, muscular frame that is evident, even through his heavy winter coat. He greets me with a deep kiss, one that surprises me. In fact, for a few moments after, I'm rendered speechless. He doesn't usually kiss me so passionately in public. But I like it. You're late, I say, giving him a fake pout. We've only been at school for a week, but it seems like we've barely had time to spend with each other. Between his workouts, our classes, and my sorority stuff, this first week has been a whirlwind. He sits down and kisses me again. And I hated every minute of it. Of not being with me? I flirt. And gosh, I love flirting with Chase. He gives me a smirk. Of missing lunchtime. I give him a playful swat on the shoulder in return. You're in luck, I tell him. I already ordered. He gives me another deep kiss. Just one of the reasons I love you. I pull his hat off and push my fingers through his now messy hair. It's thick and soft, and still slightly damp from him showering after his workout. Your hair might be one of the reasons I love you, I counter. Out of all of my body parts, that is your favorite? He whispers in a low, sexy as hell voice, which totally causes me to blush. I'm trying to think of a witty comeback when our food is brought to our table. I expect him to immediately dig in, because he's constantly hungry. But instead, he just holds the fork in his hand and gazes into my eyes. I can't help but grin. Let's go with one of my favorites. He still doesn't start eating, just raises an eyebrow in my direction. What's another? I slide my hand under the table, placing it on his upper thigh and saying, definitely your gorgeous eyes. They were blue when you were a kid, but now they have that ring of light brown around the pupils, and I swear I could stare at them all day. While I'm being honest about that, I'm also sliding my hand closer to what he wants my answer to be. He reaches down and grabs my hand before it gets to his crotch. Is your roommate Alyssa back in town yet? She had to drive 3 hours home this weekend for her little sister's 16th birthday party. I shake my head and smile. Not until tomorrow. Too much snow out west for her to get back. Ah, what a shame, he says, not at all meaning it, before finally focusing on his food. We eat in comfortable silence, him stopping a few times in between to tell me about his workout, how fast he ran, how much he lifted, the goals he's set for himself. But pretty soon, he's pulling me out of the restaurant and heading toward my dorm. I find myself walking fast, anticipating stripping off his clothes the second we get in the room. But he slows us down, holding my hand, seemingly wandering aimlessly around campus. I love the snow, but I will admit, I'm looking forward to this summer in the Ozarks. He grins. You in a bikini all day. I grin back at him. I still can't believe our parents did a joint venture with Tripp, deciding to build another house on the adjoining land. It sounds pretty cool, he says. Like how we'll not only use it for our yearly vacation, but also how it will be a private compound for other families to rent out for special occasions. I know. Can you imagine how cool it would be to get married there? I stop and look at him, worried that might freak him out. I mean, technically, we've only been dating for a month, as of yesterday. Like, us getting married there? He asks, his whole body stilling for a moment, before he continues walking. I never really thought of it until just this moment, I say, backtracking a little. But if it's anything like what I think it's going to be, yeah, actually, it would be perfect for us. It is where we started. Plus, your mom said for events that people could rent out the whole area. Both houses, all the guest cottages. It could be really intimate. I give his shoulder a little nudge, like the honeymoon cottage was. It'd be cool to go there for our wedding night, he says, shocking me that he already sounds bought in. But I'd want a honeymoon somewhere else, I think. Somewhere you could be naked, like, all the time. I wonder where that could be, he teases. At least I think he's teasing. Well, if we're dreaming big, a private island. I catch his gaze. But I'd go anywhere with you, Chase, and be ridiculously happy about it. That's good, because if I'm lucky enough to get drafted, who knows where we'll end up. The answer is still the same. Honeymoon, draft, life. I just want to be with you. He stops us in the middle of campus. Look how gorgeous it is right here, right now. The ice glistening on the trees, the fresh white snow sparkling in the sun. He turns to face me, grabbing my waist and pulling me close. Not to mention how beautiful you look. Your hair is like a beacon against the white, calling me to you. I let out a dreamy sigh, thoughts of marrying him happily swirling in my head. But just when I'm about to kiss him, he lets go of me, takes a few steps backwards, grabs a pile of snow and tosses it at me. Okay, maybe more like calling me to a target, he says as the snowball hits me right in the chest. The hit brings me out of my reverie, causing me to duck behind a tree and make 3 snowballs in quick succession. But the second I stick my head out from behind the tree, I see a snowball in the air, coming right at my face. I turn around, letting it hit me in the back, before whipping around and rapid-firing all 3 of mine in Chase's direction. 2 hit him, one at his waistline, the other skimming the top of his shoulder. The third, he somehow manages to catch, then launch back at me, hitting me directly in the face. The lesson here is to never get in a snowball fight with a quarterback, even when your own throwing skills are pretty darn good. Next thing I know, Chase is barreling toward me and then tackling me to the ground. He lands on top of me, but it's obvious he planned it, because he's able to keep himself from completely smushing me. My clothes are instantly soaked by the wet snow underneath, but when his lips find mine, I couldn't care less. And when he stops kissing me and pulls me up, I see that we've started something. Others are making snowballs and throwing them at each other, ending up in one big snowball fight that Chase and I most definitely join in on. The fun part is, this time, we're a team. And we're a good team. In life and in snowball fights. We get back to my dorm a few hours later, both soaking wet and half frozen, but exhilarated from the fun. And things get more exciting when the second we're inside, we start frantically kissing and stripping off our clothes. It makes me feel hot on the inside, but on the outside, I'm still shivering. Chase picks me up and carries me into the bathroom, turning the shower water on hot and letting the room get steamy in more ways than one. We hold each other tightly in the shower, kissing in the tiny space as the hot water trails down us. I think I'm finally warm, Chase says in my ear. How are you? I'm thinking any part of me that's not quite warm, you could remedy in my bed. He nips at my neck. Sounds like the perfect way to spend the rest of the day.
Monday, January 20th. Too cocky. Chase. Trayvon, my roommate, and I are up at the crack of dawn heading to the stadium. "What's that?" Trayvon says, pointing to a piece of paper in my hand. "Oh, it's something for my quarterback coach. Something I did in high school. Seemed to work, so I thought I would try it again." He tries to grab it from me. When I swipe it away, he laughs at me. "You know I could just tackle you." And he's right. He could. He's got 260 on a 6'6" frame and plays on the defensive side of the ball. "I'm faster," I say with an eyebrow raised in challenge, knowing I can run a 4.5 40-yard dash as I take off running toward the stadium. Surprisingly, he's right behind me. We're both a little out of breath 6 blocks later when we get just outside the doors. "I could still tackle you," he says, "and for the record, I can run the 40 in under 5 seconds, so just tell me what it is." "Goals." "What kind of goals?" "Team goals for my time here. What I want us to accomplish." We were so close in so many games last year. Coach said we needed to learn what it felt like to win. Win big. Gain confidence. I know what that feels like from high school. I know you do too. And with the starting QB and most of the defensive line gone this year, either from transfers or graduation, I like my chances of getting playtime. I want in on these goals. I hand him the piece of paper. When he reads the first goal, he lets out a whistle. National championship. Yeah, preferably a few. He keeps reading my list. There are a lot of goals, but none are personal. They are all team goals. Division and league championships, All-American players, record-setting passing and receiving yards, even goals for the defense. You know, I could have written this myself freshman year, but then... You didn't play and the team kept losing? Exactly. It brings you down. 1, because you think you can do better, and 2, you're used to winning. My high school team won 2 state championships when I was there. We won them too. Why do you think that is? What makes a team great? What makes the magic? He wonders aloud. And how do we bring it on the field with us and spread it around? I don't have to think twice. Respect. Respect for what exactly? Your teammates. Your leaders. In my experience, you don't have to be a senior or a captain to make a difference. You start with yourself. You work really hard. You help others. You spend time together off the field. In a way, it's like a relationship. You need good chemistry, and you get through the tough times by working hard and building trust. We need to play some smash-mouth football like they did in the old days. Couldn't agree more. Thus the list, I say. Should we show the list to a few other guys? See if we can get some buy-in? Present it to the coaches together? You don't think it's too cocky? He asks. Like, arrogant, maybe? I don't think there's anything wrong with setting goals, especially when you know you are going to do everything in your power to accomplish them. Come on. It's freezing out here. Let's get inside. We go into the stadium, which is always impressive. 2 stories, trophies in cases, and lots of red. A storied history. Trayvon doesn't go toward the hallway that leads to the weight and locker rooms. Instead, he walks to the center of the entry hall and sits on a bench, taking it all in. I grew up dreaming of this. Me too, I say, sitting down next to him. My parents have been fans their whole lives, and so have I. Watched pretty much every game for as long as I can remember. And Danny Diamond is your godfather, right? He is. I know we didn't meet at your recruiting visit, but I heard all about it. And I will admit, most of us watched the video of you. That amazing play. What's it like to make it on a national sports network in high school? He gives me a wink and a nudge. Bring the girls in? Trayvon makes me laugh because he reminds me of Damon and loves the ladies. Not exactly. I was kind of dating someone then. Someone else with the last name Diamond, I heard. We are now, but while she was in college and I was in high school, it was a little difficult sometimes. I'll bet. That really why you're here early? I had planned to graduate early since before I started high school. But yeah, Damon didn't want to miss all that senior year stuff. Prom, graduation. I got both things I wanted by coming here early. Being with her and getting a jump start on the incoming competition this fall. You think you'll start? That's the goal. How about you? That's the goal, he replies with a grin. Let's make it a reality, shall we? But then he hands the paper back to me. Go ahead and give this to Coach. And I don't mean your QB coach. I mean the head coach. Then we get to work. Show these guys we're serious. Sounds like a plan. And it does. I realize it also feels good to have someone on my side on this. Well, someone besides Dani. What I didn't tell Trayvon was that this letter isn't the only motivational item I brought with me from home. I've already hung the cupcake and dream notes in my locker. After my workout, I call Damon. It's just not the same working out without him. Bro, he says when he answers, you know I'm literally in class right now. Why did you answer then? Because, he says in a loud voice, I got Chase Mackenzie on the line. I hear cheers in the background, and it sort of makes me sad. Everyone at school was supportive of our team, of me. And don't get me wrong, I'm excited to be here, but I'm starting over again, without my best friend by my side. I miss you, I tell him. He misses us, he says to the class. Even you, Coach. You finally took global history. Yep, had to wait until I won Coach another state championship ring so I'd be sure he'd pass me. I hear Coach make a huffing sound in the background, and then he says, Diamond, why don't you take your call out in the hall? But get your butt back in here quick. Yes, Coach, Damon says, and then I hear a door shut. All right, bro. So what's it like? You kicking ass and taking names? It's been a week. Plenty of time, he says. Remember freshman year? Well, and every year after, how I gave Coach the goal list? Yeah. Damon lets out a loud whistle, then goes, Oh, not you, Miss Harper, but you are looking lovely today. Just talking to my boy Chase here. Then he says to me, Sorry, busy place. What did Coach Markle say? Yeah, well, I didn't give it to the QB coach. No. Yes. You gave it to the head coach, Coach Parson? I did. What did he say? Impressive list. That's it? Damon asks. He should have been jumping up and down in joy that someone wants to make the team great again. Of course, maybe he doesn't want to get too excited until I get there. I can understand that. I can't help but laugh. Damon always knows how to lighten the mood. I bet you're right about that. I know I can't wait to throw to you again. I took some receivers out onto the field for fun, played a little pitch and catch. I sigh. They aren't you, Damon, and it's possible that a few of them dropped the ball on purpose. Trying to make you look bad? Not sure yet, but maybe. Stop passing to them then. Get some guys who give a shit and want to get better. Don't try starting from the top. Work your way up from the bottom like we always do. How's being there with my sister? It's great. Really great. I mean, last week was crazy with the start of school, but I'm sure things will settle down once we get into a new routine. I got me a new routine, he says softly. Abigail Morelli. That kind of shocks me, I say with a laugh. She's really smart. She's my physics partner, and I expect we'll be partnering soon in some other ways, starting tomorrow night when she comes over after practice to study. Did I mention she's purposely been wearing low-cut sweaters? You didn't. Diamond, I hear Coach's voice call out. Time's up. And Mackenzie, give him hell up there. A little shock and awe. Good advice, Coach, Damon says to both of us. And on that note, I'd better go. Tuesday, January 28th. Clear the air. Chase. I'm heading over to the student center to meet up with Dani before my afternoon classes. Had I told her about my possible plan to come to school early, we probably could have worked out better schedules. But I didn't know we'd be dating. And honestly, with all the time I need to spend at the stadium, it wouldn't have mattered. This semester, her classes start mid-morning. She sleeps in, then rolls into class. I work out all morning, have lunch, then have afternoon classes. Athlete meals are specifically made for us at the athletic facility based on our individual off-season conditioning plans. And since Dani isn't an athlete, she can't join me at that table, so I'm meeting her for lunch. I'm moving across campus quickly so I'm not late when I get a text from her saying she's running behind. Something to do with someone in her sorority. Hopefully at some point I'll get to meet all her friends, but there hasn't been time. And so far, there hasn't been an event where she could bring a date. I had visions of us being together at college, that it would be like what I had hoped it would have been in high school, us walking hand in hand through the halls, hanging out with our friends, seeing her practicing cheers while I was on the field with the team. We've only been in school for a couple of weeks, so I'm sure it's just a matter of getting into a new routine. Spend more time together. Of course, part of the reason we haven't had as much time as we'd like is the whole roommate situation. Her roommate, Alyssa, broke up with her boyfriend recently and barely leaves the room. And Trayvon often has girls at our place. And although he doesn't care, it's awkward for me. It's cold out today, but the sun is shining, so I stop to sit on a bench and soak it up for a moment. Chase! I hear my name called out. When I turn my head in the voice's direction, I find Eddie, as in frat boy Eddie, who Dani brought home for Thanksgiving in a move that almost ended our friendship for good. But I honestly like the guy, so I give him a grin. I haven't seen him since I got here. Eddie, how are you? Good, but I texted you and haven't heard from you. I know, I'm sorry. I'm trying to get, into a routine. The routine in college is classes, studying, and partying. Are you telling me that you haven't been to a single party yet? I shrug, not wanting to explain that I'm really not a big partier. Okay, I'm just going to ask you straight up. Are you avoiding my house? Because if you are, I think we need to clear the air about Dani. Okay. Shit, I should have just told him the truth. I thought she was cool. Did I move too fast with the whole getting pinned thing? Yes, but I thought the romance of it all, especially for a freshman, would, make her a little more eager. Eager? I ask, one eyebrow raised as I consider punching him. You know we kissed, and to be honest, it wasn't that great. You should also know she really was like, come home with me, not like what you thought. You were pre-engaged, I counter, more like pre-sex, but you didn't know that, and you were jealous, but cool with me. Pissed at her, though. This makes me laugh. I was very pissed at her. We had sort of an open relationship, thought we were being mature about us being in two places, but one of my friends told me it was apathy on my part. Have you been talking to Dani? Maybe a bit. Okay, then sure on the advice. Simple. Just woo her. You've never dated, right? We were together for a couple of weeks on a vacation, then the last semester thing, so no, not really. Romance her. Take her on dates. Make her feel as special as I know you think she is. And don't let football get in the way. And are you sure I can't talk you into being in my frat? Yeah, I think I have enough to worry about, especially if you think she thinks I'm still apathetic. You gonna start this fall? That's the plan. Well, my plan anyway. Now I just have to convince the coaches and the team that I'm the guy they want on the field with them. And how do you do that? Simple, just like I did in high school. I have to earn their respect. I take people on the golf course when I want to do that. Show them I can put my money where my mouth is, so to speak. That's exactly what I have to do every day in the weight room. Show them. And you're good, right? I will admit, after Thanksgiving, I looked you up. You and Damon had quite the run in high school, huh? We did. 3 of 4 state championships. That's what I want to do here. Bring our team back to the glory days. It's my understanding that it wasn't just the coaches who recruited this new class. I can't help but laugh. Yeah, Damon has a true gift. People adore him, and he's so personable, loves talking to everyone. We made a lot of friends at camps and during recruiting visits, and he told them we could do it together. He's a lot like his dad. But he's a showboat. I can tell. You're not. Yeah, but it's warranted. Damon is one hell of a receiver. Literally, when we practice together alone, I purposely throw stuff he shouldn't be able to catch. But he does. Luckily for me. Miss him? I do. We spent a lot of time together. We enjoyed going out, but didn't feel the need to get drunk every weekend. All the football players aren't like that, though, I'm sure, he says. A lot of them like to party hard. I'm just so careful about everything I put in my body. Like, I track all the food I eat for the proper nutrients. Sugar is my big splurge, and do you know how much sugar alcohol has in it? So maybe I'll have a few when I'm on vacation or something. Or maybe when I watch a game I have a few beers, and I mean a few, as in like 2, which in some ways alienates me from my teammates and frat boys like you. Frats are trying to be less about partying and more about philanthropy, Eddie says, and he says it with a straight face. But when I arch an eyebrow at him, he starts laughing. Well, trying would be the key word. Seriously, I am there with you. I like to stay in shape, and I love an early morning round of golf on the weekends. Hate being hung over on the course. So, we have more in common than you think. What do you say? Honorary member? Sure, I start to say, but I stop talking when I see Dani sauntering our way. She's wearing my brown leather jacket, one that is big on her, but she says it's so soft and warm. I like it because it almost matches the color of her hair and makes her blue eyes stand out. But the best part of seeing her right now is knowing that she's walking toward me, the boy she loves, her boyfriend, the boy who wants to be so much more than that. And Eddie is right. I'm going to show her that. I need to. Eddie hits me. What? I ask. You're staring big time. Can't help it. Since I was a kid, I know the second Dani walks into any room. He gives my elbow a nudge. Bet you're kind of glad her little brother isn't here right about now. Exactly, I say with a grin. When Dani comes to stand next to us, she immediately says to Eddie, Hey, we have a mixer with you coming up. Part of why I just told Chase he is an official honorary member. He can come to our parties anytime he wants. Really? Dani says, tossing her arms around his neck. Thank you. Hey, what about me? I ask, pretending to be jealous. Okay, maybe I don't have to pretend. Dani turns and saunters over to me, a sexy sway in her hips. She wraps her arms around my neck and plants a big fat kiss on my lips. You now have a date with me on Friday night. Eddie walks off, but he mouths to me, You'd better be there.
Desperately, Devaney. I'm so excited, I tell Chase, grabbing his hand, as we walk toward an off-campus restaurant. It has good food, where you can choose exactly what and how much of each ingredient you want. I always get a salad. Chase usually gets a veggie and meat-laden bowl over rice. Me too, he says, giving my hand a squeeze. It was really nice of Eddie. Well, you are going to be the star quarterback next year, I grin. Chase lets out a sigh. Of course, that's what I envision, but, I'm starting over, and the competition will be tough. Yeah, but with last year's starter gone, you definitely have a good shot at it. He nods his head at me, but I can tell he's not convinced, which isn't really like him. And lately, whenever I ask him about his workouts and how he does, he doesn't seem to have much to say. We order our food and then find a cozy booth in the back. How are your workouts? Do you like them? Are they different from what you did in the past? Not a ton. Focusing a little more on agility than before. But defenders are fast, so that's a good thing. Are you making friends? Sure. I mean, sort of. I knew coming in midterm would allow me a jump on players who came in the fall. But because most everyone has been here, they kind of have their own routines, Workout partners and all that. But let's talk about something more fun, like how coming here midterm means I get to be with you. And how do you feel about that? I ask, feeling a little nervous. He tilts his head at me and studies my face. I think we're both busier than we expected, and we aren't getting the alone time that I thought we might. But seeing your face every day definitely brightens mine. Does yours need brightening, Chase? Talk to me. Tell me what's going on. I'm fine, Dani. Just adjusting to it all. I'm sure you had a routine last semester. And now, here I am. Well, I'm excited to get to introduce you to all my sorority sisters at the mixer. We've got to find you something adorable to wear. Wear? Yeah, the mixers are usually themed. This one is Valentine's, but specifically, the guys are supposed to wear white with red accents, and the girls will be in pink. And now that I know you're coming, I have the perfect outfit. Now that I'm coming? He asks, looking a little confused. I lean closer to him and whisper in his ear. What I'm wearing now is much sexier than what I would have worn without you there. He says, leaning in and giving me a kiss. Now, I actually do want to go. Maybe you should give me a preview. He glances at his watch. Maybe before class? I lay my fork down and say, I'm done, let's go. We're barely in my room before he starts kissing me desperately. Like I can feel that Chase has missed me, and I feel the same. I love you, he murmurs against my mouth between kisses, before picking me up, then sitting on my bed with me in his lap. I don't get to respond because he deepens our kiss. And then I forget about love and start to think about wants, needs, and desires. I have the presence of mind to check my watch as he slides his hands up my shirt. We have to be quick, I say when he moves his lips from my mouth down to my jaw, then to my neck. I was ready for this the second you walked up to me and Eddie, he says, stopping for a moment to catch my gaze. Me too, I tell him, unbuttoning his pants. Everything moves quickly after that, and I suppose that's why they call it a quickie. Lots of pent-up passion, frantic kissing, and a ticking clock pushing things along. When it's over, I wrap my arms around his neck, lean into his broad shoulder, and let out a contented sigh. It doesn't matter if our encounters last minutes or hours. All are equally amazing, but I am crazy in love with this boy. I lift my head and look at us. Still joined together, but a disheveled mess. His shirt is half unbuttoned, pants unzipped, and down just enough. My hair feels tangled from his hands being in it, but I'm still mostly dressed. And very thankful I wore a cute little plaid skirt today. We should probably, I tell him. Yeah, we should, he says. We're barely put back together when Alyssa gets back from class. Hey, what are you guys doing here? I thought you had class. Yeah, we do, and we better get going. See you later, I yell to her as Chase pulls me out of the room. That was close, he says, smacking my butt. But so worth it, I say. Agreed. See you tonight. I'd better run. I've got to get halfway across campus in 3 minutes. I have my sorority meeting tonight, I remind him. Breakfast? He gives me another kiss. I think we need to make this lunch date a regular thing, he says, and then he's off. I wander slowly to class with a grin on my face. But once I get there, I realize that's sort of how things have been since we got here. Sex has been fast, half undressed, and I miss just laying in his bed, my face on his bare chest, listening to his heartbeat and feeling him run his fingers through my hair, talking about everything, or saying nothing. I'm supposed to live in the sorority house next semester, and I was strongly considering it, just from a sisterhood standpoint, even though Jaden offered me a place in the condo building she'd bought. But I'm not going to anymore. Chase and I need our own space. We need to be able to come home at the end of our day and be together, sleep together. And in this case, I'm not talking about sex. And wake up together. Because even though we usually still talk to each other before we go to sleep at night, it's not the same. But the thought of sleeping with him while my roommate, or his, is in the same room just isn't appealing to me. I'm used to sneaking over to his house. I'm used to us having that time alone. But desperate times might call for desperate measures. Friday, January 31st. Strawberry lip gloss. Devaney. I wasn't sure how the frat party would go, bringing Chase and all. Usually it's not allowed, and the guys would throw a fit. But when Eddie greets us at the door and takes us around to meet everyone, I know it's going to be okay. I met a lot of the guys at other events we had last semester, but this is different. Chase is treated like the star he is. Well, will be. And I have fun. Growing up, I did competitive cheer and spent a lot of time with my teammates. But for the most part, my best friends were Chase and my brother, and we tended to hang out with their friends a lot. And while I like being in the sorority, and I'm glad I joined, there has been a fair amount of drama in general, which was the one thing I hoped to avoid. Although, it's been nothing like what it's been in Alyssa's sorority. There was actually a cat fight over a guy at their last mixer. And she feels a lot of pressure to always look totally done up and dress the way they consider appropriate. Now that Chase is at school, I've sort of been second-guessing whether I want to even continue. It takes a lot of my time with the fundraisers, meetings, mixers, and other Pan-Hellenic events. And going to hang out with frat guys isn't as much fun when you're dating someone. I'm a bad host, Eddie says to us. I've yet to offer either of you a drink. I was just so excited for Chase to meet everyone. That's okay, Chase says. You know I don't drink much. We don't drink much, I add. But I wouldn't mind a nice cold beer right about now. Come to my room, Eddie says, leading us down a hallway on the first floor. I know that only officers of the frat usually get these key spots. Has your room always been on this floor? I ask him. Even though we sort of dated briefly, I've never seen his room, but I got the impression that it was upstairs. You're looking at the frat's new president, he says proudly. Congrats, Chase says to him as I nod in agreement. When Eddie opens the door, I half expect it to be a mess, but the room is large and surprisingly tidy. Golf memorabilia lines the walls, along with framed photos of Eddie on the course, with his family and friends. There's a green and navy plaid comforter on a neatly made bed. I have my own stash. Much prefer a bottle over the cheap keg beer, Eddie says, bending down to open a small refrigerator. What looks good? I point to a bottle of Corona, and Chase puts up 2 fingers, indicating we'll both take one, just as Eddie's phone buzzes with a text. Oh, crap. Officer duties. You guys stay here. Help yourself, and enjoy the quiet for a minute. I'll be right back. I grab 2 beers out of the fridge, open them with a nearby bottle opener, then hand Chase one. I hold my bottle up in the air. What should we toast to? Oh, the list is long, he says. But let's start with how good you look in that skimpy fuchsia skirt you were wearing. How I maybe was lucky enough to catch a glimpse of some heart underwear underneath it when you just bent over, and just how sexy your matching cropped shirt is. He touches the bare skin on my stomach with his fingertips. Should I continue, or should we drink? I clink my bottle with his. We each take a drink, and then he slides his hand in the back of my hair and gives me a kiss. No, it's more like just a taste of his lips on mine. Let's see, what else, he says. How about how your lips taste like strawberry lip gloss? How gorgeous your hair looks. How I love the braid and the little pink flowers tucked into it. It reminds me of when we were kids. Sometimes, when we got married, you'd braid your hair and tuck daisies in it, if there wasn't enough to make a crown. I remember, but now, it's my turn to toast. I hold my bottle in the air. To my handsome date. I have to admit I didn't think you'd get into the whole dressing up thing. I know that's not really you, but you went all out, even flipped things up, not wearing white, but rather a pink Oxford. Not to mention the candy hearts tie and socks. The best part of it all is that I know you did it for me. I did. But what you haven't seen are the heart boxers I have on. Ones that I know will look better on you later tonight. I let out a sigh. He does too. Sorry, probably wishful thinking. What if we got a hotel? I miss having you in my arms all night. What if we slept in your dorm room tonight? Like, just slept. We don't have to have sex. But I really miss being with you. I do too. Now that is something to toast about. What is something to toast about? Eddie says, coming back into his room. Being together, Chase says smoothly. By all means. Eddie grabs a beer from his fridge, holds it up, and says, I'm sure glad I met you, Dani Diamond. I love your family and your friends, and I hope we all stay friends for a very long time. Shockingly, Chase nods his head in agreement. Me too, he says. And something about the moment makes me feel very happy, like I've come full circle or something.
Drown it out. Chase. We have a great time at the frat house, much to my surprise, and I can actually imagine being friends with Eddie. But all that's on my mind as we walk back to my dorm is the hope that Trayvon is still out partying somewhere and that he has a very late night. "What's up, bro?" Trayvon says the second I open the door. And he's there with a girl. "Nothing, just came to grab my bag. I'm going to stay in Dani's dorm tonight." "You are?" Dani asks, sounding surprised, but no way am I going to let her hear what goes on in this room. If I'm around when he's hooking up, I put my headphones on and roll over to give them privacy, but it's just not something I want to subject her to. "Unless you've changed your mind," I say, giving her the eye. "Oh," she giggles, finally understanding. "I wouldn't think of it." "Have fun," Trayvon says. As we head out the door, we hear the girl say, "I bet they won't have as much fun as you're going to have." "We'd have more fun, just saying," Dani says. "Well, at least Alyssa is still in mourning over breaking up with Peter." She looks at me seriously and says, "I had a really great time tonight, Chase." I raise an eyebrow at her, and I'm hoping it gets even better. "You think Alyssa might be out tonight?" "Doubtful, but one can hope," Dani replies cheerfully. Hoping didn't work. Alyssa isn't out. She's in her pajamas, listening to breakup music, gorging on pizza and chocolate, and crying. After an hour of the crying and Dani trying to console her, I've had enough. I fish a set of earbuds out of Dani's backpack, connect them to my phone, put them in, turn on some music, and crash on her bed trying to drown it out. Saturday, February 1st. Don't want to move. Chase. I wake up with Dani's face next to mine, which makes all the crying and complaining Alyssa did about boys last night worth it. Having Dani in my arms, tangled up in a bed that is way too small for both of us, even fully dressed, feels like heaven. Usually I'm up and ready to go work out in the morning, but today, I don't want to move. Don't want to leave her. But I have to, so I lean closer and kiss her forehead gently. I don't want to wake her, but I also don't want to leave without saying goodbye. When her eyes flutter open, she smiles at me. "Good morning," I say, giving her another sweet kiss. "What time is it?" 6:30. "I need to get to the gym. You need to go back to sleep." "Uh-huh," she says as I carefully slide out of bed, trying not to make too much noise or move the bed too much. I go to the gym feeling happy. Really happy. But the second I get to the locker room, I see an upperclassman named Bart Stetson. I don't want to say he's been hazing me, but he certainly hasn't been welcoming. "You're here early this morning, hype," he says to me. He's been calling me that since Trayvon showed my list of goals to a few teammates trying to get buy-in. Some of the guys loved it, but a lot of the current starters didn't. They thought it was me being some cocky incoming freshman. Bart specifically said that I'm all hype, thus the nickname. And to be honest, lately, I've been starting to wonder if he's right. "You know, just because you set some high school records doesn't mean you can just come in here and start," Bart continues. "Half the guys on the team were also standouts in high school." "Yeah, I know," I say, but I can't let him think he's intimidating me. "And you're just like the senior guys who gave me shit back then. Still, somehow, I managed to become the starting quarterback and earn their respect. I hope to do that here as well. But I know I have to prove myself." "Damn right you do. And you really can't compare it to high school. This is a whole different level." He looks me up and down before turning his back on me and saying as he walks away, "And I don't think you're cut out for it." I sit down on the bench in front of my locker and close my eyes, knowing I can't let him get into my head, knowing I've been prepping for this all my life, to be here, to practice, to get better, to make a difference, and most importantly, to win and prove to myself that I'm ready for the next step, going pro. He's a dick, Trayvon says to me, pulling me out of my thoughts. Yeah, I know. There are guys like him on every team, is what I say. But what I'm thinking is that for some reason, it's worse with this guy. And I just realize it's because Bart reminds me of Hunter Lansford. It's one thing to get crap from teammates. I'm used to that. I've handled it. But Hunter did more than that. He messed with Dani. Screwed up my life with her for a couple of years with his stupid homecoming proposal. Yes, I know, in retrospect, that was my and Dani's fault for being apart after that. But in my brain, the two are tied together, so when Bart bugs me, it affects me differently. It feels more personal. Like I'm not just fighting for me, but also for the life I have planned with her. And although I've studied what it takes to have the mindset of a champion, and it's helped me over the years, both on and off the field, sometimes it's hard to compartmentalize things when it comes to her. She has the ability to make me feel incredibly balanced and completely off-kilter all at the same time. You two have fun last night? Trayvon asks me. Not really, I tell him. Her roommate and her boyfriend of all of 3 weeks broke up, and there's been a lot of crying and carrying on about it. Women, Trayvon says with a knowing nod. What about you? I ask. He rolls his eyes. You heard what she said to me when you left, right? Yeah? All lies. We made out, and then when I tried more, she got offended. Hello, mixed messages. I asked her to leave. Women, I say with a laugh. But there's only one woman on my mind, and I need to figure out a way to spend some more alone time with her. Later, after running some sprinting drills, I ask Trayvon, any chance you could maybe sleep somewhere else tonight? He claps his hand across my back. About time you asked. Does that mean yes? Hell yeah, dog. I think I'm going to message this cutie I hooked up with before Christmas break and see if she wants a repeat. She's older, lives off campus. Lucky her, I say seriously. I'm going to get a smoothie. Want to join me? Yeah, I'm starving. Definitely need to refuel and hydrate. Once we're at the smoothie bar with drinks and power snacks in front of us, he says to me, how do you think our chances are for this fall? Like, really? Well, there are 3 quarterbacks in front of me with collegiate playing experience, but supposedly the starting role is up for grabs. At least that's what they told me when they recruited me. They always say that though, don't they? You practice good enough and you'll start. And I think it's true. I'm just trying to figure out how to stand out. Stats, I tell him. Although your position coach will see you every day when spring practice starts, for now, it's all about the stats. How we're doing in the weight room, what they see from us when we're running our drills, how focused we are. Do you think we could help each other? Trayvon asks. You're a quarterback. My job is to tackle them. Film, I say out loud, even though I was sort of thinking it in my head. What? He asks. We want to beat out the competition on our own team. We should study the film from last year. See where we can do better than they did. Oh, I like that idea. Let's make a night of it. I mean, not tonight, obviously, but soon. Deal, I tell him. I'm just leaving the stadium when I get a call from my sister. Haley, how are you doing? How's the leg healing? Doc says pretty good, she tells me. In theory, I'm halfway through my time in this cast. I thought they said 6 months? They said 4 to 6 months, so Damon has got me meditating. I'm going to heal myself in 4 months. I let out a laugh. That's awesome. I miss you guys. Well, you'd never know it. We don't hear from you all that often. Sorry, trying to learn how to juggle everything. You'd think spending less time in classes would mean more downtime, but I've replaced that with gym time. How's it going? Like everything. I talked to Dani earlier, she says, and I'm suddenly worried. What did she say? That you guys had fun at the frat party last night, that you and Eddie are friends now. I think Eddie and I have been friends since she brought him home. I just didn't want to admit it. Heard you're an honorary frat boy. Yeah, I guess. It was just nice to be able to go to something like that with Dani for once. You've got to make time for someone important to you. Thus, my call. You've got to make time to check in with your family and friends who miss you. Speaking of friends, how is Pace doing? How are things with the two of you? She lets out a sigh. We aren't together. Haven't really been since the accident. At first, I thought it was just the simple fact that we were both just trying to heal, to feel good enough to even think about someone else. But it's like, I don't know. I think he feels guilty, that it's his fault. He thinks he ruined my future, how I might never be able to play volleyball at the same level again. That's a lot. It is. And sometimes I do sort of think of what ifs. What if we hadn't gone out? What if I hadn't been in the car with him? It's been a painful process. I haven't really told anyone this other than Damon, but I've been having dreams where I relive the accident. Oh, Haley, I'm sorry. I can't imagine what that must have been like. It's not the crash itself that was the bad part. It happened so fast that I barely remember it. It's after. I was shaking Pace, trying to get him to respond. I thought he was dead. And in my dream, he is. Do you think you need to talk to someone about it? I think you need to tell Mom and Dad. If it keeps going on, maybe. Damon and I have been trying to work it out. The other reason for the meditation, to heal in all sorts of ways. Were you in love with Pace? I dare to ask. Part of me doesn't want to know anything about my little sister's love life, but at the same time, I definitely liked him a lot. Probably was in love with him. Just wasn't ready to admit it to myself, you know? But things definitely felt more serious with him than any other boyfriend I've ever had. I'm trying to gather my thoughts to think of the right thing to say to her when she goes, "Oh my gosh, did Damon tell you about Ainsley Archibald? Is that one of Tripp's relatives? You really were oblivious to everything going on around you that summer at the lake," she says. She's the hot babysitter. Damon's future wife, I say with a laugh as it comes back to me. Exactly. He went to a family thing with his mom and Van, and she was there. They are texting some. He's all hot and bothered by it, but I read the texts. I don't think she sees them as anything more than friends. Or some kind of step-cousins. Did he have the same reaction when he saw her this time? Apparently, he's in love. Of course, that hasn't stopped him from hooking up with Rachel Musgrave, she says, laughing again. That's new. I'm missing all the gossip, huh? Yeah, basically. Just don't be a stranger, okay? Okay, hey. Love you. Love you too. Tell Dani hi for me. I will.
Sort of new. Devaney. Chase texts me after he's done working out and asks where I am. A few moments later, he's knocking on my door. When I open it, he grins at me, then pulls a bouquet of flowers out from behind his back. What are these for? I ask him. Just because I love you, he says sweetly. I stand on my tiptoes and give him a kiss. They're beautiful, Chase, thank you. I take them from him so that I can put them in water, then realize we don't have a vase. I say, looking around. Chase grabs a big plastic soda cup and holds it up. This work? Yeah, it will, I say, laughing as I arrange the flowers. Although, after last night, I'm surprised you still love me. Chase takes the cup out of my hand and sets it on my desk, then pulls me into his arms. Tell me you really don't think that. Oh, I just meant it wasn't the ideal situation, but I woke up with you in my arms. I spent time with you, and something as silly as that certainly isn't going to make me stop loving you. You know that, right? I stutter out because I want to say that I absolutely know it. And in my heart, I do. But sometimes in my mind... You're hesitating, he says, letting go of me and sitting on my bed. And I can see the defeat in his eyes. I can also tell he's tired. While I was lying in bed reading, he was at the gym working his butt off for 4 hours. And I instantly feel bad. I didn't mean it like that, really. I was joking. But you're right in the regard that this is all still sort of new with us. This move from friends to more. I've always joked with you, Chase. We've always had fun together. Should we stop that? No, of course not. I'm sorry. Today's been a weird day. I just took it wrong. Okay, I say, not wanting to press it. Anything you want to talk about? No, but I have good news. What kind of good news? I sit on the bed next to him. Trayvon is spending the night out. Does that mean? I ask, my eyes going wide with anticipation. That we get the dorm room all to ourselves? Why, yes, it does. I lean over and give him a happy kiss. I'm ready for tonight, to start now then. Do you want to go out to dinner? Like somewhere nice? Get dressed up? Actually, what I want is to wear my sweats and order pizza with you. Think we can wrangle up a tent? I can't help but smile. I'd go buy one, but I don't think it would fit in our room. You know, if it wasn't so freaking cold though, that wouldn't be a bad idea. What wouldn't be? Camping. That'd be one way to be alone. He walks his fingers up my thigh with a smirk on his face. Yeah, I don't think so. I think the hotel idea was a little more my speed. He kisses my nose. Let's go get some ice cream, wander around town, and then we'll do just that. And we do. It's like the perfect afternoon. Holding hands, wandering around downtown, stopping in a few shops, getting ice cream, kissing. Lots of kissing. He drops me off at my dorm and says he'll be back to get me later. Even though I know we're just chilling and I'm wearing sweats, that doesn't mean I don't want to get all dolled up and possibly even wear something sexy underneath.
Perfect pairing. Chase. All right, dude, Trayvon says as he's getting ready to leave for the night. I'm looking fine. Got my wallet, a little cash, and plenty of condoms. How about you? I have a big box in my bottom desk drawer in case you ever run out. Good to know, I tell him. Have fun tonight. I plan on it. Oh, shit, I almost forgot. Fake ID. We're going to a club. Nothing like a little grinding on the dance floor to get you all worked up before you take her home. What are you all doing? I start to say. Never mind. I know how it is when you have a steady thing. You don't want to talk about it. But take my advice. Grinding is good. I'll remember that. You got a fake? He asks as he slides his into his wallet. I chuckle, thinking about Damon and how we both do but never use them. Yeah, I do. Good man. Okay, he says, checking his hair in the mirror one more time before he leaves. Peace out. The second the door closes, I spring into action, tidying up his side of the room, cleaning our bathroom, doing a little redecorating, and putting clean sheets on my bed. I shower for the second time today, not really sure why, but Dani always comments on how good I smell, and I just want everything to be perfect. Need everything to be perfect, so my life feels like it's supposed to. When I pick her up at her dorm, I find her dressed down like we talked about, but at the same time, I can tell she put in some effort. Her hair is beautifully curled, and there's makeup on her face. I hold out my elbow to her and say, "Your chariot awaits, fair lady." She takes my elbow and says, "You drove here?" "No, if I lose my parking space, I'll never get it back," I say with a laugh. "But if you want, I'll give you a piggyback ride." "All the way to your dorm?" "It's not that far, just a few blocks," I tell her. She sways her head side to side, seeming to weigh her options. "Nah, I don't want to wear you out before we get there." Wear me out? I put my hand to my chest in mock shock. And just what sort of things are you planning to do to me tonight? Well, I'm hoping the first thing you'll do is order pizza, she teases. Already done. In fact, I say, checking the delivery app on my phone, I have coordinated it to arrive when we do. She looks up to the ceiling, pretending to think of something else we can do, but she's grinning, playing with me, and I love it. Then, of course, we'll have to eat it before it gets cold. Of course. And then, I might let you see what's under these baggy sweats. I did time it perfectly. The delivery driver pulls up to the dorm as we arrive, and he's thrilled he doesn't even have to get out of his car. We take the pizza up to my room, and I hand her my key so she can open the door. "Chase! Oh my gosh, I love it!" she screeches when she sees what I did. How I took extra sheets and hung them from the ceiling and attempted to turn my room into one big tent. "It's like our tent, only bigger." She pulls me in the room, takes the pizza from my hand, sets it on my desk, then grabs the front of my shirt and pulls me to her lips. Hard. Before I know it, she's stripping off my coat, pulling my shirt over my head, and sliding her hands into my pants. "I thought you wanted to eat first." I tease her in between kisses. "That was before I saw the tent," she says, pushing me onto the bed. I try to pull her with me, but she resists. "Oh, not yet." She proceeds to slowly strip off her sweatshirt, revealing a pink lace bra with see-through cups that leave little to the imagination. I try not to drool and, again, try to pull her onto the bed with me. "You like?" she asks, but resists. "I'm not done yet." She slides off her pants, and I suck in a breath at the sight of her. "Damn," I say, my eyes taking in her beautiful form. The sexy bra is paired with the heart boxers I wore the other night, the ones I didn't get to show her. She must have come over and stolen them from my room while I was working out today. The combination on her is practically devastating. The shorts remind me of all the times she's worn my boxers, even sometimes to run around in outside, or while lounging and watching movies because she said they were so comfortable. The boxers are a reminder of our past. The bra, though, is like our future. Grown up, sexy. The two of them merge into a picture of our life. Comfortable but exciting. A new path together. As lovers and friends. The literal perfect pairing. I like it very much, Dani. I reach my arms out toward her and she walks into them. I just stare at her, running my fingers slowly across her soft skin, touching the bra, kissing the exposed parts of her. I'm in total awe of this girl. And tonight, there will be no rushing.
Good timing. Devaney. We're naked, sitting on the bed, eating the now-cold pizza. I was actually ready for round 3, because I'm pretty sure I will never get enough of Chase. But I could hear his stomach rumbling, and figured we'd better feed him first. It's so wonderful not having to hurry, or worry about a roommate coming home. And we did take our time, just luxuriating and being together. In a way, it reminded me of our first time, sort of. Like we were just discovering every square inch of each other. Exploring, teasing, until it built up to a frenzy that couldn't wait any longer. Then being able to just lie here with him after. Not having to immediately get dressed. To have my head on his chest and run my fingers across his stomach until they wandered lower and got him worked up again. I'm feeling deliriously happy. And so glad he loved the boxers. I had no idea when I snuck over to steal them today that we'd be alone tonight. Talk about good timing. Chase holds a piece of pizza up to my mouth. I take a bite. Tonight's been amazing, Chase. Agreed, he says dreamily. But then his face turns serious. But it's about to get better. I know exactly what he's thinking. So I move the pizza box out of his lap, then take its place, grinding against him as we kiss. We're mid-sex when the door to his room bursts open, and Trayvon comes tumbling in with a girl in tow. The girl looks shocked and is about to say something, when Trey projectile vomits across the room, spewing it from the door to his desk and even onto his bed. The girl looks like she's about to be sick. Chase grabs the sheet and quickly covers up our nakedness. The girl says, "Sorry, lots of shots," then quickly shuts the door behind her, leaving us in the room with Trey. It's obvious that he's quite drunk. Chase says, picking me up and setting me on the bed, somehow managing to keep me mostly covered before standing up in all his naked glory. "Dude." Trayvon says before lying down in the puke and passing out. Shit, Chase says, tossing me my clothes as he pulls on a pair of pants. He goes over and pulls Trey's head up off the ground, trying to rouse him. He moans but keeps his eyes closed. I'm quickly dressed and trying to avoid the puke that seems to be everywhere between me and the door. Do you want me to help you clean up? I ask him. No, I'll do it later. I'll walk you home. It's late. Okay, I agree. Is there anything I can do? I can tell Chase is running options through his head. I'm sure he doesn't want to get Trey in trouble, but he also doesn't know how much Trey drank. He grabs the phone and walks out into the hall with me, where he makes a call and explains the situation. Within a few minutes, 3 other guys are there, and Chase is leading me out of the dorm. What are you going to do? I ask as the cold night air hits my face, and I realize I didn't grab my coat. Make sure he's okay, Chase says. He pulls me into his arms and just holds me tight, walking me back to my dorm in silence. When he gets there, he stands outside the door and hugs me again. I don't even know what to say about all that. I don't either. I let out a laugh. The good news is that he was probably too drunk to remember seeing me naked. And the bad news is that he ruined our night, Chase says, looking upset. I grab his chin and look him in the eye. Our night was perfect. Cut a little short, but 100% totally perfect. You made me a tent, Chase. I didn't thank you for that because, well, I was too busy attacking you. But you made me feel special, and I appreciate that. I just hate this. I thought college would be different. That we'd be together all the time. Yeah, he says, looking at the floor. And when we get to be alone, everything has to be so fast. Honestly, that's the hard part. I sort of feel like a hookup instead of your girlfriend. And I never want you to feel that way. But it seems like that's sort of how it's going to be until we can get our own place. FYI, next weekend, we're getting a hotel room. I smile and give him a kiss. I love you. Do you want to stay here tonight? I think I'd better go clean up my room, or we'll never get the smell out. I nod, feeling sad when he walks away. Friday, February 7th. Girls are ruthless. Devaney. Chase walks me to the sorority house. I have a frat mixer to go to, but I made plans with him for after. Things have been a little awkward between us since the puke incident, and I know it's just that he feels bad. And I'm sure I didn't help things when I said that I wasn't thrilled with how things were going either. I didn't mean with him. I meant like in general, with having time together alone. If it wasn't below freezing out, I'd hook up with him in his car, but we'd probably get caught or get frostbite on some important parts, knowing our luck. I'll see you later, he says, giving me a kiss. Yes, you will, I tell him, trying to sound positive. The good news is that Alyssa isn't wallowing in sadness over the breakup anymore. Instead, she's moved on to hooking up with guys in her ex's fraternity in an attempt to make him jealous. I haven't told Chase, but I was glad he didn't come in with me on Saturday. Because if the night hadn't already been bad enough, I walked in on Alyssa and some guy doing it on my study desk. I haven't talked to her since. Because really, she has her own freaking desk. And I've disinfected the shit out of that thing, and I still can't bring myself to sit down at it. How's it going with the best friend? Britta asks me when I'm at the mixer. She's the one who saw Chase at a game last semester and said age didn't matter, that she'd totally date him. Pretty good, I say brightly, lying through my teeth. Well, not really lying. We still love each other. It's not like we're going to break up over this stupid stuff. It's just not going as we planned, which is disappointing to us both. And how are you dealing with the girls? Well, everyone has been friendly for the most part. I enjoy being in the sorority. I lie again. Because honestly, I'm disappointed in it too. She laughs. I meant with all the girls who must be after the quarterback. You saw how the girls were when he was just up for a game. A lot of girls are ruthless. They are willing to do anything to latch onto their ticket to fame and fortune, including lying, cheating, and doing a lot of things to make you question your relationship. Can you handle that? Have you had to deal with that yet? No, and I'd better never have to, I think. But then I realized something. Why does it sound like you're speaking from experience? Probably because I am, she says, leading me over to a couch in the main salon of the house. I dated one of those guys my freshman year. He was older, basketball star. The groupies were one thing. I mostly ignored them. But one girl confronted me, told me she was pregnant with his baby, and that he'd been cheating on me with her since the start of our relationship. That's horrible, I say, feeling my gut wrench. Was it true? Well, she wasn't actually pregnant, but it didn't matter. It ruined us. Britta is a junior, and she still looks distraught over this more than 2 years later. Why? Simple, she says. Lack of trust. I confronted him. He was upset that I didn't trust him. Said he was going to the NBA, and I needed to be strong and confident in myself and our relationship if we were going to work. I then pointed out numerous beautiful, strong women in the public eye who had been cheated on by athletes and in situations like this. He said he was different. Was he? I thought so in my heart, but my mind. Long story short, we broke up. He went on to the NBA and is still single. My mother struggled with that with my dad. He was a quarterback too. Oh, trust me. I know who Danny Diamond is. And I know he's your dad. But he's hot, like, for an older guy. Did your dad ever cheat on your mom? No, but my mom did. She says she did it because she felt the need to compete. Or something like that. I say, rolling my eyes. Interesting. I guess the insecurities can go both ways. I think so. But you're right. There were a lot of girls just like that in our high school. My brother takes full advantage of the attention. But not Chase. It's just not him. Because of you? She asks. I nod, and can't help but break out into a wide smile. Yeah, because of me. He says he's always loved me. Be sure to let him know. Just like sports, relationships are a team effort. Of course, I'm thinking about this during the whole mixer. When we meet up later, he looks excited about something. So I ask him what's up. The guys, like some of my teammates, invited me out with them tonight to a party. I think a party is the last thing you'd want. I know, I'm not planning to drink, but they get together a lot. And I think, because I took care of Trayvon while he was drunk, they feel like, I don't know, like they can trust me maybe. And I've been feeling a little lost here, as far as teammates go. You know how it is when you don't know anyone and you're starting over. You had to do that with your sorority last semester. Even though you should have instant friends, because you're together and have so much in common, it doesn't work that way, you know? I smile at him. Yeah, I know. And I hope you have fun, Chase. You deserve it. He walks me to my dorm, comes inside, sits on my bed, and smiles at me. Alyssa out tonight? Yes, I say with a grin, knowing what he's thinking. Do you think she will be out for a while longer? I think so. I launch myself on top of him, pinning him down on the bed. We should at least have a little time, and I know just how I'd like to spend it. I say, giving him a deep kiss. When things start to get more heated, I hop up, grab his hand, and take a seat on my desk. I mean, I've cleaned the heck out of it, and I think replacing that memory with a new one with Chase will make it all better. This looks fun, he says, grinning like an idiot. Remember Thanksgiving, when we got all hot and heavy in the laundry room? And in the bathroom, I remind him. We just can't help it, he says, pulling me closer to him in preparation. We're meant to be together. Always. So I have a secret, I tell him. What? You weren't supposed to keep secrets from me, he says, tenderly cupping my cheek. The other night, after the puke fest, remember how you kissed me at the door but didn't come inside? Yeah, he says. I walked in to find Alyssa and some random guy having sex on this very desk. "On your desk?" he says, his eyes going wide. He glances down at it, his nose scrunched up. "Don't worry. Trust me, I disinfected the thing like 10 times. But I've yet to be able to work at it." "Is that why you wanted to do it here?" "Yes." I give him a sexy smirk. "You just helped me erase that memory, so I can actually sit back down here and study." His face moves toward me, his lips landing on my neck, then kissing their way to my mouth. "Should we do it again on hers?" I can't help but laugh. "No, but we'd better get dressed." "When we get our own place, we're never wearing." He stops mid-sentence because all of a sudden, there are voices outside my door. "Quick," Chase says, grabbing his clothes, carrying me into the bathroom and shutting the door. I can't help but start giggling. He kisses me again, then sets me down and says, "Put your robe on, and then we'll go back out." "Ooh la la," Alyssa slurs when we do. "Just what have you been doing in our bathroom?" "I was sitting on the toilet, watching her get ready for bed." Chase manages to say with a straight face, but then he winks at me. Alyssa turns up her nose. "Huh." We don't really give her a chance to say anything else. Chase takes my hand, walks me to the door, and gives me a sweet goodbye kiss. "Have fun tonight," I whisper to him. "I'll text you when I get home, okay?" And that makes me feel good. Regardless of my earlier conversation with Britta, I know I don't have to worry about Chase. You don't have to, really, but okay. I wake up with a start, wondering what time it is, and feeling bad that I probably missed Chase's goodnight text. I grab my phone, see that it's past 2 in the morning, and discover he hasn't texted yet. And I can't help but smile. If he's still out, he's having fun, making new friends, and I know he needs that. I send him a quick text. "Me. Hope you're having fun. It's late, so I'm going to sleep. Talk to you in the morning. I can't wait to hear all about it." Saturday, February 8th. A wing and a prayer. Devaney. When I wake up, I discover I still don't have a text from Chase, which is unusual. But he probably fell asleep the second he got home, since he usually doesn't stay out late. Me. "Hey, it's me. I was thinking, after your morning workout, like if you were doing a morning workout today, we should go ice skating. Sound fun?" I shower and get ready for the day and check my phone again. Nothing. And it's already 11:30. I'm getting ready to call him when the phone rings in my hand, and when I see his mom's name pop up, I instantly panic. Did something happen to Chase last night? "Is Chase okay?" is the first thing I blurt out. "What do you mean?" she asks. "Oh," I stutter, instantly feeling ridiculous. "It's nothing, I just—" "Devaney, tell me why you think something might be wrong with Chase this instant," she says using her scary mom voice. The voice that lets me know she is absolutely serious about this. "He went to a party with some guys on the team last night. Said he'd text me when he got home. I haven't heard from him yet. I wasn't worried, honestly, but he hasn't answered my text this morning. And when you just called as I was getting ready to try to call him, I sort of panicked. Sorry." "It's nearly noon," she says, sounding worried. "Hold, please. I'm going to call him." I'm going to ask why she thinks he would answer her call, but not mine. But then it hits me. She thinks he doesn't want to talk to me. Why wouldn't he want to? No. Surely his mother doesn't think he's with another girl. Would she? She's back in my ear saying, "Devaney?" "Yeah," I say breathlessly, trying to decide if I want her to say that she spoke to him, and what that might mean, or that she didn't get a hold of him, and what that might mean. Either way, I'm worried. He didn't answer. I tried a couple of times, thinking it might wake him up if he's still asleep. You said he was at a party? Yeah, and it started late. Like he left my door around midnight. So, he's probably still asleep, she says, sounding like she's trying to convince herself. And possibly me. And slept through his alarm. I offer because I know he had it set daily for the ass crack of dawn. I think you should go over there, Jaden finally says. And please, text me and let me know that he's okay. Okay, I tell her, but I'm thinking, shit. Just as I'm about to hang up, she goes, Dani? Yeah? I totally forgot to tell you the reason for my call. If you have some free time this weekend, you should go check out the condo building. You told me not to go back until it's done. Does that mean? It sure does. They are totally finished. I've only seen videos of it, but I'd love to get your opinion on it. Okay, I will. Text me, she says, then hangs up. I put on a pair of warm boots, grab my coat and purse, and go outside. The sun is hidden behind dreary clouds, and the air is damp and chilly, looking and feeling like it could snow at any moment. I'm not sure how I feel. I'm not sure how to react. But I know that I shouldn't react until I have all the facts. When he said he would text me, I told him that he didn't need to. I hope he was out late. I hope he had fun. But Chase is so organized and seems to have his life together. Me, I operate on a wing and a prayer most of the time, typically in regard to my cell phone and the gas in my car. Both usually get run to practically empty before being recharged or refilled. Chase is the opposite, rarely letting either get below 50%. And that's what concerns me. I get to his dorm, stand in front of his door, and just listen for a second. I try to call him again. Don't hear his phone ring. Take a breath and knock. Yeah, a deep voice says, causing me to open the door. I see Trayvon lying in his bed, looking disheveled, and like I just woke him up. Have you seen Chase? I ask him. Party, he slurs. I try to be patient. The room smells like a brewery, and it's quite possible that Trey is still drunk. How long have you been home? Hour. Need sleep, he says, then rolls over, tossing the covers over his head. I come farther into the room and study Chase's side. His bed is neatly made, which doesn't make sense. If he made his bed this morning, he would have texted me. Did he not sleep here? Now I am panicking again. I search for his phone, his wallet, his keys. Thankfully, I find his car keys are still here. Don't freak out, Dani. There's a reasonable explanation. Like he got drunk, spent the night at the party house. Or... Shit, I can't come up with anything else reasonable. I got really drunk once at a party when I was a freshman in high school. My dad was furious with me, but once he got over that, he shared with me why he was. Told me that when you get really drunk, you can pass out. And when you pass out, your body slows down so much that you have no gag reflex. And if you have no gag reflex, you are in danger of choking on your own vomit and dying from asphyxiation. He told me that you hear about it all the time. Kid goes to a party, drinks too much, passes out. His or her friends are also drinking and think the kid is just sleeping it off. No one notices when they puke. No one helps them when they can't breathe. And no one notices they are dead until sometime later. And I will admit, that picture stuck with me. It's why I don't ever want to drink to that point. It's why I know I was lucky Chase came to the party that night when I was drunk. And I pray that he's okay. I'm now fully scared and about to call his mom back when the door opens and he strolls into his room. His hair is wet, like he just showered, but he's wearing last night's clothes. Since Trey is still fully dressed in his bed and smells like a brewery, I can understand why he'd still be in his clothes. But I doubt they were handing out showers at the party. So where did he... I can't even speak. I'm about to start crying because I don't want to believe it. I don't want to believe he spent the night with someone else. But I can't help but wonder if reality is staring me right in the face. Glad you're alive. You should call your mom and let her know you're okay. I managed to choke out before darting out of the room. Dani, Chase says, but I run. Run away. I can't talk to him. Can't face what he is going to say. I'd rather not know. Be oblivious like my dad was with my mom. I don't want to know. Tears roll down my face and the freezing air feels like it turns them into ice as I race across campus toward my dorm. But I don't make it. I run out of breath. I break down, sit on the nearest bench, and sob. I'm so glad he's safe. Like, that's all I wanted. What I was praying for all morning. But the second I saw him, I was pissed at him. Pissed he'd made me worry. Pissed that he had the ability to shower but not text me. Which just doesn't add up. The bench next to me moves. I can smell the person sitting next to me. There's a strong scent of soap, mixed with beer. And I feel like I want to throw up.
"Dani,"
Chase says. I turn and look into his eyes. Into the eyes of the boy I love. The boy I hope, more than anything, is in love with me enough to have not done the things I'm worried about. My heart doesn't think he would, but... "Did you call your mom?" is all I can say.
"I did not. I can't find my phone. Why are you crying?"
"Why are you showered? And more importantly, where did you shower? And why are you in last night's clothes?" He narrows his eyes at me, tilts his head, and then goes,
"Oh."
"Oh, what?" I half yell.
"Do you think—"
"Just please answer the question truthfully," I say, wiping the tears from my eyes and willing them to stop flowing.
"I showered in the locker room after I worked out."
"And where did you sleep last night?"
"I fell asleep at the party. Woke up this morning, went to work out, showered there. Put my clothes from last night back on, went back to my dorm to change, and was going to come to your dorm."
"You were?"
"Yeah, I need your phone to find mine."
This causes the tears to completely stop. "I can find your phone with my phone?"
"Yeah, silly,"
he says, wrapping an arm around me.
"I knew if you were ever worried about me, you would look at your phone and know exactly where I was."
"I don't know how to do that."
"I showed you how over Christmas break. Don't you remember?"
And then I feel stupid. I do remember, vaguely. We were in bed when he did it. I was snuggled up to his chest and barely paying attention. "I forgot," I tell him.
"Dani,"
he says, looking upset.
"Did you think I cheated on you? That I was coming home in last night's clothes after showering at some girl's house?"
"I didn't think that until I saw you and couldn't come up with a better excuse. I'm sorry I ran off. I was just so..."
"Hurt,"
Chase finishes.
"I'm sorry for how it looked. But do you not trust me?"
"Chase, it's not that I thought you were doing anything wrong at the party. But when I didn't hear from you, I started to get worried. Like that you'd drunk too much and died in your sleep. Or you'd been in a car accident. And just as I was about to head over to your dorm, your mom called me. And I panicked. I was afraid she was calling to give me bad news. Before she had a chance to say anything, I asked if you were okay."
"Oh boy. Will you please text her real quick and let her know that I am?"
I pull my phone out of my pocket, my hands shaking, both from the cold and the emotions swirling around me.
"You're shivering,"
Chase says. He reaches in his coat pocket, pulls out a pair of gloves, puts each one up to his mouth, and blows in it before putting them on me. "Why did you blow in them?" I ask him.
"To warm them up,"
he replies simply. And it makes me start crying again, because I swear he is the sweetest and most thoughtful boy ever. He takes my phone, texts his mom, telling her it's him, that he misplaced his phone, and that he's sorry if he made her worry. Chase puts his hand, which is somehow still warm in the cold air, under my chin, so I have to look up at him.
"I love you, Dani, and I'm sorry I made you worry too."
I don't say anything, just nod.
"We should probably talk about this," he says. "Do you trust me?"
I do. Honestly, you being with another girl didn't even cross my mind, until your mom said she was going to call you. And I assumed she was doing that because she thought you weren't answering, because I was calling. And then when you walked in, showered,
and in last night's clothes. Okay, I get it. I'm sorry, really I am, that I made you think that for even a minute. I did drink too much last night. But you go to frat parties all the time and are surrounded by guys. Don't you think that's hard for me?
Are you saying that last night wasn't a party for just the football guys? He nods. I see. Chase puts his face in his hands, looking stressed. Look, I'm just trying to fit in, be part of the team. You don't know how hard it is. And when he looks up at me, his eyes are teary. I swallow hard, trying to prepare myself for what he's about to tell me. Because I know Chase, and the look on his face tells me something is wrong. Be strong, Devaney. I reach out and take his hand in mine. Whenever he holds my hand, I feel like I can conquer the world. So maybe I can help him feel that way, if I hold his. If he knows I'm in this with him. Is there doubt slipping into my mind? Yes. Am I worried he's going to tell me he hooked up with some random girl to look cool? Yes. But everything in my being tells me that's not Chase. At least, not the one I have known my whole life. Tell me, Chase, I say to him, realizing I don't want to be oblivious. Let me share the burden with you. They've been calling me hype. Why? Because they say I'm all hype. That just because I've been on ESPN and set high school records and all that, it doesn't mean I can just come here and think I'm going to start. That half the guys on the team were also standouts in high school. That there are 3 quarterbacks in front of me, all with more experience. They say it's a different level and that I won't make it. Why in the world would they say that? And even more importantly, why in the world would you want to hang out with guys like that? And you don't drink really, Chase. You work too hard. And I feel like shit. About all of it. This isn't who I am, Dani. I rub my finger across the top of his hand. Believe it or not, Chase, I sort of know how you feel. I chose my sorority because I wanted to make friends. And I love the stuff we do for charity and all that. But there are a lot of times that I have felt pressured. Pressured to drink, pressured to hook up. I thought maybe it was just because I was new. But I felt the same way at the last frat party I went to. Like, it wasn't a mixer where you actually try to get to know each other. They challenged me to beer pong, he says. But you're really good at beer pong, I say with a laugh. We used to play it with sodas when we were kids. Did you kick their butts? I did, but they still scored, and the glasses weren't filled with beer, but liquor. Oh boy. Yeah. You know what I think you need, Chase? You not to be mad at me? I'm not mad at you, Chase. I love you. Come on, let's get out of here. Where are we going? I pull a key out of my purse. Your mom gave this to me before we left home. I've been going over to the condo building every so often to check on the progress for her. She's even let me make some design choices when a few things were out of stock. But then she told me not to go back until it was finished, that she wanted to surprise us. She called me this morning to tell me it was done, and I should go check it out, make sure it looks good. And knowing your mom, it's fully furnished and the refrigerator is stocked. I need to find my phone. You're not going to need your phone for a while, I say with a smile. He looks down at himself. Clothes? Definitely not going to be needing them either. I take his hand and lead him off campus. When we get to the building, I let him do the honors. He puts the key in the lock, turns the handle, and shocks me by sweeping me off my feet and carrying me inside and into the elevator. When the doors slide open, we both go, wow. I don't know what exactly I expected. Everything your mom designs is amazing, but this is so cool, he says, setting me on my feet.
Sunday, February 9th. One knee. Chase. I wake up on Sunday morning, finding the wonderful king-size bed empty of Dani, but smelling bacon. I think back to yesterday, how things could have gotten so messed up, how I need to do my own thing and not try to fit in. I've never tried to before. I've always tried to stand out with my talent, with my work ethic, and I shouldn't have to party with my teammates to get them to like me. I take in the room. The wall behind the padded headboard is painted a moody, deep teal color and highlighted by big squares of trim to make it stand out. There are floor-to-ceiling windows offering views of the Haymarket district, but are currently closed with just a little light streaming in around the edges of the blinds. Dani jumped for literal joy when she saw the walk-in closet, filled with some of her clothes and shoes from home. We explored all of the comfortably decorated units, checked out the large gathering spaces, made some food, and spent the rest of the day naked. A robe is lying at the end of the bed. I toss it on since there's a chill in the air, and follow my nose out to the big kitchen in the shared space. It's then that I see Dani. She's got a mug in her hand, sitting sideways in a chair, legs dangling over the edge. And there's something about the sight of it, of her. It's like my past, present, and future are inexplicably tied together. And that's when it hits me with such force that I walk over to her and drop down on both knees in front of her. I'm not sure where it comes from, but I catch her gaze and say, "Do you want to get married?" She narrows her eyes at me. "You do realize that you are down on 2 knees. It's supposed to be 1 knee," she says with a laugh. I take her coffee cup and set it on the table beside her, then take her hands in mine. "Devaney, I want to marry you more than anything. I want to be with you all the time. Wake up with you like this every day. The idea that we have to live on campus in separate dorms is so antiquated. You've been busy, Chase. We both have. Maybe we should get unbusy," I suggest. "How do we do that?" she asks sincerely. 1, a new mindset for me. I need to try to start treating football like what it is, a job. Except it's not just that. It's your passion. That's why you're so good at it. Yeah, but I feel like I have no life. I've always been able to juggle football and still have time to live. I miss you. I miss us. I feel desperate, I want to say, but I don't. Things have been a little different than I expected. She says this while absent-mindedly playing with a strand of her hair. And this worries me. Different how? Well, when you were still back in KC, I'd come home for the weekends and we'd make up for lost time. I guess I just expected it to be more perfect. Yesterday, here, was perfect. Thus my sentiment. She grins at me. Oh, are you talking about the proposal that's not a proposal? Yeah, like, what if it were? What would you say? I ask her, my heart in my throat. She taps a slender finger against her chin. Are we talking now or a few years in the future, like after graduation sort of thing? Now. Today if you want. We're both 18. We could just go to the courthouse. She holds her hand up in the air. You can stop right there. I can't help but flinch when she says that. I thought we'd cleared the air about everything yesterday. I take it the courthouse is a no? Chase, how many times have we already gotten married? I think back to our childhood, to us pretending. Numerous. And in all those times, was it ever just us? At a courthouse? I purse my lips, then break out into a smile. No, there were many dolls and stuffed animals in attendance, as well as your brother and my dog, Angel. Angel was my flower girl. What else? You'd decorate. I remember sometimes you'd put streamers in the tree in the backyard, and if we were inside, you'd gather either my mom's candlesticks or a bunch of potted plants. But your favorite time of the year was when we could pick daisies first. For your hair. Right. So, my answer to your question is, if you could conjure up my dream wedding today, yes, I would marry you. I lean in and kiss her, like I would at our wedding. It's passionate but soft, full of hope, love, and meaning. I love you, I tell her. I love you too, Chase. And I was thinking, if you can't whip up a wedding, she leans her head toward the bedroom. How about instead of pretending to get married, because let's face it, we've had plenty of practice. We work on practicing for our honeymoon. I don't say anything. I don't have to. I just pick her up and carry her into the room. The bacon can wait. We're lying in bed, all tangled up, when she lets out a contented sigh. I really do want to marry you, Chase, she says. What made you bring it up? Just the way you were sitting there with your coffee? I swear I could see you at 30, 40, 70 in that same moment, and every time, I'd think just how in love with you I still was. You're sweet, she says, ruffling my hair. Your brother told me I was drunk on love in the Ozarks. Right now I feel like I have the perfect buzz. I feel that way too, Chase. We're lucky. We'll be luckier if we are together for a long time, I say, kissing her forehead and giving her a squeeze. Like, forever, forever? She says, catching my gaze. Exactly like that, I tell her seriously. She lets out another sigh. I wish we could just live here permanently. Together. It's our love cave. And it's certainly a heck of a lot better sleeping with you in a king-size bed and not having to constantly hurry. That is a bit challenging. Oh, I don't know. It is exciting. And when we do lie down together in a twin, it just means I get to be closer to you. And that's never been a bad thing. True, she says, snuggling up to me, her head on my chest. She is quiet for a few moments, and I let her be. I'm sure she's thinking about all I said. But then I notice her breathing deeply and know that she's fallen asleep. And that makes me happy. I know she's not freaking out over everything I said. She's good with it. But it shocks me a little because sleep is about the last thing I can do right now. My mind is going 1,000,000 miles a minute. Because I'm thinking about the frustration we both feel over our living situation. I mean, when you know you want to be with someone all the time, why should you wait? And honestly, maybe, just maybe, we don't have to. I let her sleep and go make myself a protein shake, thinking everything through. I make up a tray of food and take it into the bedroom. When I sit down on the bed, she stirs. Sorry, I fell back asleep. That looks good. I have a question. I know that the rules state that freshmen have to live on campus. Does that mean they have to stay there? What do you mean? She takes a piece of toast, butters it, then layers bacon and avocado on it, making a sandwich. I mean, we have housing on campus, but is there any rule that says we actually have to live there? She scrunches up her nose, thinking. Now that you mention it, no one checks on us. Right. So, I think we should stay here, but keep some stuff there to make it look like we live there. She starts to take a bite, but stops. But we live here? Now? She asks, her eyes going wide with excitement. Yeah. Oh my gosh, Chase, wouldn't that be amazing? It would be. But it's also a big step, right? Living together? She gives me a sneaky grin. Technically, you have your own condo in this building. We'd be sharing the common space. Meaning we actually have 2 king beds at our disposal. One for sleeping, one for sex. She lets out a laugh. That's not what I meant. What I meant was, from a parental standpoint, we would be living in the same condo building, not living together. Yeah, that wasn't what I was referring to, though. We could continue the way we are, both living at our dorms and just coming here for a break. Or you could stay here mostly full-time, and I could stay in my dorm and spend as much time here as you'd like. Or we could both stay here mostly full-time, but live next door to each other, like we did as kids. Or if we decide we want more commitment than that, then we could actually live together. Here. If we did that, we couldn't tell anyone it was official. I think to be in my sorority, I'm supposed to be single. But some of the upperclassmen are engaged. Honestly, I don't know the answer. Embarrassed of me, I say with a smirk. Totally, she says. But then the smile fades from her face, and she says, I'm very proud of our relationship, Chase. I just don't want us to get in trouble with school or with your coaches. I say we spend a lot of time here, but keep it on the down low. And what about the living situation? I press her for more. I think we should move into our own condos here. I want the advantages of living together, but not all the time. Like, I want to date still, too. Dani, I want to date you for our whole lives. My dad says dating is what helps keep the magic alive. The magic? Like the sex? I actually asked him that, and he said no. Dating means you talk about things without being interrupted by kids or laundry or daily chores. You take time out to continue to get to know each other. He says he and Mom aren't the same people they were when they were young. The dating helps them grow together, to spend time on just their relationship. Dani smiles. I like that. And I'd like to have a date with you tonight. One that specifically ends with me in your bed. I think I can handle that. I'm going to leave you now. As a matter of fact, I'll go shower at my place and you can get ready here. I'll pick you up in the common room in an hour. We'll go shopping in some of your favorite stores, then get you some voodoo chicken, I tell her, referring to her favorite spicy meal at her favorite restaurant in town. Then, maybe I'll see if I can talk you into coming back to my place. That sounds fun, she says with a laugh.
Monday, February 10th. Fairly cheap. Devaney. Chase and I usually try to meet up every day for lunch, but today I'm having lunch with Alyssa. She wants to talk to me about something, which works out, because I want to talk to her about our dorm. I'm not going to totally confide in her, just let her know I'm going to be spending more time at Chase's. While I'm waiting, I get a call from my mom. Hey, Mom. Well, you sound happy, she says. Jaden might have told me about Chase, and you not knowing where he was, and I just wanted to call and check on you. Oh, it was just a misunderstanding. He lost his phone. It's all good. I know from experience that it can be hard to date someone like Chase, so if you ever want to talk about stuff like that, trust me, I will understand. I know, Mom, and thank you. I wasn't worried about him cheating, just worried he was okay kind of thing. That makes me happy. But let's get to why I called you. I have some exciting news. What's that? You're going to get to spend a lot of time in the Ozarks this year if you want. You're invited to the Archibald family reunion. That's really cool, Mom. Can Chase come with me? Of course he can. And when is it? Late May. The Diamond Mackenzie one would be their usual weeks in August. I also wanted to see if you had any plans for spring break. Oh, well, not specifically, but over Christmas break, Chase and I discussed that we'd go somewhere together. At least I hope so. He has to wait until he gets his spring practice schedule, but I'm pretty sure they still get the week off. We thought maybe we'd go somewhere warm, like Florida, hang out on the beach together. Well, if he can't go, let me know. We'll plan a trip together. Okay, thanks, Mom. I say, ending the call just as Alyssa takes a seat at my table. How's your mom? Alyssa asks. She's good. Was just telling me the dates for our family vacations. And we were talking about spring break. You planning anything? Girl, I have been planning that since the first snowflake hit the ground in November. Padre Island. A bunch of the girls in my sorority are going. We can just drive down. Should be fairly cheap. Cool. So, look, I just wanted to clear the air. I'm sorry about the guy. Well, the guys. I think we need some kind of system, like a note on the door or something. Well, I was going to tell you that I won't be staying there much. I'll probably stay with Chase most nights. Her eyes brighten for a second, but then she frowns. Because of the guys? No, I tell her. Well, partially. It's awkward for me. I would think it would be awkward for you. It's not that awkward when you're drunk, she admits. I just nod. I'm sorry, okay, she says. You don't have to move out. I'd miss you. I'm not moving out, but I won't be there most nights. What about his roommate? I thought he had girls over. Also, why haven't I gotten to meet all of Chase's hot teammates yet? Because I haven't met most of them yet, I tell her, knowing introducing her is the last thing I will do. It's funny, because I really thought we'd be close friends. She sighs. You swear you don't hate me? I swear. How do you think it will be, living in the sorority house next semester? She asks. They don't allow boys in there at all, which is going to suck. You're right, they don't. I say, while at the same time realizing I hadn't thought about that. We went through the house rules at some point when I pledged, but I didn't pay that much attention, since I wouldn't be living there until the following year. Alyssa looks at her phone, even though it didn't vibrate, and says, Oh, I have to go. See you later. I roll my eyes, but I'm glad we didn't have to discuss things further. The less she knows, the better. Who I do want to talk to is Aunt Jaden, so I press her number. Sorry, I'm just getting back to you, I tell her when she answers. So, what do you think? I think it's amazing. I want to live there all the time. Things have been very weird with my roommate. Weird how? I let out a sigh. I've walked in on her and a guy a couple of different times. Oh, that's not good. No, it's not. Did you live in the sorority house when you were here? I didn't. Your dad, Philip, and I lived in a townhouse just off campus. Gosh, yes, I do remember that. And you had a lot of fun, didn't you? We definitely did. Are you thinking you'd like to live in the condo full-time next year? She asks. I'm thinking I'd like to live there full-time right now. Will I get in trouble for that? No, honey, you won't. The school doesn't really check on that sort of thing. They just make sure they get their check. What happens after that, as long as it's legal, they stay out of it. So, technically, I could move right in? Right now? And so could Chase? Yes. I just wouldn't spread it around. Keep a few things in your dorm that you don't really need, and your roommate will probably be thrilled to basically have her own place. Chase is another story. Football is about the camaraderie, and they do put the guys together with certain roommates for that reason. That doesn't mean he has to spend all his days and nights there, but I wouldn't have him fully move out or really talk about where he goes. Next semester, he can just say he's going off campus to stay with a friend. So it's a gray area. It most definitely is. And you should talk to your parents about it. They were fully on board with the idea, but I got the building done way ahead of schedule, so... Awesome, thank you. I'm getting ready to say goodbye when she says, I know it's none of my business, but are you and Chase doing okay? Is he doing okay? It hasn't been quite as easy as we thought it would be with football, school, and the sorority. And when you are seriously dating someone, going to mixers with the frats isn't a fun way to spend your time, when your time with that person is limited as it is. That makes sense. Maybe having a place to go, to just hang out will help. It absolutely will. I can't thank you enough, really. And I hope it works out, that Haley and Damon live with us eventually, too. That would be so much fun. Can I ask you a question? You know you can, she says. I don't want you to get mad at me, though. I know you loved your time in the sorority. I'm not going to get mad. Is it not quite what you expected? I thought I'd make a ton of close friends, but it seems like the girls who are the closest are that way because they party together. I always say that when you clean up someone's puke, it bonds you, she says with a laugh. But I get what you were saying. Dani, if something isn't right for you, you don't have to keep doing it. No one will judge you. Well, some of the girls would. I'll stay in it for now, and if I still feel like this at the end of the semester, I might not keep going. I think that sounds like a good plan, Dani. You're a smart girl. Always have been. I'm proud of you. I can't help but grin. Thanks, Auntie J. I go to class with a smile on my face and start thinking about how I will slowly move most of my stuff to the condo without Alyssa realizing it. Friday, February 14th. A walking Valentine. Devaney. The lights are dimmed in the gathering room at my sorority house. The candle is being passed around the circle of my sisters for a third time. This is the big one, and we're all excited to find out which girl was lucky enough to be proposed to and to pass her candle on Valentine's Day. I'm watching it go around at the same time my mind is flashing back to Chase, down on 2 knees just a few days ago, asking me if I would marry him. Part of me wishes I had said yes and run to the courthouse with him the next day. We could have the big white wedding later. The candle comes around to me, and I pass it to my big sister, Steph, who is standing next to me. She looks at me, grins, then blows the candle out. I let out a little screechy scream, so happy for her, and throw my arms around her in a hug. Congratulations, I'm so excited for you. I grab her hand to see her engagement ring. She flashes a pretty round diamond, surrounded by a halo set on a wide band. "It's the perfect ring for you," I say, and I mean it. The size of the stone and band fit both her style and her hand perfectly. "Can you believe it?" my sorority sister Lauren says. "I know, her ring is gorgeous," Amber agrees. Last semester, when Chase and Damon came up for a football game, the girls were flirting with them, and Lauren has been on a mission to find a really nice guy ever since. Tonight, we're going out on a triple Valentine's Day date. Lauren with her boyfriend of 4 months, Barrett, who's really nice, and Amber's latest fling, Garrett. The fact that they are dating guys with rhyming names never fails to amuse me. "Do you think I will be cold in this?" Amber asks, looking down at the furry, tight red sweater and skimpy red plaid skirt she's wearing. "You have on heavy tights," I tell her. "Grab a jacket in case." "What I want is for Garrett to keep me warm," she says with a smirk. "I think I actually like him." "You should like him," Lauren says. "You've been hooking up with him for over a month. That's like practically a record for you, isn't it?" "Hush," Amber says, causing me and Lauren to laugh. "I actually do like him. And since it's the day of love and all, I just might tell him that tonight." She gives us a smirk. "Unless he's too distracted by my low-cut sweater and short skirt. If so, I'll let him take me back to his bed before I tell him." "I think that I might be one of the next girls to pass a candle," Lauren whispers. "Really?" Amber and I say at the same time. "Barrett can't keep a secret from me, and he told me he bought me something special for Valentine's Day. I think it might be a promise ring." "What makes you think that?" Amber asks. "Well, I might have thoroughly searched his apartment," she says with a grin, "and I found a small wrapped box from a nice jewelry store." "Did you open it?" I ask. "Oh, no, of course not. I totally want to be surprised." "Says the snoop," Amber teases. "How about you, Dani?" she asks. "Has Chase given you anything yet?" "He always gave me a little bouquet of flowers and some candy when we were kids. But this will be our first Valentine's Day together as a couple, so I'm not sure." "Well, you look like a walking Valentine," she says, giving my outfit a once-over. I've got on a black mini dress with little red hearts all over it. I paired it with black stiletto pumps and a black faux fur jacket. And I might have some sexy red underwear underneath it all. "Does it really matter what we wear?" Amber says. "It's Valentine's Day. They are going to be dying to see what's underneath our clothes." "True," Lauren agrees. "We'd better get going so we aren't late," I tell them. When we get to the restaurant, all 3 guys are waiting for us just inside the door. The place is packed, as one would expect on this day, so our reservation is for 10 o'clock. It's a little late for dinner, but that's okay. It's a Friday night. And other than Chase's morning workout, none of us have any plans for tomorrow. Chase catches my eye, and he winks at me before our group is led to a table. Chase looks like a literal heartthrob, pun intended. He's got on a black dress shirt and dark jeans, and he's wearing a headband with springs holding up bobbling red glitter hearts. "These are for you," he says, pulling them from his head. I stop his hand. "Oh no, they are perfect on you." He touches the silk of my dress. "And you already have on a lot of hearts." I know we are at the table with 4 other people, but Chase is looking at me so intensely that I almost forgot they are here. "Will you be my Valentine?" he whispers. I hold his gaze and just nod as we share some kind of moment. "Barrett, oh my, they're so beautiful." I notice that Lauren has already opened the small box and is putting on a pretty pair of gold hoop earrings. Not the promise ring she was hoping for, but she seems okay with it as she gives Barrett a steamy kiss. "Ladies," the host says, as 3 waiters carry out practically life-size white stuffed Valentine bears and set them in front of our table. "Are those for us?" Amber screeches, standing up and hugging, then slightly humping one of the bears. "They are," Garrett says to her, as Barrett and Chase nod in agreement. I give Chase a kiss. "There's more for you when we get home," he whispers. "I just wanted to give them to you in private." He looks at the bear. Well, except for that. It was part of the dinner package, and... He's interrupted when the waiters come out again, setting 3 single red roses on our table, and cards with our names on them. After the girls ooh and ah, and we've ordered our food and drinks, Lauren goes, "You guys, we had a candle passing tonight. Dani's big sister got engaged. Can you imagine? On Valentine's Day?" "I think a lot of people get engaged on this day, don't they?" Barrett says, looking around the table for confirmation. "Biggest day of the year, besides New Year's for engagements." Garrett surprises us by saying. Amber looks at him in awe. "How do you know that?" "Oh, well, I guess before I tell you that, I should give you your gift. And you can see for yourself." She looks confused, but then he hands her a small black box. She looks at the writing embossed on the lid and goes, "Bonners? Your last name is Bonner." "Like the jewelry store Bonners?" Lauren excitedly blurts out. Garrett nods and moves his hand to indicate that Amber should open the box. She does, and nestled inside is an adorable ring, similar to the dream ring Chase gave me with little diamonds, only this one spells out love. Garrett takes Amber's hands in his and says, "I know things are supposed to be casual between us, but on this day of love, I thought it fitting to tell you that I'm falling for you. Will you be my girlfriend?" Amber's eyes are wide as saucers and brimming with tears. She launches herself at him, says yes, and gives him a kiss. Actually, it's not just a kiss. They sort of start making out. But Lauren interrupts when she sighs and goes, "Does that mean you're promised?" Garrett smiles and replies but keeps looking at Amber. "I hope so." "Damn," Lauren says, nodding in a harsh, almost head-banging way. I can tell she's not happy about this. She thought she was going to get to pass her candle. Although the earrings are beautiful, they're not a ring. She turns to Chase and says, "So what about you? I suppose you're going to propose or something?" Chase laughs outwardly but squeezes my knee under the table, and I know he's thinking that he kind of already did that. I decide to diffuse this situation by saying, "Gosh, all this love and candle passing stuff has me thinking about my future wedding. Do you guys ever think about it, like what you'd want for your wedding?" Garrett says, "I have actually. The rings will be custom, of course. Heirloom pearls are a must. And my great-grandmother's veil has been worn by every bride in our extended family. So it would be nice if my bride wore it. It's made from handcrafted lace, brought with her family from Italy when they immigrated to the United States." "That's amazing," Amber says. "I imagine my bridesmaids in my favorite color, blue. But I want varying shades from light to dark, so it looks ombre in the pictures. And I want one of those sexy dresses, sheer, nude color, lace hiding the parts you don't want your grandparents to see." "I want a destination wedding," Lauren says. "The beach?" Barrett asks, and I wonder if he's mentally taking notes. "No, somewhere on a mountaintop, like Vale or maybe the French Alps. I'd wear a princess dress with a long train that would drag through the snow. I'd have a choker of diamonds, like you see at the Academy Awards, and a white fur coat. Faux, of course. We'd take photos in the snow, and all the bridesmaids would pull up their dresses and show off their furry boots." "You have thought this through, haven't you?" Barrett says with a gulp. Lauren waves her hand. "Oh, that's just one of the scenarios. I have more. A rustic barn in the country that is all dolled up with gorgeous chandeliers. For that, I'd have a more boho lace dress that almost looks like it was macrame. Bridesmaids in floral print skirts, cowboy boots. We'd ride off in a horse-drawn buggy. Eat barbecue on antique dishes. I also thought about a wine country wedding. Rows of grapes, lights in the trees, sleek satin gown." "I notice you never mention what your groom is wearing," Garrett says. Lauren looks at Barrett, not Garrett, when she answers. "That's because I don't know who my groom will be yet, so I can't add him to the dream. But I can tell you that he is very handsome, and lets me handle all the wedding details." "Oh, that wouldn't be for me." Chase butts in, surprising me. "Me neither," Garrett says. "I definitely want to say in the day. A marriage is a union. The wedding should represent that, by including things both the bride and groom desire." Chase nods, then turns to me. "What about you, Dani?" Oh, I say, taking a deep breath. I'm not sure. And thankfully, our food is served, ending the wedding planning conversation. When Chase and I get to the condo after dinner, him carrying the massive bear and me the rose, I'm shocked when the elevator doors part. Rose petals form a path from the elevator into the great room, where red streamers are draped across the room. Pink paper cutout hearts are on most surfaces. Chocolate-covered strawberries are arranged on a chilled tray. And although there are rose petals and red and pink everywhere, one thing stands out. A little bouquet of white daisies with their yellow centers. I know I said at dinner that I wasn't sure what I wanted for my wedding. I say to Chase before giving him a big kiss. But daisies will definitely be a part of it. I can't believe you did all this. I want you to know you're special to me, he says with a grin. Special? Like you might be in love with me on this day of love? I'm in love with you every day. He takes my hand. Follow the rose petals the other way. I go back to the entry and see that the rose petal trail splits, one leading into my condo, the other into his. We've been keeping the doors to both our units open, so it feels like one big space. Door number 1, he says, leading me into mine. There, I find rose petals forming a heart shape on my bed, and a red foil-wrapped gift box with pink ribbon on my nightstand. Why don't you open that? Chase says. I pick up the gift and tear the bow and wrapping off, open the box, and pull out a very sheer pink chemise. Don't want to leave much to the imagination, huh? I tease. Do you want to put it on now? He asks. No, you still have to open your gift, I tell him. Okay, next room then, he says, taking my hand again, as we follow the petal trail into his condo. Specifically to his bathroom, where there is a stand with a bottle of chilled champagne, 2 flutes, and a bowl full of conversation hearts. I take a handful, expecting to find all the cute sayings I loved as a kid, like, be mine, hug me, and kiss me. Chase, I say, reading the hearts, where did you get these? They are all dirty. Not dirty. A little more risque, perhaps. He gives me a handful. Thought you could pick a few, and we could do what it says. These say, I'm easy, make love, eat me, and lick it. Would you like them performed in that order? He asks with a smirk, a very sexy one. I take the heart's headband off his head, put it on mine, and then unzip the side of my dress, letting it fall to the ground, showcasing the only thing underneath, a red thong. I swear, Chase's eyes turn a shade darker when there is desire in them, and tonight is no exception. He slides his fingers across my exposed chest, down to the thong, and strips it off me. Chase! What? He says, turning away from me to start running the bathwater. I then notice there are rose petals in the bottom of it that float to the top. It's too pretty to get wet. But I thought it would, I don't know, make you want to attack me. His face lights up in a smile. Oh, I most certainly want to. But remember, we're here, alone, and we have all night. Would you like to start with a bath and champagne? And we can discuss the order of the hearts. I put my hand on my hip. On one condition, I say in a sassy voice. You bring the strawberries in here too. Deal, he says, picking me up and putting me in the bathtub, while he runs out to the kitchen.
Crushing on you. Chase. The champagne has been poured. The strawberries are set up next to us. The water is warm. Here's to our first Valentine's Day of many as a couple, Dani says, toasting. I'll drink to that, I tell her, taking a sip, then leaning down to kiss the side of her neck. So, the hearts? She asks. Actually, I'd like to hear your thoughts on your wedding. You mean our wedding, right? Well, yes, but I didn't want to be presumptuous. You'd better be planning to marry me, she says. I mean, you basically already asked me. Just testing the waters, I tease, putting a piece of ice from the champagne bucket on her neck. Oh, well, that would probably indicate cold feet, she says with a laugh. Get it? Like ice and a wedding? I laugh along with her. You'd better not get cold feet with me, No way, she says. So, I have been thinking a little about it, mostly about the fun things between us, like the dream ring, daisies, pennies for my thoughts, that kind of thing. It would be fun to incorporate stuff like that into our wedding to make it more personal. Don't forget cupcakes, and the stars, and fireworks, the way your butt looked in your bikini when I selflessly helped you learn to get up on one ski. Oh yes, I bet holding my ass in your hands when you were crushing on me was a very difficult job. I was crushing on you. I wrapped my arms around her. Still am. Good, because I do want to marry you, Chase, and I don't want to wait that long. How soon are we talking? I don't know. Just not long. And this makes me happy, because maybe, just maybe, the crazy idea that's been floating around in my head won't seem quite so crazy to her. Monday, February 17th. Planned all of it. Chase. It's been 8 days since the proposal that's not a proposal, as she called it, and 3 days since Valentine's Day when Dani told me she didn't want to wait too long to get married. She has class right now, so I go to the condo, knowing I'll be alone, and make the call I've been thinking about since then. This might seem out of the blue, but explain to me how you proposed to Mom. All I really know is that it was a surprise, I say to my dad when he answers my video chat. You thinking about getting engaged? He teases. And I can tell he's teasing both by the tone of his voice and the smirk on his face. Ah, well, you know how it is with sorority girls and those candle-passing things. I lie. And there was one on Valentine's Day to boot. When we went out with a couple of her sisters and their boyfriends, it was all they talked about. And it just got me thinking that I really don't know much about how you proposed. I remember hearing it was a surprise and you hadn't been dating too long, but that's about it. We'd been dating officially for about a week, Dad says. A week? I say, shocked, but then I laugh. I suppose that is something you'd want to keep from your kids. Well, Dad says with a chuckle, there were extenuating circumstances. Was Mom pregnant? My eyes about bug out of my head. Because was she? After all the safe sex lectures they have given me over the years. Of course, I suppose if they had an unplanned pregnancy, it would make sense. No, she was not. We were engaged on September 9th, married on January 13th, and you were born 4 weeks early on September 7th. But it did all happen fast. Okay, so give me the story, I say. We obviously had a long history of being best friends, but we hadn't crossed any lines. You know what I mean? Dad says, his voice lowering like he's telling me a big secret. Are you referring to sex? I question, realizing maybe I should have never started this conversation because gross. We hadn't done anything other than kiss some, my dad says, and they were more sweet, friendly kisses. Got it. Then what? I say, grateful he didn't go into more detail than that. Dani bought a ring. Wait. What? For Mom? I ask, not following. Dad lets out a little huff and rolls his eyes at me. No. He asked me and your mother to help him pick out a ring for Lori. When we were at the jeweler's, your mom sketched out what she thought Lori would like, and while the jeweler went to get stones and settings, I asked her what her dream ring would look like. She drew it. I kept the little piece of paper. Had the ring made. And you weren't even dating yet? Am I that dense? Because I'm still not following. That's correct. The night Dani proposed, Jaden kissed me. She said it was just because she was all pumped up and excited. But it mattered. The kiss was different than before, and we both felt it. The next night, when I got home late from a frat meeting, she was sitting on the couch, a few beers in front of her, and she asked me if I wanted to play spin the bottle with her. Just like in the 8th grade, I tease. Actually, for us, it was the 7th grade. But then, when I told her I didn't need to play the game, that I'd kiss her anyway, I don't know, got scared, I guess. I bet that was frustrating, I say, because I know from experience that it is. The jump from friends to lovers is a difficult process. Actually, though, for Dani and me, it wasn't. It was after the lovers part when things got complicated. So then what happened? The next morning, I took her coffee in bed, and I asked her if she would go out with me for real, like on a date. I even suggested a trial run at Dani and Lori's upcoming wedding weekend in Cancun. Told her if it didn't work out, we'd come home and pretend like it never happened. Why did you think it wouldn't work? You'd known each other your whole lives. Because your mom was scared of losing me. I was her rock when her parents died, and she said she couldn't risk dating me, in case it didn't work out. And so things went well at the wedding? Actually, nope. Cancun was a disaster. That was in May, but I did what I'd promised. I came back and pretended like nothing had happened. But it did. Is that when you finally, slept together? I want to know, yet I don't want to know, but I need to know to understand their story. We did not. She got drunk, danced with other guys, cried on the beach. I carried her to her room, put her to bed, and left. Wow, Mom sounds like a lot of drama, says the boy who was finally dating his best friend. I can't help but let out a chuckle and think about all Dani and I have been through, and how much I want to marry her. Soon. True. Keep going. I gave up, sort of. I told her that I was done trying, to let me know when or if she wanted something to happen between us. Fast forward to September. It was the first game of the season. We were throwing our annual kickoff party. She was sort of seeing someone. I was sort of seeing someone. I pulled my car into the garage at my parents' house. She jumped in, sat on my lap, told me she was done trying, that she was doing. And then you finally had sex. You are missing the point, son, Dad says sternly, which means I'm right. And what is the point? We were both ready to be together. After a few days of staying at her place, I asked her out on a real date that following weekend. And that's when you proposed? I ask. Yep. Tell me more about the actual proposal. My dad is quiet for a moment. Why this sudden interest? I don't like lying to my dad, but I also don't want to lecture right now. Like I said, the candle passing, girl stuff. They do get excited over it. All the planning and ideas they've been dreaming about since they were little. Exactly. So, it sounds crazy. And probably was. But I felt like I had waited forever and I was done waiting. Makes sense, I encourage him. The morning of the date, I had a huge bouquet of flowers delivered to her, and then my sister surprised her by showing up and taking her to the spa to get all primed, primped, and ready for what I knew was a much bigger night than just a first date. I also sent my sister with champagne and a few gifts for her to open after the spa. One was a gorgeous dress to wear, the other was a bracelet with a rose charm. Once she was dressed and ready to go, a limo came and picked her up. Wait, where were you? Waiting for her at the restaurant. She got taken on a little trip down memory lane. Almost a scavenger hunt. Dad pauses. Is it bad that I can still remember each place she was taken? You love Mom, I tell him. Have for a long time. And that's something special. I know it is. Anyway, she got in the limo, was given champagne, and was taken to the elementary school we had gone to, where we'd shared our first kiss on the swings. She has a swing charm. The bracelet Mom wears like every day. That's the one you gave her then? It is. That's really cool, Dad. Where did she go next? To my parents' house. They gave her the Nebraska charm there. After that, she got the cross charm at the spot we had stopped right before we heard about her parents' accident. She was then dropped off at the hotel and whisked to the restaurant where I was waiting. Were you freaking out? Honestly, a little. But mostly it was due to the time constraints. And your mother can be stubborn, persistent. When she got there, I gave her the crown charm. I hear you call her princess sometimes. I've called her that in private since we were kids. Anyway, she was ready to eat. I was ready to propose. We had some appetizers, toasted each other, and then I set the ring box on the table. After she opened all the charms, I think she just thought it was another one. I took her hands in mine. I want to ask why he wasn't down on one knee, why he would just set the box on the table after all he just planned, but I can tell he's sort of in a haze of memories, so I let him keep going. I took her hands in mine, told her I was seriously in love with her, that I'd loved her for as long as I could remember. I slid out of the booth, got down on one knee, and said those magic words that changed our lives. Will you marry me? Of course, she was shocked. She was shocked again when I showed her the ring, and she realized that it was the one she had sketched. Then she said no. Oh, shit, I say, my eyes getting big. That's what I thought. But I also know how she thinks, her need to talk things through out loud, so I didn't take it as her final answer, but I might have been panicking a bit, especially since in a few minutes we were supposed to go downstairs to our engagement party with, 100 of our closest friends. You what? Remember how I told you about the night of Dani's proposal to Lori? Yeah? Dani did it up big, surprised her at her sorority house during a candle passing, where he asked her to marry him in front of all her sisters. Holy crap! Oh, there's more. If you are in a frat, your brothers will come serenade your girl after she passes her candle. Dani wasn't in a frat, so he did something else. Like hired a band or something? I ask. Or something. And not just any band. The college marching band. They paraded down the street and the whole thing turned into one big party. Wow, that's pretty cool. It was, actually. When we were walking home, I asked your mom if she'd ever want to be surprised in front of a whole bunch of people. I can't help but smile. I take it she said yes. Yeah. He clasps both his hands together and covers his heart. Because she thought it would be really cool to know a guy had planned all of it for her. He does a freakishly good imitation of Mom's voice. And I realized that Dani would like that too. Wait, back to dinner. She said no. She talked her way through it. Said yes. I lied and told her we needed to go downstairs and share the good news with my parents who were, he makes quote marks in the air with his fingers, at a fundraiser downstairs. And so she was iffy with the yes, and then you sprang the surprise party on her? Dad smiles and then starts laughing. I don't know why he's laughing, or what's so funny, but it's like a full belly laugh. I most certainly did. Mom's not big on surprises. No, she's not, especially when just a few minutes earlier I told her we didn't need to tell anyone but family about our engagement right away. Needless to say, she freaked out, called me an arrogant son of a biscuit, and slammed the ring into my hand. She gave you the ring back? I say, feeling crushed for my dad. If Dani did that to me, I would die inside. Dad's head is down, but I can see the hurt in his eyes. I will admit, at this point, I thought I had ruined everything, especially when she marched up on stage and told everyone that I asked her to marry me and she said no. My eyes about bug out of my head. What did you do? Mentally kicked myself for too much too soon, but as soon as the thought crossed my mind, I knew in my heart it didn't matter. A no now didn't mean a no forever. I had been in love with her all my life. I wasn't going to stop. It's funny now because I always planned on proposing at the swings where we'd shared our first kiss. Something private. But then Dani and Lori got engaged. I say in understanding. What happened next? She went through this whole thing about how it was crazy, it was too fast, what would people think? But then she repeated something I had reminded her of after she said no. I smile at him in anticipation. It's like I'm reading a good book and I can't stop flipping the pages. Which was? That we shared our first kiss on the swings in the 4th grade. And after I kissed her, I ran off, but then I turned back around and asked if she'd marry me someday. And I swear, my dad looks misty now. And she yelled back yes. So that meant we'd secretly been engaged for the past 12 years. I start to feel emotional and find myself blurting out, I'd like to do something like that. So you are thinking of proposing? I'm thinking that we've been married since we were in the 1st grade. My dad laughs, but then the smile fades. Chase, you're 18. I know, Dad, and that's old enough, I say seriously. Would you have married Mom at my age? He lets out a little chuckle, but doesn't hesitate. Absolutely, but you and Dani just finally started dating. Yeah, and it's been, let's see, like 7 weeks longer than you and Mom did. You're right. You're a grown man now, son. If or when you decide to propose, you'll have my full support and any help you need. Which makes me happy, but then he has to add, I'm just maybe hoping it won't be too soon. And I'm thinking just the opposite. It can't be soon enough. Knowing I need to both clear my head and work things out in my mind, I decide to go back to the stadium, where I put in my earbuds and run on a treadmill. Nothing too strenuous, just the music and the movement. And somehow, I come up with a crazy idea. A place, a plan, a dream scenario. I let it play out in my head, think of all the things that could go wrong, come up with a few options if it goes right. I mean, Dani doesn't like being told what to do. She hates when things are sprung on her and she doesn't have time to think them through. She'll need options, a plan A, plan B, and plan C. And I know my dad will always support me, but if I'm going to pull this off, I'm going to need someone who's completely in on it with me. And I can't believe I'm about to do this, but she's the only person who can help me. I get off the treadmill, think about it some more, go to a private study room and make the call. Hey, it's Chase, I say when she answers. Chase, is everything okay? Dani's mom asks. Yes, everything is fine. I just wanted to talk to you privately sometime. I could use your advice and, depending on what you say, hopefully, maybe your help. I'm intrigued, she says. I'm at the hair salon. Can I call you when I get home? Say, an hour? Yes, that will work. I'll still be at the stadium. Meaning Dani won't be with you? She astutely asks. Oh yeah, it's a surprise thing. For her. All right, talk to you soon, she says pleasantly. I hang up the phone and wonder, am I crazy? The hour feels like a literal lifetime, not the 67 minutes it ends up being before my phone vibrates in my hand. Okay, this is it. I tell her everything. I talk for nearly half an hour. And she listens. Really listens. And then she says, have you talked to her father about this yet? No. I mean, I know before I propose I officially need to ask him for her hand and all, but it will be a little scary. But something you might not know about Dani Diamond is, he's actually quite the romantic. You were too young to notice when we were married, but look at how he treats Jennifer. He'll be on board. Plus, he'd do anything to make Devaney happy. And you, Chase, have always made our daughter happy. I'm sorry if in the past I ever made you feel like you weren't enough. But you are. That means a lot to me. Really, it does. The logistics of this are going to be... I'm going to have to enlist Van's help, and definitely his brother Trip. You okay with that? You think we can keep it a surprise from everyone else? I think most everyone else, yes. But what about your parents? Tell you what. Let me mull this over. But don't worry. If this is what you want and what will make Devaney happy, I will move mountains to make it happen. I let out a breath of air, suddenly feeling both relieved and revitalized. Thank you, Mrs. I've officially taken a new last name. Mrs. Archibald it is, then. Thursday, February 20th. Our love story. Chase. Waiting for Devaney's mom to call me back is stressing me out. I've been trying to stay positive, but what I really need is someone on my side, someone to talk to, someone to tell me I'm not crazy. When what I am is crazy and completely in love. I'm just walking out of the stadium when my phone rings for a video call, and when I see her name, I immediately turn back around to go inside as I answer. Hey, I say, taking a seat on a bench off by itself to have some privacy. I thought we could video chat so that you could see some ideas. Are you free? I look at my watch, knowing I'm supposed to meet Dani in about 10 minutes, but I can always text her and tell her I'm running late. Of course. Let's start with what I'm sure you're wondering about the most. Can we pull this off? Yeah, I am. What do you think? I think yes, but it's going to be hard for you to keep this from Devaney. Can you? It's important and worth it in the end, so yes, I can. We're both going to have to fib a little to make this happen. For example, she says, showing me a bulletin board filled with photo cutouts. This is the most important thing we get right. It's what she dreamed of. There's going to have to be a girls' trip over your spring break. Me, Jennifer, Jaden, and Devaney. I know you were planning to go somewhere together, but this is more important, I tell her, trying to study all the details. You've done a lot of work already. Well, your daughter only gets engaged once, she says, but then she laughs. Well, hopefully just once. This list is my vision for what I think she'd want. But you two have a long history, and I know there are things you would want included. I'm going to need that list. Have you thought about details from your love story to incorporate? Our love story? Yes. For example, your parents had a hanging altar made of branches that reminded them of the trees they used to climb as kids. Oh, I see. Actually, we just talked about that. I always kept pennies in my pocket to give her a penny for her thoughts. And then there's daisies. We used to pretend to get married when we were kids, and she'd wear daisies in her hair when they were in season. The word dream. And of course, our cupcake dreams. Cupcake dreams? Her mom asks. Did you see the cupcakes she and Haley made for me and Damon on signing day? The ones with all the little trinkets on them? Yes, she'd made one for me in the Ozarks that first summer we went. The summer that was amazing and went horribly wrong when you got home? You know about that? I ask, surprised. She used those exact words many times. Blamed herself for everything. My heart feels like it falls to the pit of my stomach, and I quickly text her, telling her that I'll be a few minutes late, but that I can't wait to see her. It wasn't all her fault, I admit. I made mistakes that day. I was too prideful and too stubborn, and I tried to tell her what to do and wouldn't listen to her explanation. I was hurt and blamed her for a long time. Too long. And what did you learn from that, Chase? That it takes being open and honest with each other, even when it's really hard, to have a healthy relationship. You two are still young. I'm going to sound like her father here, but do you feel you're both ready for this kind of commitment? We tried to be together without a commitment last semester. Thought we were being more mature about it, but it didn't work. We needed the commitment. Why did you need it? She asks. It's a simple question, but it's not easy to answer. Because it was complicated. I pause for a moment, thinking. She laughs. Feelings are complicated, aren't they? Yes. And in retrospect, I'd say we didn't need the commitment. What we needed was to be on the same page about what we wanted from our relationship, with her at college and me still at home and us only seeing each other a few way too short weekends. We were in an awkward friend phase. She'll always be my best friend, but at the same time, she's always been more than that. What we needed was better communication. Being on the same page in a relationship is probably one of the most important ways to keep it alive. Remember that. It took me a long time to figure it out. Can I be honest with you? I ask tentatively, not sure if I should dare say what I'm about to. Please. When you and Uncle Dani divorced and the situation surrounding it all happened, it really devastated Dani. I know it did. I'm trying to make up for that with her now. And she appreciates it, but sometimes I feel like the damage was already done. Like it sort of shattered her romantic notions about love. I'm sure it didn't help that, for the most part, Dani and I didn't argue in front of the kids, which I'm sure made it even more of a shock. You're right, it probably did. She seems to have rebounded, though. Last time we spoke, she sounded happy and very much in love. Let's hope we can stay that way, I say with a chuckle. You don't do that with hope. She responds seriously. If I had shared my insecurities with Dani from the start, instead of dealing with them in private, we'd probably still be married. Meaning communication really is key. I will say the passion needs to be there too. All right, on that note, I'll let you go. You keep thinking about special things and let me know. And we have to decide on a date. Van's family's reunion is the end of May. The Diamond Mackenzie one is in August. Actually, I was thinking August wouldn't work out that great this year, with Damon and I both starting fall camp. Oh, that's a good point. There has been talk about doing some kind of grand reopening in May. Maybe I can figure out how to get them to combine all 3 events. And I'll talk to the girls about spring break and bring up the topic with Dani soon. If that doesn't work out, and it's key that it does, I say we scrap the first option and just go with the second and third one. I can't help but suck in a breath. That is not what I want. I want it all. But for it all to work out long term, it has to be what we both want. I agree. Thank you. Friday, February 21st. My future wifey. Chase. Dani and I meet up at the condos to hang out. We're enjoying popcorn and a movie when Damon calls me. Dude, did you hear the news? What news is that? I ask, putting him on speaker. I'm with your sister. Unless it's the kind of news that shouldn't be shared with your sister, Dani says with a laugh. Sis, he says. Mom said she told you. Have you not told Chase yet? Told me what? I ask. She starts to say, but Damon interrupts her. Dates for the Ozarks got moved from August to May. Ask me why, Damon says. Why? Because we are having a joint family reunion this year. The Mackenzies, the Diamonds, and the Archibalds. Is that your mom's doing? I wonder. It doesn't matter whose doing it was, dude. You're missing the point. What is the point? Dani asks, making a funny face at me. That my future wifey will be there too. Your future wifey? At a family reunion? I say with a laugh. Dude, do you not remember my future wife? Damon asks, sounding appalled. The hot babysitter, I know, I say. Ding ding, Damon says. But she's family, Dani says to him. You can't date her. The heck I can't. There is no shared blood between us, although there are some other bodily fluids I wouldn't mind sharing if you catch my drift. Damon! Dani chastises, but I can't help but laugh. What was her name again? I can't remember, and Haley mentioned it to me not that long ago. Started with an A. Ainsley. Ainsley Archibald. Although, Ainsley Diamond. No, Mrs. Damon Diamond. Sounds much better. Damon says very seriously. That's great. I can't wait, I tell him. We'll be able to get to know her better. Intimately even, Damon jokes. Okay, before this starts turning gross, Chase and I are in the middle of watching a movie. If by watching a movie you mean you are naked and having fun, I'll let you go. Otherwise, I need to talk about this. I look down at our fully clothed bodies and sigh. Ha! I knew it! Damon yells into the phone. We need to come up with a plan of attack, and I don't mean on her body. This girl is too smart. I need to speak to her soul or some shit like that. And you both need to take this seriously and help me. This is the mother of my future children we are talking about. He goes on for almost 20 minutes about how he's going to make the girl fall in love with him. And surprisingly, he doesn't bring up anything else sexual. And it makes me believe he actually is serious. I also realize that so is Dani's mom. In a little less than 24 hours, she has secured the surprise engagement date with the whole family. I go into the bathroom and send her a text. Me, you work fast. Damon just called and told us the news about the joint reunion. Dani's mom, Chip and Van were both quickly on board and basically issued a statement saying, y'all better make it work, to both families. Me, how much do they know? Dani's mom, just enough to be helpful. The timing really couldn't have been better, because Trip and your mom had been kicking around dates and ideas for the resort's grand opening. It will take place at the same time. So your mother will be helping us plan without really knowing it. Me, you are brilliant. Dani's mom, why, thank you. I give a thumbs up to her last text, then delete the thread.
Monday, February 24th. The value in that. Devaney. I'm just meeting up with Chase for lunch when my phone rings. I don't recognize the number, but I answer it anyway. Hello? Is this Devaney Diamond? Yes, it is, I say, wishing I hadn't answered. I'm guessing it's a telemarketing call. This is Larissa Tuttle. I'm calling to see if you would be interested in a journalism internship with our network. Maybe. What network? When she answers, I am stunned for a moment, but I quickly regain my composure, enough to say, yes, I would be interested in that. What would it entail? When she tells me, I grab Chase's hand, giving it a happy squeeze. I close my eyes and bite my lip, trying not to just scream out in happiness. This could be the start of fulfilling my dream of being a sideline reporter. I listen to what she has to say, and when I hang up, Chase says, "That sounded like good news." I leap into his arms and hug him. I just got offered an internship at a sports network. This summer? Yes, but they also want me to report on our football team's spring practice here, as well as sideline reporting during the annual spring game. Chase twirls me around. That's amazing. I'm so happy for you. Your dreams are coming true. When he sets me down, he kisses me. I feel like celebrating. What do you say we skip our afternoon classes today? I would normally not skip, but we absolutely should. What do you want to do? I grin. You're going to think this is silly, but let's go get some lunch, take it back to the condo. And then could I ask you some practice questions? If asking questions involves champagne, and you being naked when you ask those questions, he says with a smirk. Chase, this is serious. I know. And if you can be serious while you're naked, you certainly will be able to do it when you're not. I nod my head a couple of times considering it. I can actually see the value in that. As is tradition in Chase's family, when something good happens, he insists that we get a bucket of fried chicken and all the fixings. I normally don't eat much fried food, but boy, does it taste good. We're just finishing up our meal, and we have each had a couple of flutes of champagne when my phone rings again. I look at the screen. It's my dad. I should probably answer it. I hit the button and say, "Hey, Dad. Congratulations on the internship." And that gives me pause. Dad, you aren't the reason I got this, are you? I ask, suddenly not as excited. I wanted to be able to get something like this on my own. No, I didn't. The network called and asked if I'd be at the spring game, and if I'd be willing to be interviewed. By you. I'm instantly relieved. Oh, that will be so cool. I'm so excited. It's very cool. I'm sure they mentioned sending you some paperwork. Yeah, she did. When you get it, forward it to me. We'll want to have my attorney review anything before you sign. Okay, thanks, Dad. I say as we end the call. I bet your dad is thrilled for you, Chase says. I smile broadly. He is, and I'll get to interview him at the spring game. Speaking of interviews, Chase says, his hands moving to unbutton the blouse I'm wearing. We should get them started. I pull on his waistband. I only think it's fair for you to be undressed as well. You know, eventually, I might be allowed locker room access, and I need to get used to seeing football players half-dressed. Good point, he says, kissing me, then pulling off his shirt just as my phone rings again. I let out a sigh. It's my mom this time. He pulls me onto his lap, but I answer anyway. Hey, Mom. Devaney, first off, your father just called me to tell me the good news. Congratulations, sweetheart. You must be so excited. I am, for sure. But, she says, I was going to call you anyway today for another reason. I know you have spring break coming up. Did you make any plans? Not really. Probably something we need to get done soon. I was hoping you might be able to come to LA with me, Jennifer and Jaden. We're going wedding dress shopping. Van and I have decided to have a big wedding this summer. But you're already married. I guess technically it's a vow renewal. Our year anniversary is coming up, and since we just went to the courthouse to get married, we decided to do it up big. And of course, you'll need a dress. That is, if you'll be my maid of honor. Mom, I'd love to be your maid of honor. Hey, what about Haley? Can she come with us? I asked, but Jaden says she has an important appointment with a specialist about her leg and can't miss it. We'll stay at your dad and Jennifer's place in LA, and she's already set up appointments with designers. Let me talk to Chase, and then I'll call you back. Because I really want you to come with us. I'll sweeten the deal. Tell Chase he's invited to go with his dad, your dad, and Damon, to stay in the Archibald family home on Key Biscayne. It's right on the water, and your dad is hiring a chef to keep everyone fed with healthy food. Oh, and there's a full gym, so the boys can still work out. Thanks, Mom. I'll tell him. When I hang up, Chase says, What do you need to talk to me about? My mom and Van want to have a big summer wedding. She wants me to go dress shopping with her, Jennifer, and your mom over break. Chase smiles at me. It's not like we've really planned anything yet. You have to go do that with your mom. It's important. I know, I sigh. But I was looking forward to the beach with you. A few months after that, we'll be in the Ozarks. Plus, break is right in the middle of spring practices. So I wouldn't have been able to do the whole spring break party thing. I need to keep up with my workouts. What would you do then? Stay here? No, I'd probably go home. Work out with my dad. See Damon. I think his break is around the same time as ours. It's actually the same week, I say with a smile. And you're invited to go to Miami with our dads and Damon. Chase smiles broadly. That would work. I know your dad still works out on vacation. So is that a yes? It is. I send my mom a quick text. Me. Count us both in on the trips. Looking forward to it, Mom. I'm sure we'll find you something amazing. Mom, thank you. Chase takes my phone and sets it on the coffee table and grins at me. What's the grin for? I ask. Because you get to go to the beach with the guys? Actually, no. I was just thinking that if you're going wedding dress shopping, maybe you should look for yourself. I roll my eyes. It's my mom's day. He shrugs his broad shoulders. Just a thought, he says, then pushes my shirt off my shoulders and undoes my bra. Let's get back to your practice interview.
Sunday, March 1st. Trying to test me. Chase. Can you believe spring practice is about to start? Trayvon says to me after a strength training session. Hard to believe it's March already, but at the same time, this is what I've been waiting for all semester, I tell him, and it will be fun to split up into our position groups. I wish you played on the offensive side. You know, I used to play wide receiver, he says. I could see that. You've got the body for it. I've grown a couple more inches since I got to college, and I kind of miss it. You ever just want to play catch, let me know. I always want to play catch, I say with a chuckle. He shrugs. How about now? I'll get in my sprints in a lot more fun way than just running lines. Sure, I say. We warm up a bit, just standing still and tossing the ball back and forth. When he lines up next to me, he calls out an obscure play. The fact that he knows this play as a defensive player impresses me. And when he takes off downfield, so does his speed, which is probably why he ended up in a position on the other side of the game guarding our opponent's wide receivers. That happens a lot in football, guys switching up positions as their bodies and abilities change and grow. Back in middle school, one of my friends was a bigger kid. He seemed to spend 2 years packing on weight before a huge growth spurt, which meant he was tasked to play on the offensive line. After his growth spurt, he stayed about the same weight but shot up like 4 inches, and suddenly he had the body of a tight end, which was the position he played all through high school. And an athletic guy like Trayvon, who went to a small school, probably was tasked to make plays on both sides of the ball. I take a 2-step drop back and launch the ball downfield to where the receiver is supposed to catch it. It's actually a tough play to make because I'm throwing to the left side of the field as he runs toward the end zone. If someone were guarding him, he'd typically just look over his shoulder and see where the ball was to make the completion. And I'm impressed when he doesn't stop and turn toward me, but rather looks over his shoulder and adjusts his speed, so the ball sort of just drops into his arms. Which also isn't easy. It's much easier to make a catch when you have your body behind the ball to help stop it. He's grinning as he sprints back. You trying to test me on the playbook? I tease. He laughs and says, That was fun. And a damn good catch, I tell him. Thank you. Let's take turns. You pick the play this time. I choose one of my favorites. Well, actually, it's Damon's favorite. And since Trey is enjoying the sprints, and I'm enjoying throwing the kind of long bombs that win championships, I think I'm gonna have fun with this too. Saturday, March 14th. One bright spot. Chase. Over the last few weeks, we've completed almost half of our allotted spring practices. It's been sort of a whirlwind, trying to focus on what I need to do, keep up with my classes, and spend quality time with Dani. I know that I haven't been much fun lately. I'm crabby, tired, and mostly frustrated. With myself, with the team, with everything. And there have been days when I've literally felt like throwing in the towel and giving up. During the spring, there isn't a traditional depth chart, as the idea is that all positions are up for grabs. But that's not how it seems. It's pretty obvious, based on the lack of reps I'm getting, that I'd be ranked around 4th or 5th right now. And it's messing with my head, with how I practice, how I throw, how I feel. It doesn't help that Bart is still calling me hype, saying I'll never live up to my name. Because I worry that he might be right. That maybe I'll be one of those local high school heroes who never goes on to compete further. That maybe my glory days, so to speak, are over. That maybe I'm really not that good. I know when I think that, I practice like that, and I've been trying not to let it get to me. But it is. The other frustrating thing is the quarterback who is getting the most reps played backup last year. And when the lead QB was out with an injury, he wasn't able to lead the team to a victory. So why not give someone else a real chance at making a difference? Probably because he's the best of the worst. I thought I would come here, throw my best, play my best, get stronger, learn everything, and come out stronger for it during fall camp. Lately, I feel like I'll be lucky to make it that long. The one bright spot in my life right now is the girl who is lying beside me, her arm tossed across my chest, her cheek smushed against my shoulder, breathing deeply. Honestly, I'm probably lucky she's still here too. Who wants to date a guy who is pissy and tired every time he comes home? It's funny because she's the person I always confide in, but I haven't told her about this, because I'm afraid if I do, that will make it real. But it's a wonderful, lazy Saturday, and even though I should work out today on my own, I'm not going to. I'm spending it with her. And I'm going to start by making her favorite breakfast of chocolate chip pancakes, bacon, and fruit. I smell bacon, she says, padding sleepily out into the condo's large communal kitchen. And pancakes if you're ready for them. She lets out a big yawn, walks up to me, and puts her head against my chest. I wrap her up in my arms and kiss the top of her head. Maybe some coffee first? Maybe you come back to bed first. I don't like waking up without you. Not even for bacon? I tease. Well, maybe for that, she laughs. I'm still not awake. Go lie down on the couch, turn on ESPN, and I'll start the pancakes. I watch her plop down on the couch with a little lazy thud, like her body is still limp. It makes me laugh. She's not at all a morning person. I grab the cup of coffee that has been staying warm in a thermal mug and take it over to her. Thanks, she says. You're the best, Chase. Her comment makes me wince, because Chase is clearly not the best right now. In fact, he might be the worst on the team if he doesn't get his shit together. But she doesn't need to know that. And the good news is that spring break officially starts today. Are you all packed? I yell from my condo to Dani's, knowing we need to get going to the airport pretty soon or we'll be late. She drags a massive suitcase on wheels behind her with a duffel on top of that. She's also carrying a large handbag. Don't even say it, she says. I know it's a lot of clothes, but Mom was really vague on what we'd be doing. I thought you were wedding dress shopping for her, I say. Of course, but we can't do that all day. And when we're not, are we going to nice restaurants or are we just cooking at home? With my mother, you never know. I'm sure you are going to have a great time, I encourage, praying that she does. This trip is important. I'm sure you'll have a great time, she states, partying it up with my brother. And our dads, I counter. Knowing them, they'll want to go to the clubs. Key Biscayne is basically Miami after all, not to mention the beach. All Damon has been talking about is the bikinis. You're going to be staring at hot girls in skimpy swimsuits all day. Your brother does like to people watch, I offer. She scoffs. Humph. Whatever. She stops and looks at me seriously. Chase, are you going to miss me? I'm going to miss you terribly, I tell her. Are you sure? Because you've just been a little off. Is it us? I move toward her, feeling like my world, my life, and my plan are falling apart. No, not at all. It's just football. And I know I promised to treat it like a job, but I've been failing at that during spring practice. I'm sorry. She gives me a kiss. I know, and I can tell you're tired. Just wanted to make sure. We hear a car honk out front. That must be our ride, she says. At the airport, we are greeted by our families, then board separate planes. One headed for Miami, the other for LA. The jet door isn't even closed yet when I text her. Me. Miss you already. Dani. My mother is already pouring the champagne. Here's hoping I remember this trip, LOL. Me. As long as you don't forget to come home to me. Dani. I'm already counting down the days. I love you. Me. I love you too.
It was perfect. Devaney. The weather in LA is sunny and warm, and it feels so good on my face. We spend the rest of our day enjoying the outdoor space and heated pool at the house here. With views of the ocean, it makes for a wonderful, relaxing afternoon, and it's the perfect first day of spring break. Mom, Jennifer, and Jaden are very serious about this shopping trip, and you'd think they were planning a defensive strategy with all their notes, lists, and even film. On the flight here, Jennifer literally had runway footage from the New York, London, Milan, and Paris fashion weeks. I don't really picture Mom in anything as avant-garde as a lot of what we saw, but Jennifer says that the designs are subdued a bit in production, and that in wedding dress shopping, details are everything, especially if you want something custom. As the sky is starting to change colors in preparation for sunset, Jennifer brings out a huge charcuterie board that will probably serve as dinner, and Jaden follows her with a couple of bottles of wine and glasses. This all looks amazing, my mom says to Jennifer. Thank you so much for hosting us. You're welcome. And as soon as Jaden pours the wine, we're going to go around the circle and talk about our favorite wedding ideas. Wedding ideas? I ask. Like for the whole wedding or just dresses? I think it should be the whole wedding, Jaden says. In a way, the dress can set the tone for the decor, or vice versa. So it's important to know what you want. Like you might not want to wear a huge ball gown for a beach wedding. And although we know the next few days are about Van and Lori's wedding, tonight we are going to offer up all our favorite things, like our dream weddings, Jennifer says. You had your dream wedding to my dad, didn't you? I ask. Well, yes, for back then, but I've changed. Styles have changed. And I'm sure they've changed even more since your mother's first go-round. And the second, my mom says with a laugh. I love how she can now poke fun at herself. She seems content in her life. Once we each have a glass of wine in hand, my mom surprises me by being the first to stand up in a toast. To shopping. I love it, Jennifer says. I haven't been on a shopping trip like this in forever. It's going to be so fun. Okay, let's see. Who got the glass with the starfish charm? I did, Jaden says. That means you're up first. If you were to marry Philip again, what would your dream wedding include? We've actually considered renewing our vows. We had a big wedding, big after party. We were young, lots of dancing and drinking. Part of me thinks it would be cool for it to literally be just me and Philip, all dressed up in a beautiful setting, reciting our vows to each other again. My dress was a full princess style, but simple. I loved it, and because it was very classic, our photos don't look too dated. But today, I think I would want a dress that's a little more form-fitting, maybe even a little boho, with some color, embroidery, or fringe. After numerous trips out to Asher Vineyards, we've really fallen in love with California wine country, and that would be a pretty place to have a reception. Kind of a rustic, casual elegance. Oh, Jaden, I can totally picture it, Jennifer says. Anyone else want a wedding like that? I purse my lips and raise my hand. Me, the rustic casual elegance part. And I kind of think it would be cool to get married at the resort in the Ozarks. Really? My mom says. I thought you didn't want to go there again. That's because of what happened after we got back. But it's where we, got started, you know? And have great memories. It's always been a nice place for a wedding. But I will admit, with all the changes we've made there, it's truly become a world-class venue that can handle any size party, Jaden says. And I'm obsessed with the addition of a stone chapel overlooking the lake. Tripp and I have been hoping someone in the family will want to get married there. What do you think, Lori? You and Van interested? I'm excited for all of us to be together there this summer, my mom says. And while Van would probably love it, I'm thinking something less rustic. Possibly the country club. I can't see you getting married in the woods, I say with a laugh. My mom has changed, but not that much. Me neither. Jennifer lets out a hearty chuckle and says, but I did hear that we are not only doing a joint family reunion in May, but that it will also be the resort's grand reopening. It will be, Jaden says, and we are in full planning mode, making guest lists. We've even taken your advice and hired celebrity event planner Ariella Ross. Not only will our families be there, but all our friends and their families too. I know Tripp and Van are both really excited about all that, my mom says. Okay, Jennifer says. Next up is the anchor. We all look at our glasses, and Jennifer laughs again. Oh, that's me, gosh. I did have the wedding of my dreams to the man of my dreams. Rooftop venue, in a newly remodeled by Jaden hotel. And thanks to Ariella and Jaden, it was perfect. She takes a sip of wine and grabs a melon, wrapped in prosciutto, off the board. But if I were to do it again, honestly, it would be right here, where we are now. The perfect view of the ocean. The meaning this house holds for me. For us. Buying it was a huge step for me. How would you decorate? I ask her. I'm having fun. Also, this charcuterie board is fantastic. From the candied pecans and rosemary Marcona almonds, to the combination of an apple, Canadian bacon, and aged Gouda stack, drizzled with chili-spiced honey. I'm in heaven. Oh gosh, Jennifer says. I'd create an altar out of, maybe big bamboo poles lashed together. There would be sheer curtains floating around in the breeze. Decor would be modern minimalistic, to allow the view to shine. White orchids, sushi, square plates, touches of gold. What about your dress, Jennifer? My mom asks, taking a warm cheese-filled date and putting it on her plate. Jennifer smiles and pulls out her phone, showing us one of the runway dresses that is tailored with a very contemporary vibe. Angular cut pieces come across the chest and back to meet on one shoulder, creating a very large bow. This one, she says, but then she scrolls to another dress. Or this one. She scrolls to another. I love this one too. Seriously, you could go so many different directions. Oh, and I think I would like a really small wedding. Just us. Or maybe just us and the kids. She smiles. Next up, the seahorse. That's me. Gosh, I've been dreaming of my wedding day my whole life. Chase and I have gotten married so many times. Usually by Damon or Angel, I say with a laugh. I always wanted a big wedding, with all our friends and family. But when Chase sort of proposed... Sort of proposed? My mom says. I mean, it didn't count because it was on 2 knees. As opposed to 1, Jennifer asks, somehow following along. Yeah, obviously we aren't engaged, but he did suggest we go to the courthouse and get married, that we don't have to wait. Jaden's eyes practically bug out of her head. Are you considering eloping soon? I notice Jennifer put her hand on Jaden's arm, probably so she doesn't come unglued. I suppose I probably shouldn't have told them what I just did, but I'm happy about it. Happy he wants to marry me. Are you pregnant? Jaden asks me point blank. No, and there's nothing wrong with getting married at the courthouse. Mom and Van did. Chase said we could get married whenever we want, privately, then do a big wedding later. At first I was like, absolutely not. But the idea is growing on me. I think it would be romantic. Best of both worlds. My mom and Jennifer both surprise me by nodding their heads in agreement. Jennifer says, "That's so romantic. It sounds like a scene from the movie I'm getting ready to produce. Star-crossed lovers, families practically at war. He grabs her hand and they impulsively run to the courthouse and become man and wife." She laughs. Although, when her mafia family finds out, they put a hit out on him, and it's hilarious. That doesn't sound like a funny plot, my mom says, scrunching up her nose. Trust me, it is. She says, before turning to my mom, then telling her that she's up. And I will admit, I'm a little disappointed that they've moved on to my mom, and that I didn't get to gush more about how I picture my wedding. Before I start that, Mom says, turning to Jennifer and me, have you ever heard the story about when Jaden was planning her wedding, and her future mother-in-law asked what she was going to do about their STDs? Jennifer and I share a horrified glance, but Jaden howls with laughter. That's a classic one. I wouldn't think that would be very funny, Jennifer says. Trust me, it is, my mom teases, repeating what Jennifer just said about the movie. Jaden, you want to do the honors? We might need more wine for that. She continues to laugh as she refills everyone's glasses, then says, I have to set the stage. Philip and I are newly engaged. Literally, the second you get engaged, people ask if you've set a date. Like his mother asked me the day after the proposal. I'd barely gotten used to the idea we were dating, let alone that I agreed to marry him on our first real date. Wait, what? Jennifer says, just as I'm thinking the same thing. Oh, that sounds crazy, doesn't it? Jaden says. Why didn't I know this? I wonder. Because it's not something you tell your kids. My mom chuckles. I mean, of course, your father and I waited to have sex until we were married, too. Jennifer breaks out in laughter. I'm definitely telling my girls that. So you would lie to them? I ask. That seems so deceitful. Jaden shakes her head. Honey, think about it. You want your children to grow up and make good decisions, to not be rash in their judgment. Saying we got engaged on our first date without the context of knowing how long we knew and loved each other. Heck, Chase and I should already be engaged then, I tease. See? She says with a laugh. Anywho, there is so much to consider. The date, the venues, who you will invite, the colors, the dress. I was a little overwhelmed, and without my mother I felt like I was drowning in it. But when I looked through my parents' wedding album, I remembered that my mom and I shared a love for purple. She used it in her wedding, and once I decided to do so in mine, I finally felt like I had made progress. I started a little checklist that had just 6 things on it. To get engaged, choose a date, book the ceremony space, hire a wedding planner, choose my wedding party, and love my groom. And I already got to check the first and last ones off, so I was feeling accomplished. And when I got a text from Philip's mother, I was actually excited to tell her I was making progress. But what she said was that I really needed to do something about my STDs and fast. I would die, Jennifer says. I know this is a delicate situation, but... No, I did not have an STD, Jaden replies. I look over at my mom, who is just sitting there grinning goofily. But, Mom says, she started freaking out that Philip had one and hadn't told her. And, Mom starts laughing so hard that she can barely speak. She texted me and told me that she thought Philip had an STD. And I told Dani, and he said that Philip always practiced safe sex in that regard, and asked if Jaden had. My eyes get big. I can't believe we're talking about Chase's mom's sex life. Blame the wine, I'd say, but it's only the second glass. And we won't go into detail regarding all that, but I was worried. Jaden rolls her eyes. Drunk night with an old flame. And then she decided she might have one, my mom says, laughing hard, and started feeling feverish and itchy down there. Oh my God, Jennifer says, laughing too. And then, my mom goes, she starts wondering if Philip is cheating on her or has one of those secret lives where they have like a whole other family and neither wife knows about it. I told her to chill out, talk to Philip. And I said I was scared to, Jaden says, because... Mom practically starts hyperventilating. She's laughing so hard. I'm pretty sure there are even tears coming out of her eyes. Because then she said it had to be Philip who had one, because there was no way Philip's mom could possibly know she had an STD when she didn't even know herself. Lori was like, "Oh my God, maybe he does have one and confided in his mom," Jaden says. And I was freaking out, especially when his mom called me on the phone, wanting an answer to what I was going to do about them. I'd literally found out about 5 seconds ago. I was pissed, so I texted Philip while he was in a board meeting and literally said with the appropriate shouty capital letters that it would have been nice to hear about his STD from him instead of his mother. Mom keeps laughing. It's fun to hear about when they were close. And Philip was like, WTF? And Jaden told him that his mom texted her and said they needed to do something about them. Jaden says. And then he was like, "Are you joking?" And I was like, "No." But that I was a little freaked out about how he had gotten one. That set him off. I got a shouty text back that I needed to listen to him and that he didn't have one. And I was like, "Well, your mother thinks you do." And Jaden was all mad at him for getting mad at her for suggesting it. Mom goes on. And then he was like, "I'm in a board meeting. I'll deal with this later." I calmed down a bit and was feeling less itchy, going about my day, when I got a text from him that said, Jaden slides her eyes over to my mom. That, to his textually challenged and wetting on the brain mom, STD meant save the date cards. Then she called me and told me. Dani and I were dying with laughter. Jaden says, "Dani, remember how everyone teased you at dinner in the Ozarks about the robe fire?" Yes, they worked the word fire into every freaking sentence. That's what it was like for me, even though I begged Philip not to tell his mom or anyone about it, Jaden says. Of course he already had, Mom replies. Jennifer is laughing along with them. I totally have to use this in a script someday. Needless to say, I got all sorts of hilarious STD jokes from all of our friends, and Philip's parents even joked about it too. I was mortified. Everyone else thought it was hilarious. It is pretty funny, I say with a laugh. I look around the circle of the 4 of us. The sun is set, a fire is burning in the pit, and I'm here with 3 women I love. Not a bad way to spend my spring break. Wednesday, March 18th. For someday. Devaney. I'm sitting in another designer shop, in full white wedding dress mode, with the moms, when Chase texted me. Chase, how's the great wedding dress hunt going? Me, how was spring break with the dads? Chase, actually really fun. Me, that's good. I found a really pretty dress, one I love, at the shop right now, actually. Chase, does your mom like it? Do you think it's the one she will choose? Me, this one would be for me, like someday, in the future, like when I get married. Chase, you mean like when we get married? Me, yeah. Chase, you should try it on. Me, no, I can't. Chase, sure you can. As I'm texting Chase, I go over to look closer at the dress. I'm standing still, staring at it in awe, when Jennifer comes to stand next to me. That dress is gorgeous. Not sure if it's what your mom is looking for, though, she says. It might be what I'm looking for, I blurt out. You should try it on then, she says, taking the dress off the rack and handing it to the salesperson. She wants to try this on. Oh no, I don't. This is my mom's thing. Mom peeks her head out of the dressing room. Jennifer holds up the dress. Gorgeous, right? I think Dani should try it on. I agree, my mom surprises me by saying. But I don't want to, jinx anything. I'm not even engaged. You're not going to jinx it. In fact, if you and Chase are already talking marriage, you'll have to try on a lot of dresses at some point to find the one. Nothing wrong with having some fun now. I mean, it's just a dress, she says, downplaying it. But I know it's not just a dress. It is literally my dress.
Saturday, March 21st. Have a recap. Chase. So, break's over, and although we've worked out, helped you choose an engagement ring, floated down to the islands on a killer yacht, eaten some great food, and made all sorts of fun memories. I don't think you've talked about football once, Damon says as we're on the plane headed home. Which is weird since it's like our life. It's not my life. I fire back, instantly riled up because the last thing I want to talk about is how things are going. And I can't bring myself to tell him that things suck big time. I've been reading the papers, Chase. Have you? I don't reply. Let's have a recap then, Damon says, holding up his phone. Here's a full-on journalistic discussion on the topic. The first half of spring practices is in the can and the players are off on spring break. But the biggest question on our minds is the quarterback role. With 5 quarterbacks on scholarship, who is really a contender for the starting position this fall? And lucky for you, we've decided to break it down and make some early predictions. Of course, as we all know, a lot can happen between now and the spring game, but let's get going. One thing that often tells us how valuable a quarterback is to the team is the wearing of the green no-contact jersey during scrimmages. 3 players have been awarded this honor: junior Luke Casey, redshirt freshman Brian Logan, and sophomore Julian Woodcliff. Notably absent from this list is early enrollment and high school phenom Chase Mackenzie. He was highly recruited, and there was so much hype surrounding this player. To say he's had a disappointing spring so far is an understatement. You would think with his outstanding high school play, the transition would be easy, but some guys just can't make the jump to the next level. Blah, blah, blah. Coach Parsons said in an interview that he still believes the quarterback role is up for grabs. He commented on each quarterback they asked about, and then you came up. Mackenzie is a real competitor, and I'm looking forward to him stepping up and getting into the mix as he gets more comfortable with the team. More blah blah stuff than this. It doesn't take a football genius to figure out that Luke Casey will be the guy this fall. He looked comfortable in the pocket, his passes were on target, and maybe most importantly, he looked experienced at leading the offense. So what's really going on? I shake my head. It's just different, Damon. It's starting over again. And they're calling me hype. That's sweet, Damon says, because we need to get everyone hyped up about you. It's not a good thing, because right now, I'm not living up to the hype. And overall, the team hasn't exactly been welcoming. Damon rolls his eyes. Been there, done that. Do it again. If only it were that easy, I say with a sigh. They're just jealous, Damon counters. Of what? I'm not even in the top 3 on the roster. The reporter is right. I'm taking hits because I'm not that valuable to the team. Yet, Damon says. Not yet. But you will be. Just do your thing. They'll all see eventually. Trust me. I nod my head and smile at him, but I can't bring myself to say that I agree with him, because I just don't know.
Tuesday, March 24th. Stupid obsession. Devaney. We've been back from break for a few days, and Chase said he had a great time. Said he and Damon hung out with the dads and spent a couple of days on a private boat, cruising the harbor. And apparently, it only takes like a couple of hours to go down to the Bahamas from Miami. And I guess they did that too. On some sort of yacht thing. When we got back, Chase was super excited and happy to see me. We basically spent the weekend in bed. But he's been acting a little weird. He says he's just stressed over starting spring practice again. Afraid he didn't get in enough workouts. Afraid he had one too many beers, when he should have been loading up on water. And that all makes sense. Or maybe it's the fact that he's been, how do I put this? Acting sort of sneaky. Like he'll be texting, see me, then suddenly act like he's not. I know I should just come out and ask him who he is texting, but there's a part of me that is afraid to know. Could he have met someone on break? Could they be texting? My head tells me that I'm being silly. Chase was with my brother and my father. I highly doubt he'd pick up women in front of them. But considering his stupid obsession with his phone, my heart and my intuition tell me that I should be worried.
Tuesday, April 7th. I won't unravel. Chase. While I'm waiting to meet Dani for lunch at the student center, I'm thinking about my life, about if I even want to keep playing football, wondering if I should give up on my dream. Part of me knows it's stupid to think that. It's not me. It's not in my nature to want to give up. But sometimes I wonder if it's worth the battle. I'm talented. I work hard. I was taught to be humble and show my work ethic to my teammates. Uncle Dani says that's how you get buy-in. It wasn't easy when I did that in high school, but it was different then. When I was brought up to play, it was because of injuries. There was literally no one else. And if the team wanted any shot at winning, they sort of had to rally around me. Here, it's different. There are good quarterbacks who are practicing just as much as I am, who were probably just as good in high school as I was. I get what Dani said about high school in regard to her sorority, how back then she was a big fish in a little pond, and how when she came to college, she was in a bigger pond, which made her seem smaller. I have been feeling small. I know it's all in my head. And the one person I wish I could really talk to about it is Dani. But I can't. Football is a big part of our cupcake dreams. Me playing pro, her on the sidelines, and I don't want to disappoint her or ruin our dream. Part of me wonders if I'm depressed. Part of me wonders if I'm being a wuss. And part of me questions if I have what it takes. Because I'm tired of having to prove myself. Tired of listening to Bart's shit. And tired of the fact that he might be right. I'm lost in thought when I hear my name being called. I turn to find Eddie. Hey, I say, happy to see him. At least he is usually nice to me. Maybe I should pitch it all in, join a frat, drink some beer. Have fun. Chase, Chase, Chase. I haven't seen you in forever. You know, all work and no play makes a man no fun. Seriously, you can have a little fun during spring practice. Trust me, a lot of the guys do. And although I literally just thought the same thing myself, I react instantly. Well, I'm not one of them. I can't be. I'm trying to get reps, climb the depth chart. I have to work harder than everyone else. A girl walks by, gives me a smile and a wave. Do you know her? Eddie asks. I don't. Must be rough. Dani's gorgeous, but man, there is a lot of temptation. Not for me, I say. Eddie shakes his head. Can you imagine being great like her dad? I bet every time Dani Diamond left home, he had women throwing themselves at him. I scoff. Her dad never. I didn't say that he did. By tempted, I don't mean he considered it. I mean that, okay, let's just say, I bet his resolve was tested every time he left the house by girls who would offer to do things to him that, well, maybe his wife wouldn't do. And for us men, conquering is sort of hardwired into our DNA. We need to survive, to best the next man, kill our predators or be eaten. Sex is a primal urge, and being offered it? He lowers his voice and says in a female voice, and no one will ever know. To this, I laugh. Yeah, right. That'd be the girl to tell everyone. Be the one to give you a defective condom and probably have her friend in the closet recording it all. Okay then, so you, Chase, are perfect and you'll never be tempted. You're too smart for that. You consider the consequences before you act. But will Dani? Are you suggesting that Dani will cheat on me? Let's just keep piling on the pain. I rub my hand across my temple, instantly more stressed than I was when I got here. I've told you this before, man. If I were dating a girl like her, I would be wining and dining her, taking her to every date night and formal the frat had. When was the last time you two went out? Because I haven't seen you around anywhere. And that comment does hit home. When was the last time? Valentine's Day? And that was, what, a couple of months ago? When I don't say anything because I'm lost in thought, Eddie claps me on the shoulder. Look, I'm sure all is good. She just seemed a little off the other day when we chatted between classes. Said you're tired a lot, that practice has been tough. I take a deep breath, try not to panic, but I feel like a 300-pound lineman is barreling in to sack me, and I'm not sure I can outrun the pressure. Dude, he says with a grin, I'm just saying maybe you need to blow off a little steam. Have some fun. Come to a party together. Take your girl on a date. Not that it's any of my business, but I like the two of you together. I close my eyes. Yeah. That sounds good. Thanks, Eddie. Oh, here she comes, Eddie says, looking behind me. I turn to see Dani heading in our direction. And she looks beautiful, long hair moving in the cool breeze and a smile across her face. I greet her with a kiss and say, "Hey." "Hey is for horses," she teases. "Thought we could have lunch at the condo. Sound okay?" "Absolutely." Regardless of what Eddie said, I still want nothing more than to snuggle up in bed and hold her tight. I think if I can do that, maybe I won't unravel. The second we're in my condo, she tugs at my waistband and starts kissing me, which is exactly what I need. I'm lying in bed, Dani wrapped in my arms. I kiss the top of her head and smile as I glance at our clothes, carelessly discarded on the floor. "Before you attacked me," I tease, "I was going to ask you if you wanted to go out tonight." "Out where?" "To a proper dinner. Somewhere nice. Either just the two of us, or we could invite some other people to join us." Her face lights up. "That would be so fun, but are you sure you're not too tired? You've been really tired lately." "That's because I'm working harder than I ever have before, and struggling more than I ever have before. But I'm positive. Plus, those cute shoes you got on break need to go somewhere besides your closet." "Oh my God, Chase, you are so right." She pauses, looks deep into my eyes. God, I love this girl. "What?" I ask, wondering what thoughts are going on behind those baby blues of hers. "I was just thinking how much I love you, Chase." "I love you too. And I'm sorry if I have been a little off," she says. "Yeah." More than she knows. "Want to talk about it?" she asks sweetly. And I know I need to. I just can't yet. Not until I figure things out. Yes, but not tonight. Tonight, we go on a date. And after, we come back here. And tomorrow morning, we talk about what's been bothering you? Sure. And it's not me, she stutters out. It's most definitely not you. You are the brightest spot in my life, I say seriously, causing her eyes to fill with tears. What's wrong? I ask. Because why the tears? We just had an amazing time together. I have just been really worried that you are unhappy with me, with us. You've just been so... I know. I'm sorry. And I promise it's not you. It's me. Her eyes go wide. Are you breaking up with me, Chase? What? No. That's what guys have literally said to me every time they break up with me. They blame themselves so I can't get mad or argue about it. It sounds to me like you've been... Yes, I've been worried, Chase. About you. And about what that means to our relationship. I love you. I always will, but I just feel like we are, I don't know, at an awkward place or something. And now I'm really upset. She thinks we're awkward? Not to mention your new obsession with your phone. Did you meet someone on break? Are you cheating on me? I cannot deal with this right now. I just can't. I respond with the truth, even though I can't believe she even suggested it. I say flatly, no, I'm not cheating on you. Then why have you been sneaky? Yesterday when I saw you on your phone and called you on it, you got that deer in headlights look, like I had just shown the truth in your eyes. I let out a sigh. I need to tell her something close to the truth, then I need to get out of here. That's because, look, I never have and never will lie to you about important stuff. But sometimes, particularly when one has a special event coming up, there has to be a level of secrecy involved. I say this as calmly as I possibly can. Who have you been texting? She says bluntly. Your mom. I reply truthfully. My mom? She starts laughing, then crying. You're talking to my mom? Is it about my birthday? Shit, her birthday. Yes, that's it. I'm not talking to her mom about our engagement. I'm talking to her mom about her birthday. I can't say, I say as I roll my eyes and nod. Oh my gosh, Chase, I've been so worried. And this sort of upsets me. What do you mean you've been worried? You've been sneaky with your phone since break. I thought maybe... So, here's a question for you, Dani, I say instantly pissed. If you were feeling that way, why haven't you said anything? That's not even fair, Chase. And don't you dare blame this on me. You have been upset, constantly mad, like it's always there, just simmering at the surface. And lately, I feel like you're ready to blow. You've been short with me, and I haven't wanted to upset you by asking when it's clear you already are. I thought you'd tell me. Chase, you always tell me, but you haven't, and I thought if it was school or football, you would. And since you haven't, I can't help but think that means it's me, and we just got—" She shudders, sucking in a breath. "Together, finally. But lately, it feels like we're sort of not." And I realize, not telling her what's going on with football has not protected her, but rather hurt her. I should know that she knows me too well for me to hide stuff from her. I love her more than anything, but I run my fingers through my hair in frustration. Because she's right. I am about to blow, and her tears and words make me feel like she's standing over me, dumping alcohol on me and holding a lit match ready to let it fly. "I can't deal with this from you right now, Dani." "Can't deal with what? Me crying? You're being a dick, Chase," she tells me as I get out of bed and start throwing my clothes on. I'm still pulling on my shirt when I say, "Yeah, I know." Then I walk out the door before I completely explode. I leave the condo wanting nothing more than to hit something hard. And the worst part about it all is that the person I want to hit is me. I've always tried to protect Dani against other guys, but how do I protect her when I'm the shitty boyfriend? I find myself heading toward the stadium, the place that's become like a dysfunctional second home. A girl says something to me, momentarily taking me out of my angry haze. A girl who always seems to be hanging around whenever I am here. "You look like you could use a friend," she says. "Want to come back to my place and talk about it?" I roll my eyes. "You should probably use that line on someone else. Thanks, but no thanks." "You know, a simple no would do. You don't have to be a dick," she fires back. I want to yell at her. Instead, I march directly into the locker room, change clothes, and go to the weight room. I know exactly what the record for quarterbacks is when it comes to bench pressing reps. And since I'm pretty sure I could knock over a car right now, I decide to go for it. Set a new record. The first guy I see is Bart, the upperclassman who has been giving me the most shit. I give him a fierce look and say, "Spot me." It should be a question, but it doesn't come out like one. It's an order, a demand. He tilts his head and thinks about it for a quick second, then follows me over to the bench press. A lot of guys are here. I can see some of the coaches up in their offices. But that's not what this is about. This isn't to impress anyone. This is about me calming the fuck down before I do something drastic, like try to whip the guy's ass who was spotting me. Damon always says, sometimes you have to have a little brawl in order to become friends. And while that used to work on the playground when we were kids, punching Bart straight in the face would get me kicked off the team. And even though I've considered quitting, I don't want that to happen. I realize, once I'm lying under a 250-pound bar, that I probably chose the wrong lifting partner. Bart would be the guy who would let it fall on my chest and allow me to suffocate. But at least I'd be dead and I wouldn't have to deal with his shit anymore. As I push the bar up, 1, 2, 3, 4 reps, I think of other guys like him. Starting on the high school team as an 8th grader first and then as a freshman was hard. Older guys were intimidated by my talent. Pissed their friend who they thought would be the QB that year wasn't. Guys who thought I didn't have what it took. Back then, though, Damon always had my back, and when someone was a jerk, he'd always joke with me about it later. Prove them wrong on the playing field was something he must have said to me 1,000,000 times. But he's not here. It's just me. And them. And this bar. Sure, compared to the 300-plus-pound lineman, I'm small. But I'm not small for my position. I've grown since that summer Dani and I got together. Back then, I was nearly 6'3", but only weighed about 180. When I arrived on campus in January, I checked in at 6'5", 210, and as of yesterday, my weight has gone up to 225. Somehow, I've been able to add the weight and actually not lose any of my speed. My power rating, which is how we're measured against each other, has gone up in the 40-yard dash, the agility test, and weightlifting. I'm sweating, still pissed, and pounding out the reps. Bart is surprisingly encouraging, and the more reps I do, the louder he gets, causing a small group of players to gather around us. It's weird how you can be hyper-focused on a goal, but still know what's going on around you. And when I hear pounding on glass and echoed cheers of encouragement, I know it's coming from above. The coaching offices don't have windows that look outside. They overlook the weight room. And the first time I watched a teammate set a new record, the coaches knew what was happening, and they were cheering from their offices, pounding on the glass, jumping up and down. It was a sight to see, and I know instinctively it's what's happening now. They are cheering for me. They want me to succeed. And I realized that I've been acting like a boy who was surrounded by men, taking their shit personally instead of doing what I did in high school, which was to earn their respect. It sounds silly that simply lifting some weights could do that, but it's more than that. I'm showing them I'm not just hype. I'm not just my stats. I'm not here to rest on the laurels of what I've done in the past, thinking I can coast through college to the pros. I'm here to get better, faster, and stronger. Day by day, hour by hour, lift by lift. I'll get better and better, and we'll be a team that can't be beat, that won't allow themselves to get beat. At least if I have anything to say about it. Because I can't give up. No matter how much I feel like it sometimes, I really can't. And I think the person I've been most disappointed in for even considering the possibility is myself. I want to drop the weights and run back to the condo and find Dani, tell her the truth, apologize profusely. "Come on, man, you only need 5 more, Bart says. "You might not know it, but I study the power rankings and am majoring in statistics. You're not just close to scoring the most for your current position, but I think this will increase your overall performance and strength index points to above 2,686, which is the top mark in program history for a quarterback." And although part of me doesn't care about records, I can tell by the charged atmosphere in the room that it's important. I want to quit. My arms are starting to shake. The adrenaline I felt when I got here is abating. Just a few more. It's then when my thoughts turn back to Dani. How I wish she were here to see this. How I have to do this for her. For us. Because we're a team too. And really, the most important one to me. I grunt out and use all my resolve to fight through it, remembering to focus on my form. A good arch in my back, my glutes tight against the bench, and my feet glued to the floor. I do 5 more reps, but instead of stopping, I do 2 more. Just for good measure. She's worth it. We're worth it. And as soon as I can get out of here, I'm going to make sure she knows it. I don't know if this will make Bart stop calling me hype, and I don't care. What matters is what she thinks of me as a human, a person, a man, the boy she loves. And honestly, in this situation, what I think of myself. Because as long as I'm fine, I know we will be too.
He's right. Devaney. I quickly throw on my clothes and check the time. I want to follow Chase, run after him, see where he's going and try to talk to him. But I can't, because I have a meeting with the head football coach to go over the interview questions that I'll ask him during the spring game telecast. I'm upset that Chase is upset. He's right. I totally should have said something. I should have asked him what was wrong. At one point, he mentioned things weren't going as well as he'd hoped with the team. But that's about all I've gotten. I go from the main reception desk, up the elevator, into Coach Parsons' office, and find him standing at the window, looking down over some sort of commotion in the weight room below. "What's going on?" I ask. In a normal interview setting, I might not, but I've known Coach for years, because of his friendship with my dad. "I don't know what's gotten into Mackenzie, but it appears he's going to break the current quarterback record for the bench press. And if he does, he will probably break a long-standing performance index record." "Like one of my dad's?" "No," Coach says, beating on the window again with both fists, causing me to hope it's made of safety glass. "Mine." And this surprises me. Chase likes to do well. He wants to win. But breaking it and getting the guys all pumped up when, just a few minutes ago, he was upset? I don't get it.
A sense of dread. Chase. There is a lot of cheering and slaps on the back from the guys on the team. And it's the first time that I've felt like an actual part of this team. But the team I care most about is me and Dani, and I've got to go find her. I accept the congrats, then run out of the stadium and toward the condo. By the time I've sprinted the half mile, the sweat from lifting and running has combined with the cool air, making me shiver. Or maybe it's the anticipation that I screwed up things with Dani beyond repair. When I barreled through the front door, I find the whole condo complex empty. The covers on my bed are a snarled mess, a reflection of my life at this moment. I should feel a sense of accomplishment. Instead, I feel a sense of dread. I hate that I had to do something showy like break a record for my team to seem to care about me. I've been trying to show them through my talent and work ethic, when apparently all I needed was a little razzle-dazzle. I'll never forget my mom watching a sports network talk show about a famous ball player who got caught cheating on his wife, how the wife left, and then how a few weeks later they showed up together at an event, her with a massive new diamond ring. My mom told me that I should give my wife flowers because I loved her, not because I was in trouble, and that the same went for jewelry. My question for my mom right now is, what do you do when you've been an ass? When you've gotten too wrapped up in yourself? Your struggles? When you haven't shared your life with the person you love in the way she deserves? You apologize. I can hear her say in my head. But my immediate thought after that is, what if she doesn't forgive me? I sit on the edge of my bed and break down in tears. I'm exhausted, physically, mentally, and emotionally. I don't know if I've been trying too hard or not hard enough, and I'm not sure any of it matters. Not if I've lost the one thing that does.
Seriously wrong. Devaney. My meeting with Coach Parson doesn't take very long. He basically asks for my list of proposed questions and says someone from his team will get back to me with revisions. While I'm walking back to the condo, my mind is on Chase. I'm sure he's still at the stadium, celebrating his achievement with the team. Getting pats on the back, congrats, and well dones. He's probably eating it up and not thought once about our fight. But I don't understand the fight to begin with. Why, when I asked him what was wrong, he reacted so badly. Why he said, "I can't deal with this from you right now, Dani." The second I open the door to the condos, I hear noises. Crying. I run toward the sound, finding Chase sitting on his bed, head in hands, sobbing. Tears immediately fill my eyes. Chase never cries unless it's something big, like when his dog Angel passed away. Something is seriously wrong. I sit quietly next to him on the bed, wrap my arms gently around his shoulders, and don't say a word. He turns toward me, wraps his arms around me, and puts his head on my shoulder. I hug him tightly, which makes him seem to cry harder. "Shh, Chase, it's okay. Whatever it is, I promise, we'll get through it together." He sucks in a breath, lifts his head, and looks into my eyes. He looks terrible. Eyes red, hair wet and plastered to his head. He looks like a guy who was caught in the rain after the worst day of his life. "Do you mean that?" he chokes out. "Of course I do. I love you, Chase. No matter what, even if we aren't together, even if you're about to tell me we're over, I will still love you. You're my best friend, always." "I've been a dick. I'm sorry. You were right. I've been a mess and trying to hide it from you." I try to keep my breathing steady. Be strong, Devaney. You'll be okay. Fortunately, I don't have to ask him what he was hiding, because he keeps going. "When I said it's not you, it's me, what I really meant was, it's football. Things have not been going well." "But the guys invited you out after you helped Trayvon." "And they haven't asked since." "I don't understand." He shakes his head. "I'm happier than I've ever been in my personal life with you. And as unhappy as I have ever been in my football life. I've had a hard time balancing the two. Every day, I leave the stadium and wonder if I'm cut out for it, if I should just quit. But every day you keep going back, Chase. That alone says something about you." "That I'm an idiot?" he says, wiping his eyes and letting out a little chuckle. "I know the last few years, football has been easy. It's been fun. But you and I both know it wasn't always that way. You're starting over. What? Did you think they would just bow down to you and hand you the football because you were good in high school? He lets out a heavy sigh and starts nodding. Yeah, I think so. I thought I'd hit the ground running, move seamlessly from one team to the next. Sure, I knew I'd have to earn the team's respect. I just didn't think they'd be so biased. Biased? Yeah, they think I'm all hype, or so they say. You mentioned that earlier this winter. Are they still saying that? Yes, and it's gotten worse, because I let them get into my head. And we all know what happens when you do that. You play worse. Exactly. And today, your blow-up, was it a culmination of that frustration? Yeah. I was up in Coach's office, Chase. Not to be a jerk, but what I witnessed looked the opposite. They were all cheering for you. Coach said you probably just broke his long-standing record. I only broke the record because it was either lift weights or go punch this guy Bart, who's been an ass to me in the face. I was upset with myself for not telling you. I was pissed I'd let them get into my head. I was about to blow. I took it out on the bench press instead of him. Do you think what you did will help things? Honestly, I don't know. And part of me doesn't care. Dani, would you still love me if I ruined our dreams? How would you do that? By quitting football? Not going pro? Ruining the cupcake? I shake my head, tears filling my eyes again. I move my hands to his face, cupping his cheeks, looking straight into his eyes. The good thing about the decorations on my cupcake is that I can always make new ones. You decide you want to be an accountant, I'll add a calculator. You want to drive a truck? I can make one of those. I love you, Chase Mackenzie, not your career. He brings his big hands up to cover mine. But at the same time, the Chase Mackenzie I know has never been a quitter. In fact, I have something for you. I was saving it to give to you after the spring game, but... I jump up, run out of his condo and into mine. I grab a wrapped gift from inside my nightstand and rush back into his room. Here, I say, plopping back on the bed and giving it to him. He slides his hand under a piece of tape and removes the wrap, then turns it over, finding a book. One of his favorites. One I haven't seen him read in a while. Thoughts of a Champion, Chase says somberly. Flip it open. He does. It's signed by the author. To me. Because he knows you're destined for greatness, just like your mom and I do. He leans in and gives me a kiss. I run my hand through his sweaty hair and smile at him. Looks like you could use another shower.
Saturday, April 11th. A loser. Chase. Even though the last few practices were definitely better, I haven't set the field on fire with my greatness yet. I'm hoping I can change that if I can just get some playing time in the spring game. I know I haven't moved up on the depth chart, and I'm finally okay with that. I will be working out hard this summer, going through more training with the throwing coach, and I will give it my best this fall. If I'm good enough to earn a starting position, so be it. If I don't, I'll keep plugging away until I do. Mackenzie, our QB coach, says toward the end of the first half, "Why don't you take a set of downs?" I perk up. I didn't think I'd get to play until the last quarter. Yes, sir. I line up under center in the shotgun position, drop back, and throw a nice slant pass into the flat. It bounces off the receiver's hands and gets picked off by a defensive player who runs it down the field for a touchdown. Even though I know it was an on-target pass and the receiver should have caught it, I can't really say anything to him other than, "You'll get it next time," while I'm hoping there will even be a next time for me. My family is all here in the stands. Dani is on the sidelines. I know at halftime her dad will come down and she'll interview him. The white team's offense gets another chance to go back on the field, but they send in a different quarterback. I let out a sigh and sit on the bench. Eventually it will be me. I can see it in my head. I can picture the dream, picture the perfect throws, picture winning. Dani's dad comes up behind me. You remember the photo in the workout room bathroom? The one where you're all covered in mud? And a loser, yes. And I know you've seen the championship photos. Of course. It's times like what you've been going through that make winning that much sweeter. I hope it's okay that Damon told me you have been struggling a little. I have been. You're a leader, Chase. You always have been. Lead your team or as many of the players you can get to follow. It only takes a few. Make an impression, get buy-in, then go out there and light up the other team. Also, I think it's good that Damon isn't here with you yet. Why? Because as a quarterback, you need to earn your team's respect. I know you and Damon are a good team, and he can convince anyone to do just about anything. But if you do it now, by yourself, it will be a different kind of respect. Something deeper. You started before Damon did on the high school team, remember? You did it then. You can do it now. Yeah, you're right. And I know that I will here too. Eventually. I also heard you might have broken a certain long-standing record by your current coach. I can't help but smile about that. Yeah, I did. I couldn't even do that, Chase, and trust me, I tried. But Coach didn't go on to have the successful professional career you did. He only played 4 years before getting injured and going into coaching. Coaching was what he always wanted to do. It was his first career choice, not his second. But he chose to play professionally so he could coach his players to that goal. He's from a family of coaches. Oh, I forgot about that. Didn't his dad win multiple national championships? He did, and his 3 older brothers have been part of championship-winning professional teams. Coach Parson doesn't have any kind of ring yet, I say. And that's more disappointing to him than any of your teammates. Winning is in his blood, and he needs some guys to step up. Championship teams don't just come from coaching. They come from the players, too. Both have to foster the team culture. You had your choice of schools, Chase, but you followed your heart and went to a place you love rather than play for the school that had won 3 national championships in the last 5 years. Because I wanted to be great here again, I tell him, because it is what I want. You and your coach are on the same page then. Your current teammates have had some really tough losses. Last year, they lost 6 games by a touchdown or less. When you play that hard and still lose, it messes with your head. You start thinking you can't win, don't have it in you. If you want to win, you're going to have to remind your team that they still know how. How do I do that? I wonder. Has your mom ever told you about how I struggled during my first spring practice, but that I did well enough to be rumored to have the starting role that coming fall? I shake my head. I wasn't sure I was ready for it, especially because I felt like I'd earned it by default. One player had gotten injured, and the other just sucked more than I did. Oh, I do remember now. That's when you started imagining the perfect pass, right? That's right. But it was something else. Your mom told me that I was destined for greatness. She's told me that since I was little. She even wrote it in my baby journal. Said she didn't know what I'd do or be, but that she was going to help prepare me for it. She also told me I could do anything I wanted if I put my mind to it. Maybe you should start doing that then, Dani suggests. I nod, realizing he's right. I know what winning feels like, and so do a lot of these guys. That's why they are here, why they keep coming back day after day. They are chasing that feeling. They want it again. At halftime, Coach Parson announces that it's official, that I broke his record, and even though I'd had a rough first set, he's putting me in for a few more reps. In actuality, I'm starting the second half, and I know this is my chance. When we get back on the field, I huddle up those who are going to be starting with me. I need them to want this as much as I do. I know you all were big deals in small towns just like me, I say, but nearly 50,000 people came out to watch us play what is a glorified scrimmage. There are little kids in the stands who dream of being where we are someday. I don't know about you, but I'd like to give them a show. Entertain them. I need literally just one of you who wants to do the same thing. One of you who desires more than anything to catch the ball. Me, I hear from behind me. I turn to find Trayvon. But you're on defense, the red team coach says. Yeah, well, I played both sides of the ball in high school and caught a lot of passes. I've been practicing with Chase and I've actually been having fun. But coach, know if I do well, and I'm gonna, I'd like your support in switching positions." Coach shrugs and says, "Why not? Go for it. But the playbook isn't open, you understand? We don't want to give anything away to our competition until the season starts. Only the authorized plays, clear?" "Yes, sir," we both say. Coach grins and says, "And I get to pick the first play." When the offense is called out for the start of the second half, Trayvon is lined up as a wide receiver. There's nothing at all flashy about this play. It's a simple fly route. Trey is going to run down the field as fast as he can, and I'm going to time the throw just right so that when he hits the 30-yard line, the ball will hit him in the hands. I take a good snap. The offensive line holds as I drop back in the pocket. I cock my elbow back and release the ball. It flies down the field on target. Trayvon catches it mid-stride and runs the ball in for the score. And the fans go crazy. I'm allowed to play for most of the third quarter, and it is truly a gift. And while my play isn't perfect, I have a whole lot of fun out there. After the game, Coach reads my letter to the team. Some of them heard about it at the first of the year and made fun of me. But after the way my offense played today, I think they are finally ready to listen. I'm not sure I've earned their respect fully yet, but it feels like a start. And I'm good with that.
In my face. Devaney. I'm seriously on cloud 9. I had a camera in my face. I interviewed my dad, spoke to some of the coaches, chatted with former great players, and did it all without making a fool of myself. Well, it feels like I didn't. Damon says we'll have to watch the replay to know for sure, but I think I know how I did. And then there's Chase. I'm so proud of how he played, and of the little talk I heard him give on the sidelines. And Trayvon, who knew he could catch like that? I'm pretty sure he will be switching to the offense right away. The whole family is here and headed back to the condos after the game. They flew in just before and didn't have time for a tour, so I'm sure they're loving how it looks. We're supposed to meet them back there to have dinner together. Chase's mom suggested we order in from a nearby restaurant, but my dad was insistent that we go out instead. Said it would be good for Chase. I'm not sure what he meant by that, but we're going to my favorite restaurant, so it's fine with me. The cameraman and I are just finishing up a few shots outside the stadium with my final thoughts on the game, and I'm discovering that it's going to be hard to be partial when it comes to talking about the boy I love. But when that boy comes out the doors, I stop what I'm doing, run to him, and give him a big hug. You were amazing today, Chase. I'm so proud of you. Chase, I swear, blushes. Thank you, he says, giving me a delicious kiss. He then sits quietly and watches as I do one final shot before we head home. The condo gathering area is bursting with activity when Chase and I get there. We get hugs from everyone, and we love seeing the grandparents and our little sisters. And even though I was told that no one would get to see the condos before the game, it's obvious that someone has been in here, because the place is decked out in a hodgepodge of decor. There are red and white streamers, a llama piñata, and a Sweet 16 balloon bouquet. There are not one, not two, but 3 birthday cakes lined up on the big island. One is decorated in our team colors and has Jaden's name on it. It's kind of cool she got to watch her son's first time playing at her alma mater on her actual birthday. Easton turned 2 on the 8th of this month, and there's a llama on her cake. Then there's a glitzy pink and gold one for Haley, who turns 16 on Tuesday. I go over and give her a hug. She's in a full leg cast and leaning on a pair of crutches. Happy early birthday, I tell her. Thank you. I'm bummed I won't be getting my license, but since the accident, I've been a little uneasy, even riding in a car. Mom and Dad offered to throw a big party, but I didn't want one. Not right now. Are you doing okay, hey? Sure, I've gotten used to the cast. And I'm practically an expert on crutches. And I'm getting closer to getting a smaller cast. Hopefully by the time we go to the Ozarks. And hopefully I can talk them into a boot, so I could take it off just to, float in the water. And maybe I'll get lucky and meet someone there. You and Pace are over? She lets out a sigh. He was kind of my first serious boyfriend, so that was hard. But they say stuff like what we went through either makes you closer or tears you apart. I'd say we were the latter. Although there really wasn't tearing, it was more like silence. I give her a hug. I'm sorry, Haley. That's a lot to go through at once. Yeah, but I'll be okay. The main thing is that I'll get this cast off. Rehab like crazy and prove them all wrong. Prove who wrong? Just all the people who seem to think this setback is going to keep me from coming to Nebraska to play volleyball. She glances over at Damon. Your brother has seriously been my rock. I don't know how I would have gotten through it all without him. He's already got me secretly working out. Haley, how? Why? Because I have a killer serve, and when this is over, even if I'm not quite as quick as I once was, it's the serve they'll want. So we're focusing on upper body and arm strength. My shoulders were actually getting a little too big, so we backed off a bit. But when this cast is off, I'll hit the ground running, so to speak. Well, maybe walking. Trotting, possibly. We'll see. But I know this. These condos are awesome, and I can't wait to live here with you and Chase and Damon. I know you got the basic tour, but have you seen the storage room and offices that are hidden away? No. Are you talking about for 111 Sports? I am. She grabs my arm. You must show me now. I take her to the end of the hall, past the last set of the doors to the condos, into what appears to be a dead end. But on the wall is a little button. I point at it. Her eyes get big when she sees a set of wings on it. She presses it, then claps when a panel door slides open. It's still pretty utilitarian, I tell her. Your mom wanted us to be able to set it up the way we want it, as the business grows. But there's a freight elevator here. So when we get merchandise in, it can come straight up here. It also functions as a way to move furniture easily in and out. And it'll allow your mom to bring in caterers for any events that might be held here. And that sort of thing. Something we can grow into for sure, Haley says, grinning. Can't you just picture it? Designs on the walls, stacks of merchandise, a table for brainstorming. I can, now that you just told me, I say with a laugh. You're way more creative than I am, Haley. And although I won't admit defeat, it's good to know that I have a backup career. It sure is. Come on, let's get back out there and celebrate. Friday, April 24th. With him. Devaney. I can't wait to get done with school today, and then go to the sorority house to get ready with all the girls for our spring formal tonight. A lot of the girls rent their formal dresses, and I was planning to do the same. But when I was shopping with the moms in LA, I found a pretty dress that Mom insisted on buying me. And I can't wait to wear it. It's a deep umber color, which flatters my hair and skin tone, has a sweetheart neck with spaghetti straps, and a very flattering ruched body. The ruching makes it very body-conscious, but the neckline makes it feel romantic. I can't wait for Chase to see me in it. I skip my afternoon class. They already sent out our final review, and head to the house. I'm greeted at the door by Steph, and whisked up to her room, where I find Amber and Lauren already downing shots, and it's apparent that they started without me. We're pre-partying, Lauren says, filling a glass for me. Oh, I'm okay, I say. Drink, Amber says. Fine, but just one, I tell her. She nods her head in agreement. Wait, Britta says. A toast to my little sister going to her first spring formal. May it be one of the best nights of your life. I know mine will be, Lauren says. I'm going to finally seduce Barrett. Wait, Amber says. I thought you two have already had sex. Oh, well, we have, yes. I mean, it's been like 6 months, but, how do I put this? I've never been like the seductress. Seductress? Britta says, laughing happily. That's a funny word. We should drink to that word. We should. Amber agrees, quickly refilling our shot glasses. To us all being seductresses tonight. The last shot isn't sitting well in my stomach. In fact, I feel a little nauseous. So I pretend to down the shot and then put the glass behind me, so they don't notice. If they want to do another, I'll tell Amber she already filled it. I think she's had enough not to call me out on it. They go on about what they have planned after the dance. I don't say it, but I'm really looking forward to the actual dance, to having Chase hold me in his arms, be all dressed up, to just dance. Amber starts doing Lauren's makeup, and Steph offers to curl my hair. It's all fine until she sprays something on my hair, and the smell makes me feel... I rush into the bathroom and throw up. I stay there for a minute, realizing that I don't feel good. And it's not from the shot. My forehead is sweaty, and I'm feeling a little chilly. Another bout of nausea sets in, and I start puking again. Well, puking, then sort of dry heaving. "Are you okay in there?" Amber asks. "Was it the shots?" No, I feel bad. I think I might have the flu." "But you can't miss tonight," Lauren says. "I can't go if I'm throwing up," I say, pulling myself up off the floor and washing my face in the sink. I manage to get back to the condos without puking, but when the elevator doors open and I walk into the shared space, another wave hits me and I rush by Chase, who must have heard the elevator and knew I was coming up, to the closest place I can think of, the kitchen sink. I puke up the little bit of water I drank in the car and then dry heave some more, before folding at the waist and laying my upper body across the counter. Chase comes over and rubs my back. "I'd ask if you were sick, but I suppose that's pretty obvious. Is it something you ate? Or are you feeling bad?" He puts his hand on the side of my face. "Oh, you definitely have a fever." "I think I'm sick." I start to cry. "Tonight is formal. I have a pretty dress to wear. I can't go if I'm puking, Chase, and I'll ruin our plans, and I... He doesn't say anything, just springs into action, grabbing our big popcorn bowl from inside one of the cabinets. Then he picks me up, takes me into his condo, sets the bowl on his side table, pulls back the covers, and lays me on his bed. He pulls the covers up over me and tucks me in, then lies down beside me. "Why don't you just lie here and rest? We'll figure out the rest later." "Okay," I say pathetically. I'm also really glad I'm here. With him. Saturday, April 25th. We can pretend. Devaney. It was a rough night. I couldn't even keep down water. My fever was high. But Chase was right there with me through it all. He even skipped his usual morning workout to stay with me. I haven't thrown up for a couple of hours, but I also haven't eaten or had anything to drink, and I don't plan to. The thought of it alone makes me feel sick. Not to mention the fact that my body feels like it's been run over by a truck. Everything aches. "So," Jay says, "I hate to even tell you this, but last night, after your formal, I was going to surprise you." "With what?" I ask. "Remember how you asked about who I was texting, and I told you I was planning something with your mom for a special occasion?" "Yeah." "Your birthday is Monday." He gets up, goes in his closet, and wheels out 2 suitcases. "I planned a trip, for us, to Chicago, to celebrate." "Oh, Chase, I'm so sorry. That was so sweet of..." Chase holds up one finger, stopping me, and then he turns, runs into his bathroom, and pukes. And pukes. And even makes some pathetic moaning sounds. I grab the bowl by the table and heave into it. "What a pair we are, huh?" Chase says, when he comes out, moving slowly. He carefully gets in the bed next to me. "Not only did I ruin your plans, but I also made you sick, Chase," I cry out. Well, then I actually start crying. He hugs me. "It will be okay. Remember when we both got sick with the chicken pox at the same time?" "Yeah, your parents were out of town, and mine quarantined us in their bedroom in an attempt to not get everyone else sick. And we got to watch movies and eat popcorn and lie around all day." I look at our typical popcorn bowl that's still in my lap, then set it aside. "Popcorn doesn't sound very good right now, does it?" "No, it doesn't," Chase says, getting up and running back in the bathroom, where he pukes again. Sometime later that day, I'm able to keep down a little juice, but Chase is still looking quite ragged, and his fever is yet to break. "Tell me everything you had planned," I tell him, trying to get his mind off how bad he feels. So we can pretend we are there now? Yeah. Your mom booked our hotel. Said it was your birthday. I'm pretty sure it was a fabulous suite overlooking Lake Michigan. We were going to fly there this morning, get checked in, and have lunch at a place by the lake. We were going to explore the city a little, starting with Millennium Park to see Crown Fountain and Cloud Gate, which most people call the Bean. It seems like the place in Chicago that you have to get a picture at. After that, I had tickets for the Art Institute. I know when you and your mom traveled to Europe, you always loved seeing museums, and this one had mostly paintings, which I thought you would enjoy. I can just picture it, Chase. It would have been the perfect day. I think it would have been. We'd go back to the hotel from there. I'd packed some champagne, and there was supposed to be a cake waiting for you. Then we were going to change and go see Wicked, which I know is your favorite. Then dinner at an Italian place your mother suggested near the theater. I do love Wicked, and I love Italian food. Chase says with a little smile, but quickly it fades. Although it doesn't sound good right now. I'm sorry I ruined it. Actually, I'm glad you got sick when you did. It would have sucked to be on the trip when it happened. We're much happier here, in our bed. That's true, I say. Want to tell me the rest? The whole next day was devoted to shopping and eating. Monday, we would have slept in late, then flown back here. I sigh dreamily. I love you, Chase. I think I'm going to go to sleep for a bit. Me too, he says. Thursday, May 21st. That summer. Devaney. The month since my birthday has flown by, filled with year-end sorority events, studying, finals, and Chase and I moving into the condos. We wake up early and drive to the Ozarks, just the two of us, and the rest of the family is flying down. When we get there, I'm pleasantly surprised to discover we are the first to arrive. Chase grabs our bags to take them inside, but I'm drawn to the backyard. I walk around the side of the house, stand on the hill, and look down at the water, remembering how I felt that summer. Chase comes up from behind me and wraps his arms around me. What are you thinking about? The last time we were here. Specifically, when we had to leave. We stood right here, all of us, together, that last day. Yeah. I remember Mimi and Papa, and Grandpa and Grandma Mac were misty-eyed. They loved spending time with us. Your mom and dad were holding hands. Emmers was standing next to them, petting Winger and Angel. My dad had Weston on his hip, and Jennifer wrapped her arms around his waist and hugged him. I remember my little brothers had their arms around each other's shoulders, like best friends. Speaking of best friends, I say, you, me, Haley, and Damon all held hands. And I cried. I was just so overwhelmed by the moment. And I remember thinking that when we were all grown up, we'd still refer to that time as that summer. That summer we went to the lake. That summer we all grew up and grew closer. It was a summer that changed everything in so many ways. It definitely was, Chase says. Do you remember the toast you said? He shakes his head. Something about time with family and memories? You said, we started this trip with a toast to our good life and all that goes with it. I think we should end it with one as well. So here's to all the precious moments we will take home with us, as souvenirs, because time spent with family is time well spent. You remember all of that? He asks me. It's permanently seared into my brain. I think about that moment a lot. Damon and Haley weren't thrilled with me that next year. Chase dips his head down to kiss the side of my face. There were memories of you everywhere. Still are. I don't know how you did it. It's been 3 years since I've been here, and it all feels so fresh. I say as tears fill my eyes. It was a special time for us, Dani, which we proceeded to screw up the second we got home. But we're back here now, together, he says, giving me a squeeze. I turn my back to the view in order to face him. It was the best summer of my life. Mine too. But what do you say? Think we can top it this year? I ask, giving him a grin. A wide smile forms on his face.
I think we most definitely can.
Let's go sit on the dock, enjoy the peace and quiet before everyone gets here, I suggest. But no sooner are the words out of my mouth than 2 dogs race past us, followed by Chase's younger brothers, Ryder and Madden, already wearing their life jackets. All 4 barrel down to the dock and leap into the water, the dogs barking, the boys screaming with delight. They are followed by, well, everyone else. We're greeted with hugs and kisses from Papa and Mimi, as well as Grandma and Grandpa Mac. I try to snuggle the little girls when they go by, but they all have fairy wands and are playing some form of princess tag. It's fun to see them so close, like Chase, Damon, and I were. Chase's little sister, Emerson, will turn 4 in a few weeks, and Easton and Weston are 2 and 3, respectively. I can't believe how fast they are growing up. It seems like just yesterday that they were bundled up in their little blankets, cooing at me, while I tried to be the first one to make them smile.
Chase, Dani,
my mom says.
How was the drive down?
It was good, Chase says with a laugh.
Neither of us got sick like last time.
Mom is followed by Van, who hugs me and slaps Chase on the back, and Trip, who is followed by a waiter, who hands out champagne. Then come Jennifer and my dad with Philip and Jaden.
Dang,
my dad says, digging a 10 out of his pocket and tossing it at Jaden.
No way I thought they would beat us here.
It's the first time they've been back here together since the summer that shall not be named, Jennifer says with a laugh. You had to know they would be here first. It's gorgeous, I tell Jaden and Trip. Like it looks like these houses and all these trees have always been here, even though they are new.
Thank you,
Trip says.
I can't wait to show you all the resort. The rest of our side of the family is arriving tomorrow, along with all of our hotel guests.
Who all is coming? I ask.
Everyone we all know, basically.
Van says, teasing his brother. At least I think he is.
Where's...
Chase says, just as Damon and Haley make their way down the hill.
Don't start the toast without us,
Damon yells. He's helping Haley, who recently got her full leg cast off, and is in a walking boot. Part of the lawn is flat, but from the pool down to this area, it's a nice slope, and it looks difficult, navigating with that thing on.
Good thing our Hay girl is an athlete. She just got the cast off and put into a boot this morning. You should see her leg, all shriveled up and in serious need of a tan,
Damon says with a laugh.
So, no making fun of her or the way she walks like an old woman. No offense, Mimi.
None taken, Mimi says. Mimi is religious about getting 5,000 steps in every day. But then we all laugh when, on cue, my dad offers Haley a cane with a bike horn strapped to it.
We thought this might come in handy.
You guys are horrible, Haley says, laughing. I rush over and give her and my brother hugs. Can you actually take the boot off and let your leg get tan? I ask Haley.
The doctor was a little iffy on that,
Damon says.
But I'm pretty sure she can, as long as she is careful not to put any weight on it. Did you go to the doctor with her?
Chase asks.
Yes, and I'll tell you something, Damon says. That cast was really smelly and kind of disgusting. Why didn't Mom or Dad take you?
Chase asks Haley.
Damon shakes his head. Packing, prepping, whatever it is parents do. I threw some swimsuits in a duffel and I'm all good. Plus, I heard they would saw it off, and I wanted to make sure they left her leg intact. He wanted to see the saw,
Haley says seriously.
I did. I remember freaking out when they sawed my cast off in, 2nd grade,
Damon says.
I was sure they were going to take my arm off with it. Plus, this was a big day for her. And me. You don't know what I've been through, helping drag her ass around, maneuvering her in and out of the car for school. I would have just thrown her in the back of your pickup truck, Chase. That would have been easier. But her mom said it wasn't safe.
Damon rolls his eyes, like he's mad about it when clearly he is teasing her.
Might have been a little cold, too, Haley says. I haven't driven my car to school since the accident, Damon says. And when I get back home, my girl is coming out to play again. Is your girl in this situation your car or Haley?
Trip asks. He probably isn't as well acquainted with my brother's goofy sense of humor.
My car, of course. Been driving the mom van around all semester. Thought it might hurt my chances with the ladies. But they all think it's sweet. I've been helping my invalid friend. He flips Haley's hair, and she punches him in the shoulder with a fair amount of force. And then they both laugh. "All right, everyone," my dad says. "Grab a glass of something and gather around." I get emotional as I look at everyone. How they've changed, grown, and aged since the last time I was here. "To all of us," my dad says, raising his glass in the air and glancing at me, then my mom. "I'm so glad we'll all be sharing this weekend together. To family." "To family," everyone agrees.
Too smart. Chase. We toured the second property, which, other than the decor, is basically a mirror image of the original, and then have a catered dinner in a massive new screened-in porch between the two homes. The four of us, in the boathouse, with a candlestick, after dinner, Damon says. "You're so weird," Dani tells him. "This vacation is going to be different than usual. You know that, right?" Damon replies. "What do you mean?" I ask, studying Damon, trying to figure out what exactly he knows. Damon rolls his eyes. "Usually, we meet a lot of new people during our time here. That's fun." "Yes, it is," Haley agrees with a grin, which quickly turns to a frown. "Although I probably won't be able to pick up too many cute boys with this freaking boot in my shriveled-up leg." "Whatever," Damon says. "This year is different because it's going to be all people we already know. Have you heard who all is coming?" I sit there, stick still, hoping Damon doesn't spill the beans. "It's the grand reopening for the resort," I say, repeating what Tripp said earlier. "One huge reunion with all our families and friends." "But Haley saw part of a guest list," Damon says, keeping his voice low. "It's not just their friends, but ours too. Like your roommate, Trayvon, was on the list, Chase." "That's cool," I say, trying to keep my expression even, trying not to tell Damon he needs to shut up before he ruins the surprise. But just in case, I give my sister a pair of pleading eyes begging for her help. She narrows her eyes at me, but seems to understand because she changes the subject slightly. "But let's face it, the only name on the list you care about is that of your future wife," Haley says to Damon, which sets him off on all the ways he's planning to make Ainsley Archibald fall in love with him. "Chase, would you mind helping me get up to the house? It's dark and we don't want her to fall and break a leg," Damon cackles. "Of course," I tell her, and I know exactly why she asked me. She wants to know what's up, and I suppose I should tell her. Once we are out of earshot of the boathouse, she goes, "Okay, what was that all about? What do you know that I don't? And why is it a secret? Or at least a secret from Damon and Dani?" I give her a wide grin. "Oh my gosh, Chase, are you going to propose? Is there going to be like an engagement party? With everyone we know? Does Mom know?" she says, talking fast as it comes together in her head. "Okay, chill out. Yes, I am going to propose. Tonight. I bought the ring over spring break. So the guys know, but they don't know when or where. I don't know if we will have a party. That will be up to Dani." "What do you mean?" "Did you know Mom and Dad got engaged on their first date? And that as soon as she said yes, he took her to their surprise engagement party where she then said no?" "She said no?" "She was mad Dad just sprang all of it on her. She freaked out a little. Dani doesn't like surprises, so I don't want to do that to her. But the guest list was made based on people we'd likely invite to..." "Your wedding," Haley says, her eyes huge. "I didn't tell Damon who all was on it, but honestly, that's the first thing I thought when I saw a copy of it." "You're too smart for your own good, Haley." "Wait, what? Are you saying what I think you were saying? Are you getting married this weekend? Does Dani know? Why didn't she tell me?" "Because she doesn't know, and I don't know either, honestly." "I don't understand." "I'm going to propose tonight. Tomorrow, after we announce it to our family, Dani will be presented with a few options. There will be some great festivities this weekend, but it will be up to her to decide if there will be a wedding, an engagement party, or, as advertised, a simple reopening weekend. Please don't tell anyone, though." I won't, but how? She'd need a dress and flowers, and let's just say her mom, Van, and Trip are in on it. Oh my gosh, that's why they looked at dresses over spring break, isn't it? Haley says, figuring it all out. Wow, you really do love her, don't you? That I do. Haley giggles. You just said I do. Do you think Devaney will? Honestly, I'm just hoping she'll say yes to the proposal. The rest will work itself out. How are you going to do it? Now, that is a secret, I tease her. I'm sure she'll tell you all about it tomorrow. And if she says no, you can help me drown my sorrows in ice cream. She's not going to say no, Chase. Have fun tonight. And thanks for walking me up here. Like you needed the help, I say. When I get back to the boathouse, I give Dani a kiss and hand her a folded-up piece of paper and whisper, I didn't put it on the activity board because I don't want anyone else to come. She unfolds it and reads aloud, Stargazing with Chase. I'd love to.
Only for me, Devaney. The younger kids and grandparents have gone to bed, but our parents and Damon are all inside, having a nightcap. We're going for a drive, I say to them, but on our way out, I notice Chase give my mom a discreet wink. What was that all about? I ask him the second we are out the front door. What was what all about? He asks. He winked at my mom. Oh, he says with a grin. I might have mentioned to her earlier that the last time you and I went stargazing, we stayed out all night. Just didn't want anyone to freak out. Perfect, I say, grabbing his shirt and pulling him close to me. But for the record, your winks are only for me. Just like the last time we were up here, Chase gets out of the truck and pulls down the tailgate. But instead of unrolling pool floats, he pulls out a tent. A tent that fits perfectly in the bed of the truck. A tent, huh? Thought it might be nice not to have to douse ourselves in bug spray, he says. But how are we going to see the stars? I wonder out loud. That's the point, right? Give me a minute, he says, and I'll show you. Once the tent is set up, he uses the auxiliary power outlet to blow up an air mattress inside, then gets pillows and blankets out of the back seat and tosses them inside, along with his phone, which is softly playing a mix of music. All right, milady, hop on up and take a look. I lean against the tailgate and see that the tent has a clear top so that we can still see the stars. You think of everything, huh? I say with a smile. Well, I mean, after all, this is where we started, you know, when you took me parking. When I took you stargazing, I correct. You remember it your way. I'll remember it mine, he says with a laugh before smacking my butt. All right, hop in. I get inside, and Chase follows me with a picnic basket. Oh, you brought snacks. I did, and some champagne. Perfect, I say, giving him a kiss. I'm sort of hungry. He pops the bottle and fills our glasses while I spread out the snacks. Here you go, he says, handing me my glass, which I know enough to keep up into the air for a toast. Here's to surviving our first semester at college together as a couple. We both take a drink, and then he says, How do you think we did? I think it was like an Ozarks road. Twists, turns, and some bumps along the way. But we got here, and neither one of us puked. Except on your birthday, he teases. Don't remind me, I say with a laugh. Should have been my worst birthday ever, but you made it nice. And how do you feel about our relationship? Obviously, it's changed a lot since the last time we were here. It sure has, I say, giving him a deep kiss. But it was exciting. All those new feelings coming to the surface. But it was new and scary and slightly awkward. I don't feel awkward anymore. It just feels natural. You and me together. Well, that's good, I suppose. Actually, I feel like we've grown a lot, Chase. Individually and as a couple. You know how we always get frustrated watching romance movies? How it feels like the couple's reasons for not being together are stupid? Like, here are these grown people who get butthurt and run away from each other. They are torn apart
and you want to scream at the TV and be like, if you would just communicate, tell each other what you were thinking or freaking apologize for whatever it is. Just talk it through. You'd be together. And I feel like that was us in the past. Stupid stuff felt so insurmountable. Our pride and feelings were more important than the relationship. I know we've had some trials this semester, but we got through them. With the exception of when I didn't tell you when things felt weird between us, when you were upset about football. You know why I didn't tell you, Dani? Not really. Because if I had, it would have been like I was admitting defeat, and it would have made it real. He reaches out and cups my cheek in his hand. I swear, I'll never do that again, Dani. Good, I say, because someday, when we get married, we'll tell each other, for better or worse. I want to be there with you for both, because I love you, and I think we make a good team. When you lost your phone, I did get nervous because I cared. But I could have gotten pissed and assumed, and walked away, and broken up with you, and did other guys on my roommate's desk. Chase lets out a little chuckle. I'm certainly glad that didn't happen. Me too, I say, giving him a peck on the cheek. I'm sure, in the future, our relationship will have ups and downs. But as long as you hold my hand and tell it to me straight, I know we'll figure it out together. I think that's one of the cool things about us being together. We don't have to handle our burdens alone. Like, remember when, during the divorce, I used to sneak over to your room to sleep with you? He grins wide. Of course I do. I think some of the happiest moments in my life are when you lie next to me with your head on my chest. I shake my head and smile. Even when things feel like they are shit in my life, and everything is falling apart, when you wrap your arm around me, I don't feel alone in the world. I feel safe and happy and loved. Mostly loved. Before, if you had asked me what I wanted, I would have probably sounded like a Taylor Swift song, because I was still totally trying to figure it out. Chase breaks out into laughter. Actually, didn't she do a video where the guy and the girl lived next door and left notes to each other in their windows, like we did? I think she did. I can't remember that song, but it was the cutest video. And really, I can't talk. I was pretty much a mess regarding football. You were a hot mess, I tease, ruffling his hair. I thought only girls could be hot messes. Oh no, it goes both ways. And you, Chase, my best friend, my confidant, the guy who has always been my protector, were most definitely a hot mess. But now, when that happens again, I know what to do. You'd better not say that you'll make me mad, so I will storm off and want to kill something. Nope, you will be eating ice cream with me in the bathtub and telling me everything, and we will figure it out, together. Or we could find some stars to stare at from the back of a pickup truck, he says with a grin, looking up. That would work too. What about for me? I ask him. What will you do? Chocolate, a back rub, both of which I think could go in the bath as well. Heck, maybe even some pizza. We really have a lot to look forward to, I say as I lean into his chest and sigh dreamily. Hey now, he says, don't get too comfortable. We need to find the stars. I know, but we got up early, I counter. Plus, he says, we need to do what I wanted to do the last time we were here. Kiss? I ask. But then I realize that was dumb because we did kiss. And then some, he says with a naughty grin. Chase Mackenzie, are you telling me you wanted to have sex with me? I'm telling you, I had wanted to have sex with you from the moment I hit puberty. To that statement, I laugh. I remember wishing that I had made a move the night we were last here. I mean, I sort of wished we had slept together then. Like I couldn't imagine anything more perfect. But as you once said, you were glad we didn't because... I give him a grin and raise my eyebrow at him in challenge. Oh, don't think I don't remember exactly what I told you, Missy. Because it was literally what I wanted my whole life. You also said it was like your birthday, Christmas, and a Super Bowl win, all wrapped up in one beautiful and naked bow. I'm quite the poet, aren't I? He teases. We need to dance, don't you think?
We do, but our song hasn't played yet.
Oh, we have a song, do we?
He teases some more. Yes, and you'd better remember some of those special moments.
Let's see. We might have danced to it here. I'm pretty sure it was playing when we were lying in front of the fireplace, the day we got caught in the rain.
The day we almost died by lightning strike, I say. We also danced to it at that wedding reception we went to at the resort.
And I might have listened to it 1,000,000 times on repeat after Lansford asked you to homecoming.
This surprises me. You did?
Yep. Cried like a baby, too. But that's all behind us now, thankfully.
He grabs his phone, then presses a couple of buttons, and the song starts playing.
Well, would you look at that? May I have this dance, Dani?
You may. We get out of the truck, stand in front of it, and hold each other close for a minute. But then he twirls me out and then back close to him. This is a magical moment, Chase. I tell him, looking up at the clear night sky. You and me under the stars, dancing to our song. He lets go of me with one hand and reaches into his pocket, pulling out a black velvet ring box. What's this? I ask.
Open it and find out,
he replies. I do, and in the moonlight, I see a shiny copper penny sticking up from where a ring would normally be. And I will admit, I now know how Lauren felt on Valentine's Day. I smile, but I'm a little confused. So is this you asking me for my thoughts?
No,
he says.
It's a penny for you to remember this night, this place, this moment, and for you to use anytime you want to know what I'm thinking. You give it to me, and no matter how I am feeling, I promise to tell you.
That's sweet, Chase. I love that. And I love you. He takes my hand in his and then says,
Remember when you learned to get up on one ski?
I do remember you holding my ass and pushing me up, I say with a laugh. But Chase doesn't smile. In fact, he looks very serious when he catches and holds my gaze.
I think since we were here, our life has been like that. All those falls have been leading up to the one perfect moment when everything comes together. I told you this once before, but I want to say it again. Being here, under the stars with you, makes me feel like anything and everything is possible. And I hope you feel the same way because...
He drops to one knee.
Devaney Diamond, will you marry me?
And I just stand here in awe. At the sight of Chase down on one knee, I want to memorize this moment. The way he looks, the little grin on his face, his gorgeous eyes pleading with me, letting me know he hopes I want this as much as he does. And I can't even believe that this is happening. Here, where we began. How we screwed it all up and put it back together again, and got to come back here. Tears fill my eyes, because my dreams are all finally coming true.
And then we kiss. Chase. She stands there for a minute, looking down at me, her eyes wide, like she can't believe this is really happening. And to be honest, I can't either. That the day has finally come to ask her this question, to be her friend, to be her husband, to be her everything. I realize that I haven't shown her the ring, and her dad told me it was important, that it seals the deal. I fumble slightly, trying to get the other box out of my pocket. Guess I should give you the real thing this time, huh? I stutter out, speaking as much to my stupid self as I am to her. But I am so overwhelmed by this moment, so overwhelmed by her, of what's to come. I feel like there's a big center barreling through the offensive line, his sights set on knocking me into the dirt and making it hurt, because she still hasn't said yes. I take a deep breath and open the box. She lets out an, "Oh," which I think means she likes it, although I realize that maybe getting engaged in the dark when she can't really see the ring might not have been the smartest thing. I say for lack of a better word. "Oh," she says, her face lighting up. I'm still in shock, I think. "Gosh, yes, Chase. I would love to marry you." When I stand up, she throws herself into my arms. And then we kiss.
Friday, May 22nd. Very memorable. Devaney.
Where have you been, young lady?
My dad's deep voice says sternly, the second Chase and I walk in the door. Out, I reply.
Just because you're in college and you can do whatever you want there, it doesn't mean when you come home you don't have to let us know where you are.
I roll my eyes at him, then hold my hand up almost like I'm flipping him off. But instead, I'm showing off the shiny, new engagement ring on my left finger. The grandmas notice it first and start screeching. Then everyone else is wondering what's going on.
We're engaged,
Chase says proudly. Haley gives me a big hug, as do Chase's parents. The grandmas are crying. Even my dad looks a little teary. And I have a moment of worry. Did Chase not ask him in advance? But then he starts laughing and claps Chase on the back. Needless to say, everyone is excited. We are wished well, and before I know it, I'm handed a mimosa that is light on the OJ. I tilt my head at my mother. Is that why he winked at you last night? Yes, it is, she whispers. My dad holds up his flute and says,
Congrats to Devaney and Chase.
Everyone goes, Hear, hear. But my dad interrupts them and says,
And to a very memorable and surprising weekend.
What's the surprising part? Madden asks.
You'll just have to wait and see,
my dad says with a grin. And I can't help but wonder what all he has planned. Probably another pirate scavenger hunt or a water gun fight. And I might be able to help with that, Jennifer says, wrapping a hand around my elbow.
Miss Newly Engaged, please come with me.
Yes, my mom says.
We have much to discuss.
The tone in their voices makes it sound like I'm in trouble, but the smiles on their faces suggest otherwise. They look sneaky.
Come on, Jaden,
my mom says.
I think I should be in on this,
Chase says to my mom.
Nope, she replies. You did your part and proposed. Let us walk her through the options you came up with and... But,
Chase says.
You've trusted me this far,
my mom says to him.
She's going to need to hear it, then think about it. I'll text you when we're ready for you two to chat.
Chase nods in apparent agreement, but he looks concerned. I turn to him and say, What's going on here?
That's what you're about to find out,
Mom says, answering for him and leading me out to a line of golf carts in the drive. Chase follows us out to the carts, and as soon as I sit down, he pulls me back up into his arms.
Just remember that I love you very, very much, and I'll be happy with whatever you choose. I promise.
I squint my eyes at him. I wish I had that penny right now.
I'd tell you the same thing,
he says with a grin.
Trust me, it's going to be fun. And although I know you don't like surprises, I think, well, I hope you'll love this. Almost as much as you love me.
I swoon a little. I don't know what he has planned, but I can tell he's excited about it. We kiss goodbye, and he puts me back into the cart, then gives everyone a salute before Mom hits the gas and we're off. My hair blows in the breeze as we head toward the resort. I can't help but wonder what I look like. I just woke up after a night of passion in the back of a truck. I haven't brushed my hair or my teeth, or even looked in a mirror. And I really don't know what's going on. Because why aren't we back at the house, celebrating with the family? I just want to stay in a Chase-wrapped bubble of happiness for the rest of the day. Having my family celebrate with us. Instead, it's like, yay, you're engaged, let's go, it's weird. But I trust Chase. He wanted me to go with them, which must mean that he planned whatever this is. And clearly, the 3 women in this cart are in on it. Maybe we're going to have a spa day or something girly to celebrate. But I think if that were the case, we would have invited the grandmas and Haley. Does someone want to tell me what's going on? I turn around in the cart, looking at Jaden and Jennifer.
Honestly,
Jaden says,
I'm in the dark about all this. I knew Chase bought a ring and was planning to propose, but I didn't know when or where.
I squint my eyes at Jennifer. She grins back at me. I might know a little more than that, but not everything. I turn my attention to my mother. Mom? She screeches to a halt, not in front of the spa, but rather at a nondescript office-type building I've never noticed before. Where are we? Jennifer asks. Corporate office, Jaden says. Since she just finished the remodeling of the resort, one would assume she knows this for a fact. A gorgeous, tall, dark-haired woman greets us at the door. I know I've met her before, but I can't place where. Standing next to her is a waiter with a tray of mimosas. Ariella Ross, my mom says. I'd like to introduce you to my daughter, Devaney. You've actually met Ariella before, Dani, Jennifer says to me. At my wedding. Nice to see you again, I say, even though I'm still clueless as to why she's here. Ariella hugs Jaden like they are old friends, too. I give up on trying to figure things out, so I grab a mimosa off the tray and consider asking the guy if he has a brush handy. A toast, shall we, before we get started? Mom says. To my daughter, Devaney. Congratulations on your engagement to the boy who has grown from your childhood best friend to the man of your dreams. What she said immediately brings tears to my eyes. Her acceptance of Chase is still such a surprise. Jennifer wraps her arm around me. I can see she is crying too, as is Chase's mom. We toast, take a drink. Ariella says, "Please follow me." We enter a lush conference room and are motioned towards seats. Everyone sits but Ariella and Mom. I'm looking between the two of them, trying to figure out why I'm in a boardroom on the morning of my engagement. Congratulations on your engagement again, Ariella says. In case you don't remember, I'm an event planner, and we brought you here to get your direction on the event that we'll be holding this weekend. It's the resort's grand reopening and our joint family reunion, right? I'm sorry, but I'm confused. My mom smiles at me. Those events were planned that way for you. Because I got engaged? I ask, not following. Yes, we know everyone will be arriving today. They are just our friends and families. The kind of people we might say, invite to your wedding, Mom says. My wedding? Yes, Ariella says. Or your engagement party. My engagement party? I mimic. Or, Jennifer says, a very extravagant hotel reopening. So which one will it be? I ask, still clueless. That, Mom says, is up to you. Wait a second. Are you saying that Chase and I could get married this weekend? That's what we're saying, Mom says. I notice that Chase's mom is wide-eyed, and I think she's as confused as I am. But I don't have a dress or anything planned. Mom nods toward Ariella. Maybe we should just show her. This way, Ariella says, as I down my mimosa. Could I really marry Chase this weekend? Ariella opens a set of double doors to a banquet-sized room. In it are racks of clothing, tables filled with different place settings, chairs, floral arrangements. My eyes get huge. What is all this? Mom hands me an envelope. Open it. I rip the top open and find a note. Dani, you once said that if I could conjure up your dream wedding, you'd marry me right away. Check out everything and let me know if you still feel that way. Chase. My mind immediately goes back to that morning in the condo, when he got down on 2 knees and asked me if I'd marry him. How I said I would if... I look around me again, feeling a little shook. I could marry Chase this weekend, and I think I'm starting to understand. All the people who are coming here today, what do they think they are coming for? I ask. That I know, Jaden says. An exclusive event, hosted by our families. The idea was that they could all see why we love this place so much. The resort hosts celebrity golf tournaments often, but the celebs tend to fly in for the event and right back out. We want them to see what it would be like if their families were with them, the privacy they could have by renting the new family spaces, as well as what the resort has to offer. She narrows her eyes at Ariella and my mom and folds her arms across the front of her chest. Are you both telling me that much of what I've been planning
has really been for my own son's wedding. If that's what Devaney wants, Ariella says. And if I don't? I ask. We could announce your engagement and have a party one night, or it simply stays as advertised. Mom tells me before turning to Ariella. Let's start with the dresses. I'm led over to a rack full of wedding dresses. That's my dress! I practically scream, dashing toward it and running my hand gently across the lace. But then I see the next dress. And this one! I move down the rack, finding all the dresses I loved when we went shopping for my mom over spring break, as well as other beautiful options. Next to it is a rack full of veils, a table of accessories, and one with shoes. Another rack holds dresses that look like ones that bridesmaids might wear. The rack after it is full of tuxedos and suits. My mom starts to say something, but I hold my hand up in the air at her to make her stop as I work my way through the room by myself, soaking it all in. There are multiple options for flowers and place settings. There's a board on the wall with menu options and photos of altar designs. I'm so incredibly overwhelmed that I run toward the door. I hear Ariella say, "That's not a good sign." But I don't care. I leave the building without a word, because I have to find Chase.
Cupcake Dreams. Chase. This was the only part of the plan Dani's mom and I didn't agree on. I wanted to be there to tell Dani everything that we'd planned, show her, give her the options. I thought we could choose what's best together. Her mom thought it would be less pressure if I wasn't there. Jennifer agreed because she didn't want to risk me seeing Dani's wedding dress in advance. So, I acquiesced. But the second I see Dani coming out the door in tears, I know they were wrong. "Chase!" she sobs the second she sees me. I've been sitting in a golf cart by myself, trying to patiently wait for them to call me in. I get out and am just standing up as she throws herself into my arms. I'm afraid to say a word. I just hug her tightly and pray. Pray she's not mad at me. Pray she still wants to marry me. Pray she isn't going to tell me I'm crazy and break up with me. Pray I didn't just screw everything up. But then she looks up at me. "I have a few questions for you." I decide to try to make light of the situation by grabbing her left hand and holding it up, showcasing the ring still sparkling on her finger. "Can I be in trouble already?" "Yes, Chase, you can," she says. "When did you become a liar? You've never been able to not tell me everything, especially something this big." Shit, she thinks I'm a liar. "This is different. It's for you, for us, for our future." "How long have you been planning this?" she says, softening. "Since you said you'd come to the Ozarks this year?" "That was at Christmas time." "Yeah, I knew then that I wanted to propose here." "What about all the other stuff?" "Well, it started that day we had the snowball fight, and you said this would be a pretty place to get married. Then the day at the condo, the day you sort of proposed?" "Yes, you were sitting sideways in a chair, legs dangled over the edge, mug in your hand. And there was something about the sight of it, of you, my past, present, and future inexplicably tied together, and it just hit me with such an overwhelming force that I walked straight up to you, dropped to my knees, and asked if you wanted to marry me. Because it's all I want. You, me, together forever." "That's how you felt?" she asks, tears filling her eyes again. I nod. And then I started thinking more seriously about actually proposing, so I called my dad and asked about when he proposed to my mom. Did you know they got engaged on their first date after dating for a week, and that he took her straight to their surprise engagement party? I knew about the engagement party, that it all happened fast. Anyway, I thought things over for a few more days. I decided instead of a surprise engagement party, what if it was a surprise wedding? So I called your mom, told her what I wanted to do. I wanted the engagement to be a surprise, but I didn't want to spring a party or a wedding on you like my dad did to my mom, so that's when I came up with the different plays. Plays? She shakes her head and smiles at me, the smile that lights my world. Well, I say, pulling her closer, play charts are filled with X's and O's, so it kind of fits. But when my dad surprised my mom with an engagement party, her first reaction was to be pissed, called Dad a bad name, gave him the ring back. I know you aren't big on surprises, so I didn't want that. I was pretty sure you'd say yes to marrying me, but not so sure about just popping a wedding on you. So you conjured up my dream wedding? Possible wedding, I tell her. Possible engagement party, or just what everyone thinks it is, a get-together at the lake. She narrows her eyes at me, then holds up her left hand, eyeing the diamond as it catches the sun. And what about this ring? Who bought it? My dad? I roll my eyes and sigh. I bought it myself, which was a feat in and of itself. Your mom, your dad, and my dad all wanted to pitch in. I said no. I wanted it to be just for me. I'm pretty sure that's what I've been saving all my modeling money for anyway. While I paid for it, I did ask for guidance in picking it out. From who? Well, it was supposed to be just your dad and my dad and Van, but Van asked Trip, and of course I couldn't leave your brother out. Oh my gosh. When did you do all this? When you were on spring break in LA. That was planned too, specifically so you could look at dresses. Your mom isn't really getting married again. Her eyes get huge. Again. Wow. So does that mean when you were being sneaky, you were planning this and not my birthday trip? I laugh. Yes, actually. That's why I don't lie. I'm not good at it, so I got caught. Then I had to lie again. And plan a surprise birthday trip. She laughs wholeheartedly, and it's beautiful. God, I hope she will choose the wedding. I know we are young, Dani. I know there's always going to be reasons not to. We're too young, we don't know what we'll do for careers, we don't know what the future holds. All I know is that I want to be your husband more than anything, and we'll figure out the future together because we'll keep dreaming together. Cupcake dreams, she says, grinning. Exactly. So, last night, we didn't really talk much after the proposal. Tell me, what do you think of the ring I chose for you? Chase, it's the most beautiful ring I've ever seen, and I love it almost as much as I love you. And what kind of event do you think should take place this weekend? Because I am dying to know what it will be. She wraps her arms around my neck, but before she can answer, I need her to know something. Just for the record, I say, I'm happy we are engaged. It doesn't need to be more than that right now if you aren't ready. But you planned my dream wedding, she counters. Yeah, because that's what you want, right? Most definitely. Good, because what I want more than anything is to marry you this weekend, Chase Mackenzie. I'm instantly overwhelmed by the moment. Tears spring up in my eyes. I feel like I just won the Super Bowl of life. Chase, she says, tears threatening when she sees my face. I love you. I love you too. And I seal it with a kiss. Then hear clapping. We turn and see the moms standing outside. I was so engrossed in my conversation with Dani that I didn't even notice when they came out. Dani's mom says, All right, now that that's settled, Chase, why don't you go? Just wait a second. Dani says, causing me to have a momentary heart stoppage. He's coming with me to make the selections. Jennifer says, we sort of assumed you wouldn't want him to see your dress before the wedding. Oh, I don't want him to see the dress, but I want him to see everything else, and I want him to have a say in it. I break out into a wide smile and notice that her mom is just staring at her with a smirk on her face. Dani puts on a little fake pout and rolls her eyes. Oh, I get it. You already chose everything, right? Kind of, yeah, I tell her. And, Ariella says, you might want to decide on your dress before you choose anything else, as the dress often sets the tone for the event. The dress, Dani mutters with a dreamy smile on her face. She turns back to face me, grinning. I am going to go try on wedding dresses. Why don't you go golf or something? Keep your phone with you. If I text you for backup, I need you to come running. I'll always come running for you. I whisper in her ear. I get in the golf cart, give her a quick wink, and then hightail it out of there.
Been dreaming. Devaney. As soon as Chase leaves, I look at the women assembled. All right, I'm ready to try on dresses and choose everything for the wedding. But we're missing a few people whose opinions I value. You'd better mean me, my brother says, sneaking out of the building. And I wonder how in the world he knows already. But then Haley sneaks up behind me. And me, she says, and I have my answer. I rush over, wrap my arms around them, and squeeze them tightly.
Devaney?
A deep voice says, and I look up to see my father. Yes, Dad?
Can I talk to you for a moment?
Am I in trouble? I ask. Jaden calls out from behind us.
The trouble with trouble is it always starts out with fun.
Which causes my dad to laugh out loud. But then he takes my hand in his.
Are you sure about all this? Really sure? Marriage is a big step.
I know it is.
I also know it's easy to get wrapped up in the hype, the excitement. You got engaged. That might be enough for now.
Are you opposed to me marrying Chase this weekend, Dad?
I didn't say that, he says. I'm saying they just spring all this on you. I want to make sure you've had enough time to process it.
Dad, I've been dreaming about marrying Chase since I was a kid. I'm more than ready. But I do appreciate what you're saying, and I hope you're here to help me decide on a dress.
I most definitely am. Let's just hope I don't bawl like a baby.
He gives me a hug.
I can't believe my baby girl is getting married.
Neither can I. This all feels like a dream. Also, Dad, are you sure about this? I don't know what it must have cost to bring all this stuff in, but it couldn't have been cheap. Trip and Van pop out of somewhere. I swear, it's like they were all hiding in the woodwork.
My dear, Van says, this wedding is on me.
Trip says.
Okay, us,
Van says.
But,
my dad says.
No buts about it, Dani,
Trip says.
This is still our grand reopening. And not only am I hosting it,
he turns to me,
but if you and Chase would allow me to include photos from this weekend in our hotel brochures and website, I'll also be cutting you two a check.
For what? I ask.
This event is going to be a showcase to our many celebrity guests, who I have a hard time getting to the middle of Missouri. Why our resort is for them. The new retreat Jaden and I have built together is just the place for people like them to have some relaxing, old-fashioned, truly getting away from it all family time. We will ban photography at the ceremony itself, but other than that, if you approve, you can expect to see a lot of relevant hashtags trending. You and Chase have a bright future, and the social media coverage from this weekend alone will be worth more than I could have spent on paid advertising. However, if you want it to be a private affair without that, your mother and father have approved all charges in advance. You're their baby girl, Devaney, and they love you so very much.
Damon leans over and says to me,
it will also help our brand.
Social media fame, here we come, I say with a laugh. My dad fake wipes his head and goes,
woo.
Everyone laughs, including our grandmothers, who also just seem to show up. All right, people, Ariella says loudly. We have a lot of decisions to make and a short amount of time to make them. It's time to get to it. I know you all want to help, but we'll need to make quick decisions. So if it's okay with the bride, I suggest you all get comfy in the conference room. If and when Dani needs your help, we'll come and get you. Once she's made her choices, we'll need to get you all outfitted as well. Sound okay? Everyone nods their heads and files into the room. I grab Haley's arm. Don't you dare leave me. I need your help on everything. I smile at her and get tears in my eyes. I swear, I feel like all I've done today is cry. Happy tears, but still. That is, if you will be my maid of honor. She gets choked up. Are you sure? I'm in a boot and my gait is awkward. I want you, boot and all. She grabs my hand and holds onto it. Let's do this then. But I'm curious. Why the rush? Because I can't wait to be your sister, of course, I say lightly. Or should we start calling me Auntie Haley? I can't help but laugh when I realize that's probably the first thing that everyone will think when they learn of our very short engagement. I'm not pregnant, hey? Ariella returns, ending our conversation and leading us into the conference room again. First things to consider are your dress, the colors for the wedding, and the wedding party. Regardless of the decisions I have to make first, I find myself wandering over to one of the tables to look at the flowers. I can already tell which was my mom's choice and what was Chase's, but I say, daisies. We have to incorporate daisies. But I also really love these purple and green hydrangeas. Keep that in mind when you try on dresses, Ariella says. Anyone else you want here to help you choose? I think your father would love to be a part of this, my mom says. He would, Jennifer agrees, although $10 says he'll cry. No, he won't, I scoff. But yes, please ask my brother and my dad to join us. All right, Ariella says. I can't believe my baby sister is getting married. Damon fake cries into a hanky as he drinks a glass of champagne. Stop it, Haley chastises as we go through the rack of dresses. This is serious stuff. I want to try on a lot of these dresses, but truth be told, I knew which dress I wanted the second I tried it on over spring break. This is my ceremony dress, I say, pulling it out. Jennifer's eyes get big. Look at all these gorgeous dresses. Don't you want to try them on? I look at the rack again after handing Ariella my favorite and comparing it to the dresses I haven't seen yet. I say, considering, before pointing out 3 more that are almost as pretty. A few moments later, I'm in a makeshift dressing room. Ariella introduces me to another woman named Maria, who is apparently an expert tailor, and who will, along with the team, be in charge of making sure my dress fits perfectly. I'd suggest trying on the ones you haven't tried first. Save your favorite for last. See if it's still the one. Quickly, I'm in a beautiful gown, looking at myself in the mirror. This dress definitely has a wow factor. It has the long sleeves and high neck that I like, and a sheer nude bodice, covered with a bold Venetian lace. It's got a prominent waistband that separates the top from the long, slim skirt. The skirt is tight, but is covered by a sheer overlay that makes it look wispy, almost angelic. What do you think of this one? Maria asks me. If you want to show your family, I will add the matching veil for the full effect. I look at myself again. The dress is very beautiful, but at the same time, I feel a little naked, a little exposed, even though I'm not really. I nod at Maria anyway. My brother lets out a whistle the second I walk out. Damn, Chase would love that one. My father and Jaden look slightly horrified. Tad goes, is it maybe a little too sexy? I step carefully up onto the pedestal and look at myself in the mirror. What do you think, Haley? I ask. I can see both sides, she says. The real question is, what do you think? It's tied around my legs and sort of hard to walk in. I could never dance in this. Ariella studies me and then says, It's beautiful on you. And I'm not sure it's what you want, but your mother and Jennifer suggested that you have a couple of different dress changes throughout the event. What we are choosing first will be your ceremony dress. Many brides change for the reception and often change again for the after party. I think it'd take me forever to get down the aisle because I'd have to take tiny steps. And I think I agree with my dad. I know everything is covered, but I still feel a little exposed. All right then, Ariella says. Let's see you in dress number 2. Wow, Haley says when I come out in the next dress. That is gorgeous. Look at your waist in that. It's got kind of a fairy tale vibe, my dad says. And I admit, I do feel a little princessy in this one. Ariella says, corseted top covered with floral lace, A-line skirt that is easier to walk in, adorable lace straps with a flutter cap. It is easier to move around in for sure, I say. Honestly, both dresses I've tried on are beautiful, but can I try on my dress now? But of course, Maria says, leading me back in the dressing area. She doesn't even have the dress fully on me, and I'm crying. When I put it on the first time, I had a strong reaction to it, but I thought that it was a someday dress. And it hits me full force that someday is this weekend, that I'm actually going to marry Chase wearing this dress. I realize I don't care what anyone else thinks. I don't care if Haley or my dad or Damon or the moms approve. In fact, I'm not sure I want them to see me in it. What I want is for Chase to see me in it before anyone else. Maria is getting ready to add the veil when I go. Do you think you could ask Ariella to come here? Maria nods, then pokes her head out of the curtain, and moments later, Ariella is in the dressing room with me. "This is my dress," I tell her. "I want you to see it so you can help me choose the rest of the wedding. But I changed my mind." "About what?" she asks, looking concerned. "I don't know what all is planned, but I want to get ready, put my dress on, and have Chase be the first person to see me in it. Before my family, before my maid of honor. Can I do that?" "It's your wedding, honey," she says. Some brides prefer for their groom to see their dress for the first time as they walk down the aisle. Others prefer to do a first look, where the bride and groom have a few private moments before the wedding together. He will see you in your dress and be able to tell you how beautiful you look, which is harder to do in front of everyone at the altar. "That's what I want." "Then that's what I'll build into the timeline. And for the record, I was hoping you'd choose that dress. It's so classically elegant, but with a modern flair. And you look amazing in it." "Thank you. You don't think it's too much for a lakeside wedding? Like, will I be walking through the grass or anything?" "In that dress? I don't think so. And if you want to surprise everyone with the wedding details as well, I'm happy to help you. I think it's going to be pretty easy now that we have the dress. Haley is going to be my maid of honor. I sort of asked her to help me with everything. There's plenty to keep her busy. Once you decide on your decor and colors, we'll need to find her a dress as well. And Chase and your brother will need their own fittings. We're going to be outfitting the whole family." "How are you so calm?" I ask her. "I've done a lot of events. But I will admit, a surprise wedding for the bride is a first for me. And I'm pretty excited about it." "Can you tell everyone that I want to surprise them? I don't want them to be mad at me." "It's your wedding, Devaney. No one is allowed to be mad at you." "Sweet. I like that. And thank you. Stay in the dress. I will be back shortly with shoes. Maria will get you fitted. The alterations on your dress will be the most time-consuming, and she's ready to get her team started." She leaves and comes back with 3 shoe options. "Your father picked these crystal-encrusted ones because he said they remind him of your dance recitals when you were little. He might have gotten a little teary over that. Your brother chose the something blue shoe, and Haley suggested the more classic white pump." I take the crystal ones from her and slip them on. They are surprisingly comfortable, as the toe is slightly more rounded and the heel isn't as high as the other ones. "Definitely these," I tell her. After my fitting, Ariella gives me a pretty sundress to wear, then allows me to brush my hair and teeth, and then we jet off in a golf cart to the venue she thinks I will like the best. And I do. When we went to a wedding here that summer, the dancing was in the sand, the reception mostly outdoors. "This is a new addition to the resort," she says, showing me the inside of a stone chapel. It sits atop a hill and features stunning views. The chapel was placed so that you have the view without the direct sunlight. The photos will be amazing. 300 people were invited to the event. 211 have RSVP'd. This space will comfortably hold 250. "It reminds me of being in Italy," I say, taking in the fresco ceiling paintings set between massive wood beams. "It's stunning." Other options are outside by the lake, a glass-enclosed pavilion, or even a ballroom. "I don't need to see the other options. This is perfect." She smiles at me. "It was your groom's first choice as well." "You know what things he chose versus what my mother chose?" "Honestly, your mother might have helped set it all up, but Chase and I had some very long conversations and emailed back and forth on all the details he thought fit the two of you. You'll notice that the choices range from formal to more casual." "And he liked the more formal?" "He liked a mix. Would you like to include him in the rest of the decisions?" I shake my head. "No, actually. He got to surprise me with all this. The least I can do is surprise him with my choices." "Very well. Let's continue." What follows is a whole lot of decisions. By the time we are done, we have a full weekend timeline and have chosen locations, attire, colors, food, drinks, flowers, music, place settings, and everything in between. It's nearly 2:00 in the afternoon when I get back to the house. I consider texting Chase to let him know I was done, but I assumed he was out golfing. I'm surprised to find him waiting for me. "Are you the only one here?" I ask him. "Yeah,
Everyone else is either out golfing, at the lazy river, or at the conference room, choosing their attire for all things wedding related. And what have you been doing all day? I golfed, checked in with Ariella a few million times. She told me things went well. I can't help but grin. I seriously can't believe we're getting married in a few days. Or that, in a few hours, I chose everything for not only the wedding of my dreams, but also a whole weekend of events to go along with it. And just so you know, I figured, since you already did so much, the least I could do was surprise you with my choices. He pulls me into his arms. Is it really going to be the wedding of your dreams? He asks seriously. Most definitely. To the boy of my dreams. Chase gets an aw shucks look on his face. And it's adorable. I give him a kiss, then say, but your fiancé needs to get ready for tonight's festivities. I'd say we both need a shower, after spending last night in the back of a pickup. I'd say you're right. Want to join me? I ask as I lead him toward the stairs that go up to my room. Absolutely.
I did it for us. Chase. Taking a shower anytime with Dani is amazing, but knowing that we're engaged and will announce the news of our wedding tonight makes it even more special. I wash her hair as she gushes about everything, somehow without sharing any real details with me. Okay, so do I at least get an itinerary for the weekend? I tease. Yes, you do. And from what I understand, it will be pretty detailed. Your outfit for tonight has been chosen by yours truly and will be delivered to your room. It's probably already there. And the event for tonight? Well, as you well know, the guests are all set to arrive. And of course, we cannot be expected to announce our engagement without lots of fried chicken and champagne. I grin. Stop smiling, she says, even though she is doing the same. I was hoping, I admit. And there might be a few surprises for you. Things you didn't think of. I love that. Actually, I love you, I tell her. I know. It was on full display today, Chase. I literally can't believe you did all this for me. I did it for us. Even better, she says, planting her wet lips on mine. After a shower that is steamy in more ways than one, I go to the boathouse to get ready. There's a rolling rack in my room with all my clothing for the weekend's festivities, pressed and ready to go. I put on my assigned outfit for tonight and check out the itinerary that I know got finalized and printed today and will be hand-delivered to all our guests' rooms along with a welcome basket after the big announcement. Welcome to the reopening of the Archibald Lodge. We are so happy you are here and can't wait to share a weekend of events that will showcase all this resort has to offer. There is nothing better than time spent with family and friends. Trip Archibald, Vaughn and Lori Archibald, Dani and Jennifer Diamond, Philip and Jaden Mackenzie. I tuck it into my bag carefully and go to meet Dani. I can't believe in a short time everyone will not only know that we got engaged, but that we're also getting married. Honestly, I can barely believe it. But I can't wait.
Trade Secrets, Devaney. The space for tonight's event is an amphitheater, which, once the resort reopens, will hold nightly concerts or host family movie nights. It's surrounded by trees, giving it a secluded vibe. The lawn area is synthetic grass, which is awesome. It's dry, and there won't be any ants trying to share our meal. But as we get closer, I notice something has changed since I saw it earlier today. There's a huge pole in the middle of the space. I noticed it but forgot to ask what it was for. Sort of thought maybe it was used when they hosted movie nights or something. And now, I realize what that something is. Centered on the top of the pole is fabric that expands out and comes down onto poles surrounding the area, creating one massive tent made out of mosquito netting. It's super cool because you're protected from the mosquitoes, but can still see all the gorgeous scenery that surrounds you. Also, it's kind of a tent. Chase, I say. Yes, baby? I give him a little elbow to the side. You never call me baby. I know, he says with a grin. And the answer is,
Yes, baby. You don't even know what I was going to ask you. Sure I do. He points up at the tent. Are you telling me that the netting is your doing? I most certainly am. Although, apparently, Tripp loved the idea so much that it will be put up for all outdoor events going forward, especially ones after dusk. They don't have the twinkle lights on yet, but they will be on later. Can you see them, all strung above the netting? I can see them. A tent, huh? Yep, it's part of our story. We had to have a tent. I see. Great minds. What does that mean? Oh, nothing. He grabs my hand, pulls me into a kiss, and says, I'll get you to tell me later. Let's go inside. We go through the flap in the tent and survey the area. A band is playing country songs on the stage, but it's more background music, like if you had the radio on at your little picnic. The weather couldn't be more perfect. Soft breeze blowing off the lake, and warm sun still on our faces. Chase whispers to me, I'm so glad you chose the picnic for tonight. It's going to be fun. I don't know if it will be once we announce our surprise wedding. Your sister asked me if I was pregnant. That's what everyone is going to think, you know. Well, it would be cool if you were pregnant. Ideally, I do want to wait a while before we have kids. How do you feel about that? I agree. I want to finish college, get our careers going, figure out where you will play and everything before we take that step. We are in agreement then, he says, sealing it with a kiss. For this event, we simply arrive like we would for any party. We mingle and talk to old family friends. Meet some of the extended Archibald family. Chase looks handsome in a pair of tan baby corduroy shorts, a long-sleeved cream polo, and light brown leather sneakers. I'm wearing a pretty tan and white striped sundress that features threaded embellishments on the tan stripes, giving it a casual vibe. But more importantly, it has pockets. And I purposely keep my left hand in one of them, which I discover is sort of hard because I like to talk with my hands, especially when we're chatting football with some of my dad's friends and former teammates. And it's awesome that so many of them even watched the spring game and are commenting on how well both of us did. Our parents seem to be herding us around, which is okay. There are a lot of interesting people here, like Dad's agent, Carter Crawford. It's fun to catch up with him and discuss all the stuff going on with collegiate players, like name, image, and likeness, NIL deals. Many players sign with him when they start college. Carter represents my brother and Chase and wants to wait and strike when the fire is hotter, meaning once they are back together and winning a lot of games. We want a lot of hype surrounding these two before we consider any offers, he says, which causes Chase and me to laugh. What's funny about that? Carter asks. Because some of the team called me hype at the beginning of spring, and not in a good way, Chase says. Whatever, Carter says, just as it's announced that dinner is served. You'll show them. But just as we move toward the food line, Jennifer grabs us and shows us that Keaton and Aiden Arrington are here. We've met them numerous times, as Dad is one of their wine ambassadors. Keaton works in the movie industry with Jennifer, and Aiden runs a vineyard, which is supplying the Moonwish wine we're offering tonight, as well as some of their estate wines, which will be served for the rehearsal dinner and reception. I will admit, I'm a little bummed their kids aren't with them. I'll tell you what my Moonwish is, Damon says, a naughty tone in his voice, the second they all walk away. Damon, I warn, behave. Sis, I don't need to wish for that, he says with a smirk. I just gotta open my mouth. You know I talk as good of a game as I play. Yeah, we know you were quite the player on and off the field, I say, rolling my eyes at him. Except I'm broken, Damon says. What do you mean? Chase asks. Like broken-hearted? Well, hopefully not. He leans in toward Chase and me and whispers, Don't look now, but she just got here. Of course, both Chase and I turn our heads, wave, and go, Ainsley! I mean, she's now my, step-cousin or something, and we've had a couple of spa days with our moms over the past few years. Ugh, Damon says. I told you not to look, or call her over. You guys suck. But then his face brightens slightly, and he says,
Although I appreciate the engagement and wedding stuff that's happening this weekend, weddings make girls feel romantic. Make them imagine their own special days. And we are going to be here together for a few weeks. And I'm going to make her fall in love with me. Just wait. Oh, and don't tell her. I want her to find out with everyone else tonight. Ainsley, it's so good to see you, I say when she gets over here. We share hugs, and I can see why Damon is obsessed with her. She looks gorgeous in a pretty floral mini sundress that highlights her already tan legs. How are you? Ainsley says to me. How does it feel to be done with your first year of college? Really good, I say. She gives Chase a little punch on the shoulder. And I heard you had a good spring game. My uncles are suddenly Nebraska fans. I suspect we'll all be coming up to see some of your games this fall. Damon clears his throat and she turns toward him. I apologize. I mean both of your games. I know you've told me many times that you'll both be starting come fall. We hope so, Jay says. We will, Damon counters, winking at her and saying, and you were welcome to come up to Lincoln anytime, preferably without your parents. She looks at him kind of funny. We were just going to get our food. Would you like to join us? I ask, trying to be nice to my brother, but he's shaking his head at me. Ainsley, he says to her, would you do me the immense favor of joining me on a blanket and sharing a bucket of chicken with me tonight? Sure, she says. I make a little pouty face. Damon says, don't worry, sis. We'll park our blanket next to yours. Good. I like Ainsley and hope to get to know her and the whole Archibald family better. But then I realize we might not be here for the reunion. When the two of them walked toward the food line, I asked Chase, in all the planning I did today, we didn't talk about a honeymoon. That's because I planned it, he says. I assumed you probably had, but I was just thinking, if we leave after the wedding, we'll miss the family vacation time, and I was looking forward to that. He gives me a wink. I roll my eyes. You really aren't going to tell me? That depends, he says, sliding his arms around my waist and leaning close to my face. You willing to trade secrets? About what? I ask. What you chose for the wedding. Nope. Well then, he says with a shrug. I stand on my tiptoes, give him a kiss, and then turn and walk away. A few seconds later, he's next to me holding my hand. Fine, he says. I'll give you a hint. Much like the wedding planning, I have 3 options regarding our honeymoon. And when do I get those options? On our wedding day, I think, he says. Oh, well, just so you know, I changed up the wedding day schedule a little, I admit. Really? He says. How? Remember when we pretended to get married, and I'd never let you see me before the ceremony? Not until you walked down the aisle. You were adamant about it. Well, I changed my mind. We're going to do a first look. When it is time for me to get dressed, everyone but the tailor and Ariella will leave. You and I will meet. I won't have on my veil. That you will see when I walk down the aisle. But I just wanted to have a special moment. Just the 2 of us. That actually makes me really happy, he says sweetly, his face beaming with a smile. It does. I was worried since I've practically beaten you over the head with that tradition, and how it's supposed to be bad luck. Not for us, Chase says. We'd better go get our food. Once everyone is served, they'll do the toast and make the announcement. Hey, wait. Don't I get a hint about the honeymoon options? Not yet, and here's why. He holds his hands out and motions toward all the people gathered around. Our parents went a little crazy with the guest list, I agree. Exactly. And after being around all the family and guests, your idea of the perfect honeymoon might change slightly. You might be ready to get away from it all. I suppose that's true. We walk up to where the food is being served. It's super cute. You go through the line and choose a bucket of food, whether it be fried, grilled, or vegan chicken. Then grab a blanket and another bucket with drinks. We, of course, opt for the champagne, then take it close by the stage and spread the blanket out. Even though we're surrounded by people doing the same, I am transported back to the time I learned about his family's tradition of celebrating. freshman in high school, supposed to go to homecoming with the hottest senior guy, ended up eating in Chase's decorated garage. I pop the champagne and pour us each a glass, hold mine up in the toasting position, and catch Chase's eye. 2 traditions, I say, and making a few of our own for our future family. Chase doesn't clink my glass. Instead, he leans over and seals the toast with a kiss. Chase's little brother Madden says, "They're kissing again." Ryder, who is putting down their picnic blanket, laughs. "You won't say that when you were older." "Agreed," Damon says, high-fiving Ryder and grinning at Ainsley. A short time later, Haley comes over by herself, and it makes me realize that the only people who are here are families and friends of our parents. "Chase," I whisper, "I thought some of our friends would be here. Haley mentioned that Trayvon was invited." "I'm sure they are around here somewhere," he says vaguely. I'm about to ask how they could all be around here somewhere, yet I still haven't seen them, when the music stops and the hosts, Trip, my mom, Van, Dad, Jennifer, Philip, and Jaden, go out onto the stage. Trip starts by saying, "Howdy, everyone. We are so happy to have you all here. My name is Trip Archibald, and I'm the owner of this resort. As a kid, my family used to come here for a week every summer. But then it changed hands a few times, and suffered a bit from neglect, both in hospitality and accommodations. What hasn't changed is the way I feel every time I step foot on the property. And 6 years ago, I was lucky enough to acquire it, with the dream of keeping the charm while updating it to fit the needs of today's families. I'm sure many of you know the talented Jaden Mackenzie, who's been my partner in crime over the last few years. We've been working on what I call passion projects together, bringing former gem properties back to life. What you will experience this weekend at our grand reopening is the culmination of our efforts here." He hands the microphone to Jaden and says, "Why don't you say a few words?" "I'd love to, Trip," Chase's mom says. "My family, along with Dani, Jennifer, and their family, visited the resort just 3 years ago. We spent 3 glorious weeks here with no electronic devices, which about killed all of us the first few days. But after that, we grew to love it. Grandparents fished with their grandsons at sunrise. Kids learned to ski. We played in the lake, ate amazing meals together. When it was time to leave, we weren't ready to go home, to face reality." And I swear, when she says this, she looks straight at me and Chase. Everything at the resort has been rethought, revamped, and renovated. But what hasn't changed is the magic of the grounds, the beauty of the lake, and I hope your time here will allow you to experience what this resort has to offer. She hands my dad the microphone. "Hey everyone, I'm Dani Diamond, and I agree with everything Jaden said. If you have some time this weekend, take the tour. See all there is to do. And if you aren't here with your families now, we hope that you come back with them. And for the people in attendance who, due to their occupation, find themselves needing a little extra privacy, be sure to check out the private area within the resort. It's where we enjoy vacationing." Chase's dad steps over next to my dad and says, "We thought we'd kick off our time here with a celebration, the way we always have done, with fried chicken and champagne. So, everyone, raise your glasses in the air." Everyone does. I look into Chase's eyes, and we both mouth the words along with them. "Here's to the good life," my dad toasts. "And all the fixings," Philip adds. Trip says, "As you might have noticed on your invitations, we asked you to spend the weekend with the Mackenzie, Diamond, and Archibald families, as we celebrate life and love. 3 years ago, a couple you all know fell in love at this very resort. And I'm excited to announce that not only did they get engaged last night, but, well, Chase and Devaney, maybe you should tell us what's really happening this weekend." A microphone is shoved in our direction, and Chase stands, pulling me up with him. We swing our hands up in the air like champions and yell, "We're getting married on Sunday, and you're all invited." This seems to momentarily shock everyone. And in case anyone is wondering, My dad sort of whispers into the microphone from up on stage. "She's not pregnant." My mom takes the microphone from my dad, rolling her eyes at him. "Itineraries are waiting for you back in your rooms, but tomorrow will be filled with all sorts of pre-wedding activities, followed by the ceremony and reception on Sunday. Thank you so much for being here to celebrate with us. It's going to be a fun weekend." At this point, Ariella and my sorority sisters Lauren, Amber, Britta, Steph, who have sorta appeared out of nowhere, rush over to where Chase and I are. "Now I understand why they made us hide until after the announcements," Lauren says. "Oh my gosh, Dani, congratulations, but people, we need a candle stat," Britta says. Ariella's coworker, a guy named Kyle, hands a ribbon-festooned candle to my big sister, Steph. My mom, Jaden, and even Jennifer, Haley, and the rest of my college and high school friends who were invited, form a circle around me. And although most of them don't know the songs, there, in the middle of all the people eating their fried chicken, I listen to the soft sounds of my sisters' voices, and on the third go-round, I blow out my very own candle. "Usually the groom isn't here for the candle passing," Amber says. "That's not true, girls," my mom interjects. "I got engaged during my own candle passing." And by passing, she also means that Dani passed her the ring box, literally threw it in the air to her. Jaden goes on, while Jennifer is right in the mix, clapping away over the fun of it all. I'm looking around for Chase when I hear new voices singing from behind us. I turn around to find Chase, Damon, Eddie, the dads, grandfathers, Chase's little brothers, and a bunch of guys from both Chase's college and high school football teams. Tears fill my eyes as they serenade me. I swear, I feel like the luckiest girl in the world today. Sunday, May 23rd. Do not care. Devaney. Guests are able to sign up for a variety of activities, just like we do on a smaller scale for our family vacation. Start activities mean the future bride and groom will be participating in them, so that our guests will know where to find us. Future bride and groom. It's crazy to think that something I dreamed about my entire life is actually happening tomorrow. I'm looking forward to today, Chase says. Finally, he's awake. I can't sleep because I'm so excited for everything. Me too. We should probably get up and get ready, I suggest. He responds by kissing me deeply. I sigh into his mouth and back away as his hand slides down my thigh. Turning me down already? He says with a laugh. We aren't even married yet. I roll my eyes. I'm not turning you down. I've been waiting for you to wake up. He snuggles closer to me and moves my hand to his crotch. You know exactly how to wake me up. You're insatiable. Good thing I'm marrying you for sex. He sucks in his breath, making it sound like he's shocked at what I just said. But I stop his joking by kissing him forcefully. I mean, we do have time. And honestly, even if we didn't, I'd make time for this. For Chase. I love feeling close to him. Connected physically. We've been friends for a long time and explored nearly every facet of our friendship. Sex is something that will require many more years of exploration before it even comes close to catching up. But we're trying. We fall back on the bed spent. Chase glances at the clock. What time are we supposed to be at the course? We are participating in the 9-hole golf scramble, which I only agreed to if Chase and I could be on the same team. When we arrive, we're basically surrounded by a group of our friends, who I think have been conspiring against us based on the looks on their faces. So, Trayvon says, his arms folded across his chest in the same way as my sorority sisters. We need some details here, people. First, why the rush to get married? Before either Chase or I can answer, Lauren says, Are you pregnant? And Amber says, And where are you going to live? And can you be in the sorority when you're married? Lauren continues. I know the answer to that one, Steph says. And no, you can't. Chase holds up his palm
indicating for them to all stop. Okay, wow. Let's see. Trayvon, we are in a rush to get married because we are in love and don't want to wait. We've loved each other our whole lives, I add. And we want to be together all the time, Chase agrees. So move in together, Britta says. Test the waters. I mean, you're so young. A lot could happen. I can't imagine getting married at this age. That doesn't mean it's not right for us, I tell her. Chase smiles at me, and I can't help but grin. Because I just realized that I absolutely do not care what any of them think. I know what's right for me, and that's Chase. Damon joins the little group. Why all the serious faces? This weekend is supposed to be one big party. They've been asking us why we want to get married so young, I tell him. Damon rolls his eyes. Seriously? He looks at everyone else. Who you choose to marry and when you choose to marry them should be a personal decision, right? They sort of shrug, but I can still tell they aren't convinced. Most of you haven't known us that long. You think we are a new thing. We're not, I say. And those of us who have known them that long, Damon says, think it's about damn time. Trayvon nods and slaps Chase on the back. If you're sure, we're happy for both of you. We are most definitely sure, Chase says. And to answer your other questions, I say, I will become an alumna of the sorority. We will live together in a condo off campus, and I am not pregnant. And then we're called up to tee off, effectively ending the conversation. When Chase and I get in our golf cart, which is decked out with white netting and a big heart with our names in the center, he turns to me and smiles. What? I ask, tilting my head curiously. I love you, he says, leaning in for a kiss, but I back away. Why do you love me, right now specifically? I ask, even though I think I already know the answer. You handled that conversation really well. I did, didn't I? I grin. You know, you're not marrying the girl you fell in love with here 3 years ago. Oh, I was in love with you long before that, Dani, he says. But you are right. You're not that girl anymore. You've become a strong woman. Who is totally in love with you. And thank you for telling me I handled it well. What I really wanted to say was, if you don't like it, get the F out. Dani, Chase laughs. What? It's my wedding weekend. You mean our wedding weekend. Of course. And no one is going to mess with that. Can I have a kiss now? Chase asks sweetly. I give him a smirk, then hit the gas, thinking it will catch him off guard. What I don't expect is for him to kiss me anyway, and cause me to nearly go off the golf path, and come close to taking out a row of bushes. The golf scramble is followed by awards and lunch on the golf club's patio, overlooking the 18th hole. Servers are grilling chicken, hamburgers, and portobello mushrooms for sandwiches, and there's both a salad bar and a French fry bar, where you can choose toppings like bacon and cheddar, truffle oil, and Parmesan. We spend the afternoon on the party boat, where everyone swims, goes out onto the ski boats to tube or ski, plays some beer pong, and enjoys a nacho table. There's just enough time for me to get my makeup and hair done before we meet the family for our wedding rehearsal. When we were planning everything, I laughed when Ariella said she'd run the rehearsal like a drill sergeant. But I realize now that with this crowd, she probably is going to have to. The dogs, Angel and Winger, are running through the pews, sniffing around at all the new scents. Damon invited Ainsley to the rehearsal, even though she isn't in the wedding party, and he's doing nothing but flirting with her. Mom and Dad seem to be arguing about something, and Mimi is adding her 2 cents. Haley has on her dress for tonight, but has a long tulle skirt wrapped around it, and she is obsessively pacing up and down the aisle, trying to adjust her gait so that it looks like she's walking normal. But she keeps stepping on the skirt and is not happy about it. Jaden has Emerson firmly by the hand, but Weston is running through the chapel chasing the dogs. Grandpa and Grandma Mac and Papa are talking about how they've yet to fish since they've been here, and Jennifer pulls up in a little golf cart, looking a little ragged. Sorry we're late, she says, getting herself an Easton out of the cart. She threw a fit about changing clothes. She throws her hands up in the air with a "what could I do" look on her face. My baby sister obviously won the fight because she's dressed in a swimsuit, carrying a wand and clomping around in dress-up heels. "It's okay," Ariella says, giving Jennifer a little squeeze and pulling a flask from her bag and handing it to her. "We've all been there." Jennifer laughs, takes a slug, and goes, "Ah, thank you." "All right, everyone," Arya says, marching up to the front of the chapel. "In order for us to get to dinner on time, I'll need your cooperation and attention for the next 20 minutes. And if you could keep conversations to a minimum, that would greatly help. If you could all proceed out of the church, we'll line up and go through the processional." Everyone does as instructed, and all goes as planned. Most everyone in the family is seated, and Chase is waiting for me at the front of the chapel with Damon by his side. Haley goes next and doesn't trip, and the dogs do a really great job of obediently following her down the aisle, where they are handed off to the ushers, Ryder and Madden. "The adorable flower girls are next," Ariella says, bending down to talk to the girls. But one of them is missing. "Where's Easton?" I ask, frantically looking around, hoping she didn't run off somewhere in all the chaos. "She's in the corner, back there," Damon calls out, pointing. "Oh, shit," Jennifer says from her pew. Dad, whose elbow I am holding onto, laughs and goes, "Literally." Jennifer jumps up and runs to the back of the chapel. Dad leaves my side and says, "I'll get her." "What's wrong?" I say. But then Dad carries Easton next to me, and I understand. "She's potty trained," Jennifer says to Ariella, "but sometimes she sneaks off to a corner and, well, poos. We'll get her changed real quick." Ainsley, who is sitting in the back of the chapel watching, says to Jennifer, You go sit down." Ainsley has Easton changed and back in line in record time. "Thank you," both my dad and I say to her. "I guess better now than during the ceremony," my dad jokes. "Most definitely," Ariella agrees. Emerson and Weston try to hold Easton's hands, as they were instructed to do. But Easton is having no part of it. "No, I walk by myself," she yells out, crossing her arms tightly across her chest, so they can't touch her hands. Ariella gives each girl a little ribbon bouquet to hold and says, "Tomorrow you will have real flowers. These are practice ones. I want you to walk down that way, smile pretty, and then go sit with your mommies." Weston and Emerson hold onto their flowers tightly and do a sort of zigzagged walk and then go sit down. Easton is still at the back of the church. Dad says, "Easton, if you want to be a flower girl, you have to behave. Smile and walk down to Mommy." She gives him the most adorable grin, says, "I love you, Daddy," then does exactly as instructed. Until she gets halfway, where she drops her flowers to the ground and proceeds to do a somersault. Then a cartwheel. She stands up with flair, goes back to pick up her flowers, and looks around with a pout on her little face. "You all clap," she demands. Jennifer has her face in her palm. My dad and I can't stop laughing, and of course, we do as told. We clap, which causes everyone else to join in. Easton walks the rest of the way down the aisle. When she sees Jennifer's outstretched hand, she whispers, "No sit with Mommy, sit with puppies." And then she does just that, making Ryder and Madden slide apart so she can sit in between. "She was such a good baby," my dad says, shaking his head. "We thought she was perfect. Now she's more of a terror than Weston ever was." My dad laughs. "But so darn cute." Totally casual. Devaney. "I'm stuffed," I say to Chase as we're walking down to the boathouse after dinner. "It was a great meal," he says, patting his belly. "I think everyone loved it. The view is always so good, and the food never disappoints. I mean the creamy potato chowder with those savory pieces of pancetta mixed with the toasted pumpkin seeds on top. Perfection. Don't forget the brown sugar glazed salmon. I ate it with the sweet potato fries and honey butter. It was like eating dessert." "And then we ate dessert," Chase says with a laugh. "I'm pretty sure I had a bit of everything." I feel like today was a blur. You're right, it was, he says, giving me a kiss. Golf was played, beers were had, cigars were smoked, stories were told. All in all, it's been an amazing weekend so far. Are you happy with how it's turning out? I'm so happy, Chase. Today was so much fun. I was a little worried that, I don't know, things were going to be too over the top, but it's been laid back in the ways I wanted. But not in the ways you didn't want? Yeah, like, oh my gosh, the food was so incredible. We always eat such yummy stuff while we are here on vacation. And everyone loved the nacho table on the boat. You can't get much more casual than that. He pulls me into his arms and looks down at my cleavage. You don't look real casual tonight. I'm wearing an adorable cream silk jumpsuit, and Chase looks like the model he is in cream linen shorts and a shirt, paired with loafers. Fine, I didn't want everything totally casual. I mean, it is our wedding. It's special, and my dress has this... Has what? Chase grins at me. I swat at him. You know I can't tell you. In fact, you should probably kiss me goodnight. I won't see you tomorrow until our first look. Wrong, he says. What do you mean wrong? Maybe I have a few things planned that you weren't consulted on. Like what? His grin turns into a smirk. This reminds me of the last time we were here. You never looked at the family activity board. I did. Eventually, I remind him. And there's no board for the wedding. Actually, there is. A huge one. Up in the lobby of the resort. But also, the events were printed on the itinerary that was put in all of the rooms. Oh, I haven't read that because, well, I'm the one who decided on the events. He pulls an itinerary from his pocket and tosses it at me. Penciled in at the bottom is, stay with Chase, tonight, and every night, forever. I drop the paper, grab him by the hand, and lead him up to his bedroom. I guess if it's on the list and all, I say, slowly slipping off my outfit. Sunday, May 24th. A little something. Devaney. So we're split apart this morning, huh? I say to Chase, who is still in bed. Bride's brunch and the groom's water fight. Seems a little sexist. Not really. I think your dad is going to your brunch. Is he? I grin big. Knowing my dad is coming to what's sort of a girly thing makes me happy. You should see the smile on your face, Chase says. You're definitely a daddy's girl. Always have been, I tease. You've got big shoes to fill. Luckily, my feet are bigger than your dad's, he says with a wink. I saunter over to the bed, dressed, but with my heels dangling from one hand, and lean over and mess up his hair. He grabs me and pulls me on top of him, bringing my face close to his. It feels like a romantic moment until he licks my nose. What are you, a dog? I laugh as I wipe the slobber off my face. He doesn't say anything, just makes a sad little puppy whine. I don't want you to leave me. I roll my eyes but smile at him. I'm pretty sure there's no reason why you can't come to the brunch first, have some food, then go to the water fight. It starts an hour later. And you're sure you can't come to the water fight? Sneak out? I'm the guest of honor. I think they'd miss me. I managed to tell him with a straight face, even though I happen to have a bikini on underneath this dress. Come on, don't you want some food? But as soon as I say that, I hear my brother's voice outside the bedroom door. Dude, let's go eat. I shrug my shoulders at Chase. He says, see you sometime today. I open the door and come face to face with Damon. Good morning. Oh boy, look at you. All bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. Is Chase getting up, or did he already? You and your dirty mind, I say. Whose mind is in the gutter now? He asks. I just wanted to know if he was already at breakfast. Not did he get it up already. I mean, logic tells me it's always hard in the morning. So theoretically, it was already up. But I think you thought, get it on. So you tell me, sis, which is it? I give up, I say, then prance out of the boathouse and up to the main house. Good morning, sweetheart, Mimi says the second I walk in the back door. Papa is there too, sitting at the kitchen table. Look at you. She takes my face in her hands. I can't believe you're getting married today, that you were grown up enough to do so. Are you going to lecture me about getting married young, too? Don't worry, I know the drill, what everyone thinks. That's not what I meant, Mimi says. You're our first grandchild. It feels like yesterday when we were holding you in our arms, after you were born. You've always had the most beautiful and expressive eyes. You always know how to make me feel good, I say with a smile. That's what grandmothers are for. And grandfathers, Papa chimes in. We were hoping we'd get to see you this morning, Devaney, before things got busy. Mimi says, Papa and I would love to give you a little something. Do you remember how you missed the shopping trip that summer, but then came to our cottage to tell me you were sorry? I do remember that. I touched the delicate pair of twisted copper and silver earrings I'm wearing. Even though I was being a little jerk about, well, everything, you all shopped for me. You cried when I gave you the earrings, Mimi says, taking my hand in hers. And then you spilled your guts about everything, Papa says with a laugh. I did. I start laughing too. But you gave me good advice about my own happiness, and family, and life, and love. I'm glad we were able to help, Mimi says. Anyway, when we heard you were coming this summer, we had something made for you. It was supposed to be just a gift, Papa says, but now it's turned into a little wedding present. Mimi smiles at me, and is incredibly fitting on this day. Makes it feel a bit like fate. She hands me a wrapped package. Should I wait to open it with Chase? No, Papa says. This is for you. Okay, I say, smiling at them both, and wondering what they got for me. I open the paper, then the box, and find a beautiful silver picture frame staring back at me. I get a little choked up, thinking about how I will be able to put a photo from our wedding in it. It's I start to say, but then I notice the engraving toward the bottom and read it aloud. Life itself is the most wonderful fairy tale. Hans Christian Andersen wrote that, Papa says. Do you remember the fairy tale book we gave you when you were little? Of course I do. It sat next to my bed until I moved to college. We originally got this for you because we want you to remember that life isn't always perfect, Mimi says, but that it can be the most wonderful fairy tale. She gets tears in her eyes, and it just seems so fitting to be giving this to you on your wedding day. I hold it together until I see Papa wiping his eyes. Then I start crying. Thank you so much. I hug Mimi tightly, and then Papa stands up and wraps me in his arms. We're very proud of the woman you've become, Devaney, Papa says, and we wish you and Chase a wonderful and happy life together. I'm so glad you aren't mad at me, I sob. Mad at you? Mimi scoffs. More likely. We would have been upset if you weren't marrying Chase. It's so clear you're meant to be together. All right, Papa says. Enough of the waterworks. We need to get the bride-to-be to her breakfast.
Most epic. Chase. Are you taking me out to the wilderness to kill me? I tease Damon, who I'm supposed to be going to breakfast with. I have to say, I'm really disappointed in you, Chase. I'm your best man. I would have planned the most epic bachelor party if I'd had just a little notice. Instead, I was forced to bring strippers into the wilderness on the morning of your wedding. He rolls his eyes. Your dad told me that you'd better be sober in time for the ceremony, but I think that point is debatable. Damon, tell me you're joking. He shrugs, then points at one of the guest cottages between the two main homes. No freaking way. Are you nuts? I'm in love with your sister. Just get in there, he says. I hold my ground. No. Damon lets out a big sigh. Fine. There are, unfortunately, no strippers. Just go with it, please. Okay. He opens the door to the guest cottage and I walk in. Happy wedding day, Chase, is yelled out. I turn to see my dad, Uncle Dani, Grandpa Mac, Papa, and my little brothers, Ryder and Madden, standing in the living room. Well, at least there are no strippers, I chuckle. There were going to be strippers? Ryder, who will be a freshman this fall and is 100% girl crazy, asks. He had something like 6 different girlfriends last semester and wants to be just like Damon. He even switched from running back to wide receiver, which honestly is a good choice because he's shot up in the last 2 years and he'll probably end up about as tall as me. That's gross, Madden says. He'll start middle school in the fall, and even though we've always called him Crusher because he's been a beast on every athletic field he's ever played on since a young age, off the field, he's funny and sweet, sort of a big teddy bear. And who knows what he will end up doing? He's been trying to talk Mom and Dad into letting him try out for a UK youth academy that identifies high-potential players at a young age to ultimately become professionals. They have a similar setup with some of the US teams. But if he does that, he won't be allowed to play on any other team, including his high school team. He's in love with Dani. Why would he want to be around naked girls? He asks. Of course, Damon and Ryder just grin along with the grandparents, but both my dad and Dani's dad shake their heads like it wouldn't be worth the trouble. We're doing a little bachelor brunch, Damon says. Just the family, at least while we are all still friendly, before I have to best you all with my water gun fighting abilities. I'm going to win, Ryder scoffs. I'm faster than you and... No way, Damon says. The dogs don't get to play this time. Ryder scowls. No fair. Actually, it is fair, Madden starts to say, but Damon cuts him off. As I was saying, Damon says, bachelor brunch. Everyone, grab a plate and take a seat in the living room. We all do as requested, filling our plates up with breakfast burritos, hash browns, chips, and salsa. I can't help but smile. Damon and I used to stop at the gas station and sneak breakfast burritos sometimes before school. I say sneak because the kind we got probably wasn't the healthiest option, but it was quick fuel. When he sees the look on my face, he says, I had to do something bad. There is no turkey bacon. They used, lard in the tortillas, and the queso was loaded with fake cheese. Cheers to that, I tell him. Speaking of cheers, my dad says the second I sit down, a toast. To Chase, on his big day. He holds his glass of orange juice in the air. I wish you and Dani a lifetime of happiness. Dad, Ryder says, everyone and their brother is going to say the same thing to them today. What would you say then, Ryder? My dad asks. I wanted to do a toast at your wedding, Ryder says to me, but I was turned down, so I'm going to have to do it here, now. And in that moment, my little brother suddenly doesn't look like a kid anymore. He's grown up more than I realized. He stands up and says, To the groom, congratulations on your marriage and the fact that you have a really hot wife who you now get to have sex with all the time. Or maybe not. Sex all the time because they are married, my dad stresses, and I have a feeling this has been a topic of discussion lately. Damon holds back a smirk. Dani's dad stands up. And on that note, I'm off to the bride's brunch. As soon as he's out the door, Damon smacks Ryder in the shoulder. You can't say stuff like that in front of a girl's dad, no matter how old she is. You're lucky my dad or I didn't clock you. Ryder rolls his eyes. Everyone is so touchy about sex. I mean, none of us would be here without it, right? Right, my dad says. Was there more to the toast? I heard you practicing earlier. Oh, yeah, of course. They say when you do a toast, you have to start with a joke, something funny. That was the funny part. Then you move on to the serious part. To the bride and groom. May your love continue to grow for all the days of your lives. I smile at my brother and clink my glass of juice with his. Thank you, Rye. That means a lot. To which he grins big. Oh, I want a toast, Madden says, not wanting to be left out. To my brother, may you dominate in your marriage the way you do on the football field. Damon about chokes on his drink. My dad tries not to smile, but fails. Cheers, Ryder says. Cool toast, Crusher. Let's eat, I suggest. Oh, it's breakfast and a show, Damon says, grabbing the TV remote. I give him a warning look because he'd better not be turning on porn. He shrugs and hits the button anyway, causing a yoga class to come on the screen. At first, I don't get it. It's just girls working out. But when they bend over into downward dog, Both my little brothers turn their heads sideways. The best I could do on short notice, bro, Damon says. Gotta love girls working out. As we're headed to the water gun fight later, Damon pulls me aside and says, "Oh my freaking gosh, were you not dying when Crusher toasted to you dominating in your marriage?" He probably wasn't suggesting anything kinky. I know. Damon starts laughing. That's why it was the best. Ah, to be so innocent. Also glad Ryder was vetoed on his toast, I whisper. In case you didn't know it, Damon says, well, you've been off having fun at college. Ryder's been a bit of a handful at home. Sneaking out, sneaking girls in, had the nerve to throw a little party in the basement while your parents were asleep. Wow, that doesn't sound like him. It's the ladies, Damon says with a knowing look. They're messing with his head. Well, one of them anyway. You don't think he's having sex yet, do you? I can't believe I'm saying this when it was the only thing I wanted back in the day, but I hope not. Have you talked to him about it? Yeah, both me and Haley. Not sure how much gets through all the testosterone. It doesn't help that he's a good athlete. A good-looking kid. And he's like me. Got the gift. Damon slaps me on the back. Don't worry, bro. Overall, he's a good kid. Plus, I think after the party, he basically got grounded until college. As he should have been. Your parents have had it easy with you and Haley. You're both motivated by sports. The threat of not being able to do what you love kept you out of trouble. And he isn't? He tries to act like he isn't. But think about it. The kid's not dumb. That's part of his appeal. He loses that and he might lose the girls. At least in his 14-year-old mind. So I think he's pushing boundaries to see how far they move. He'll be okay. If you say so. It's your wedding day. No more talk about anything other than how in love you are and how I'm not going to let you win the fight just because we're going to be brothers. Brothers? I say, stopping in my tracks. I know, right? Damon says, emotion showing on his face. I wrap my arm around his shoulders as we walk. We've always been brothers. Yeah, but this is official. I can't help but break out in a smile. Yeah, very official. Look, I don't want to rain on the parade, but do you really feel like you and Dani are ready for this big of a step? You've been telling us that Ainsley is your future wife. Would you marry her today if you could? To this, I get a grin. Absolutely. Then you understand. Yeah, now I have to get her on the same page. I laugh. Now you really understand how I felt about your sister that summer. Freaking torture, dude. Women.
A little bored. Devaney. The bridal brunch is as lovely as I expected, and I know it's something my mom really wanted me to do. But my dad and I are both getting a little bored. I lean over and whisper to him, "Are you thinking what I'm thinking? That I wish I were at the water gun fight? Yeah, and..." I look at my watch again. "We're both sneaking out of here, as soon as they bring out the dessert trays." "Really?" Dad gives me a huge grin. "But you're all dressed up." "In a dress I might happen to have a swimsuit on underneath." Dad high-fives me. "That's my girl."
Distracted you. Chase. The water gun fight is so much fun. I don't think anyone is actually going to win, although there were teams chosen and some pretty vague instructions about flags that will be involved at some point. Right now, we're all just having fun, soaking each other. But then I see movement out of the corner of my eye, up on top of a ladder where our flag is supposed to go. It's Dani, in a white bikini. Water machine gun strapped across her chest. Wow. The sight of her takes my breath away. And I'm now thinking about Ryder's toast. I get to have sex with this woman for the rest of my life. And with the way she looks all badass in that bikini, I'd like to start right now. "Where's my groom?" she yells out. I raise my hand and smile. "Get up here," she says, and I gladly go join her, climbing up the ladder to give her a kiss. But she stops me. "What you have been doing up until now has been your warm-ups," she announces. "The rest of the battle gear is being rolled out. Each team has been allocated an equal number of weapons. White team is the bride's team. The blue team is the groom's. Flags are being raised. Rules are simple. You will defend your team's flag, but if you run out of ammo or water before capturing the flag, then you lose. Steal the other team's flag, and your team wins. And what do the winners get? I openly flirt with her in front of everyone. Oh, Chase, she says loudly, it's not about what the winners get. It's what the losers will have to do. And what's that? I ask. This time Damon answers, and I realize they were conspiring on this. The losers have to dance together at the wedding to a song of the winning team's choosing. Okay, teams, break up. You have 5 minutes to plan your strategy, and then it will be go time. Our team's plan seems overly complicated, but as long as we win, I don't really care. Mostly because I'm distracted, watching Dani gather up supplies, tucking little squirt guns into the sides of her bikini bottoms, then putting 4 water balloons on a string over her shoulder, like a handbag, and grabbing more capsules for her water cannon. She gives me an evil grin, and I can tell she's planning to come after me. I decide to make the first move, running straight at her with a bucket of water and dousing her. And I wouldn't say her bikini is see-through, but I can confirm that it looks even better wet. I grab her and twirl her around. You look so hot, I can barely control myself. She laughs. You're just saying that because you want to steal my flag. What I'd like to do is steal you and take you back to my room. Maybe our first look should involve a stripped-off wet bikini and a whole lot of nakedness. She smiles at me, says, sounds fun, then backs up and shoots me in the chest with a succession of water cannons. You're ruthless, I tell her as my dad tosses water balloons in my direction. Get him, Dani yells at her team, and very quickly, I'm thoroughly soaked. Damon comes to rescue me, pulling me out of their camp. I have a plan, he says. They only have 3 guarding the flag, one of whom is my sister. If you try to distract her, she'll be onto the plan. But what if I do? How will you do that? I thought I'd tell her about the strippers. There were no strippers, I counter. Yeah, but she doesn't know that. I don't want to upset her, and neither should you. Okay, fine. I'll fake an injury. She'll stop to check on me. You sneak in and steal the flag. That I can do. We high-five, put more water in our guns, and make our approach. Me off to the side, looking like maybe I'm talking to someone, just watching, and him straight up to Dani. She is ruthless, shooting him right in the forehead with a water cannon. I watch as Damon goes down, holding his head and seemingly writhing in pain. Dani immediately goes to check on him, as does my dad, who was helping to guard their flag. That just leaves me and Carter Crawford, a worthy opponent. Oh, crap, I say, sounding worried. I sure hope Damon didn't get hurt. All those NIL deals you were going to get him. Carter's eyes narrow, and his focus turns to Damon just long enough for me to rush past him and grab the flag. Damon jumps up off the ground, magically cured, and says, We won! We won! We won! Our team joins him, cheering about our victory. There might be some good-humored taunting, and a few more errant water balloons tossed in our direction by the other team, which isn't helped by the fact that Damon and his dad are yelling out random songs they think will be embarrassing for the losing team to dance to. I saunter up to Dani, pull her into my arms, and hand her the flag. I stole this for you, my fair lady. You stole my own flag for me? She says, putting her hand on her hip. More like you and Damon cheated. You planned it, didn't you? We did come up with a strategy, if that's what you mean. I fire back, my eyebrows raised in challenge. You cheated. Faked an injury. I didn't do any such thing. Damon is the one who was faking. See, I knew it. You're lucky it was him, not you. Why's that? Because if you had come up to me, I could have moved my top over a little and distracted you from winning. That definitely would have worked, I say, leaning in to give her a kiss. But again, she backs away. Chase, I know we are bucking tradition in just about every way, but I would like our first kiss today to be at the altar once we are married. I shake my head. I didn't even think of that. I love the idea, but it doesn't stop me from bending down and kissing her neck. Chase! She screeches, and then we both laugh. You probably have to go get ready, huh? I say, still holding her in my arms. Well, Ariella has been giving me the eye for about 10 minutes now, so thank goodness someone finally won. I will see you soon. In your wedding dress. Yes, in my wedding dress. Crazy, huh? Not at all, I say. I've been waiting a long time for this. I mean, when was the last time we got married? Gosh, I don't know. 3rd grade, maybe? 4th? I suspect this will feel a little different. Part of me wants to say it'd better be, she says, but the other part of me knows you always took it seriously. She kisses my cheek. Okay, I really have to go if I want to be ready in time. I love you, I yell out, and as she takes off in her golf cart, it really sinks in. The next time I see her, she will be in her wedding dress, ready to marry me.
Totally mess up, Devaney. You're the last one to arrive, Ariella tells me. Your mother, Jennifer, Jaden, Haley, and the grandmas are already in various stages of hair and makeup. Did I totally mess up the timeline? Ariella smiles. It will be fine. The water fight looked fun. It really was. Thank you for working it into my schedule. You are a bit of a mess, though, Ariella says with a laugh. I'm glad we tinted your lashes, so at least you don't have mascara streaming down your face. That is a bonus, I laughed too. To avoid the fuss over how you look, I'm going to take you in the back, straight to the primary bedroom in the cottage, so you can wash your hair and rinse off some of the mud. Your mother will be there to meet you when you come out. And she'll take me into the main room? Eventually, Ariella says cryptically. When I squint my eyes at her, she says, she just wants to spend a few moments alone with her daughter on her wedding day. Oh, that's sweet. Thank you. I get cleaned up and dried off, and I wrap myself up in a fluffy resort robe. And I can't help but laugh, remembering when Chase and I caught one on fire that summer. Sweetheart, are you done? I hear my mother's voice call out. Yeah, just drying off, I tell her, then open the door. Her makeup is done, and she looks beautiful. Wow, Mom, you look amazing. The makeup artist is very talented, she says. I need to hire her to do my makeup every day. Or maybe she could teach you how to do it. I always thought I did a pretty good job of it, but I will admit, even I'm impressed. Which isn't easy to do, I tease. You impress me, Devaney, Mom says seriously. I've watched your interviews at the spring game about 100 times. Van finally had a recording made for me with all the clips of you, so I didn't have to keep fast-forwarding and rewinding. You have such presence on the camera. Yet at the same time, you have a way of making the audience feel like they know you. It's a combination that I suspect will take you far in life. Thank you. And I wanted to have a couple moments alone with you, so that I could give you a gift. Mom, you helped Chase with all of this. How is gift enough? She pats my leg. Speaking of gifts, you might not get many. No one knew to bring anything. And Chase and I never thought to set up a registry. Like I said, this weekend, this day, is more than enough. Really, Mom. I still can't believe that you and Chase did all this together. It just... I put my hand up to cover my heart. It means so much to me. I will say, he caught me a little off guard when he first presented the idea. I'm surprised you didn't tell him he was crazy. He was too serious for that. He'd thought it all through. And how could I ever turn down something I knew would make my daughter happy? She sets a pale purple velvet box in front of me. I open it to find a pair of pearl drop earrings with swirling yellow gold threads, accented by pave diamonds. They're beautiful, and the color, they're ivory like my dress. Can I wear them? Of course you can, my mother says. Do you really like them? I love them, Mom. And thank you for not going too extravagant, you know? Oh, trust me, I know. The other pair I picked out were all diamonds. Van told me they were lovely, but that you'd never wear them, for fear of losing them. She tucks her hair behind her ear and turns her head toward me. I bought them anyway, and someday, when your daughter gets married, you can wear them to her wedding. Mom's earrings are gorgeous. 2 sparkling pear-shaped diamonds, suspended from a pair of round, brilliant diamonds. Each of the 4 diamonds probably weighs in at a couple carats. But I'm thinking more about what she said. When your daughter gets married. And I can sort of picture it. She'd have Chase's eyes, my smile. I think to this morning with Mimi and Papa, how they remember holding me in their arms, how much I've grown, and how fast it all seems to have happened. I think about what Chase said about our past, present, and future being inexplicably tied together. And then I can see it all so clearly. I hope to have a daughter someday. I tell my mom, tears welling up in my eyes. Do you and Chase want children? Yes, but not for a while. So don't put me on baby watch or anything, okay? Whenever you are ready, I'll be ready. Ariella steps in the room. Don't want to rush you, but... It's okay, Mom says, taking a hold of my hand. I appreciate the time we had. I give her a hug. Me too, Mom. Now, let's go get you glammed up.
Changed my mind. Chase. How long do we have to keep these things on? I ask Dani in reference to the blindfold I am wearing, because I'm dying to see her. Just until they get a few pictures, she says. Keep smiling. Smiling today is not a problem, Dani. I think my smile has been permanently etched on my face ever since you told me that you'd marry me this weekend. I think mine has too, she says, reaching out and taking my hand in hers. Tell me about your dress now. Like, give me all the details, because I know once I look, all I'll see is you in a wedding dress wanting to marry me. Okay, she says. So, it's surprisingly traditional. The whole top of it is lace. Underneath the lace is a nude lining, high collar, long sleeves. You should pay attention to the lace when you see it. The detail is amazing. Will do. What else should I know? Oh yeah, about that. I also changed my mind. About what? I say, momentarily panicking. The veil. I wasn't going to wear it until I went down the aisle, but I have it on now. I figured you might as well get the full first look. What's the skirt like? I ask, reaching out to touch it. It feels soft. It's silk, she says. Banded waist. The skirt is A-line, so not big and princessy at all. It sort of sounds boring, the way I'm describing it, but the dress does have real drama. Just like our relationship, I tease. Thank goodness we're over that, she says. Actually, I'm not going to tell you about the dramatic part. That you'll have to see for yourself. I'm getting desperate, I say as the camera continues to click away and the photographer keeps making us switch positions. This is ridiculous, I whisper before calling out, I'm taking off my blindfold. Now. I'm taking off mine too, she says. We do. And my gosh. Standing in front of me is Dani. That sounds weird to say. She has been standing in front of me for the last 5 minutes. We were just chatting. But I was chatting with my best friend, my future wife. And this version of Dani? No. Devaney. Not only is she my perfect pass, but she's also my bride. She's actually going to marry me. Her face is glowing, her hair pulled back, eyes sparkling. Chase, she says, in this case you're supposed to look down. Check me out. Look at the dress, not just me. I grab her hands, still focused on her face. You look so beautiful. I can't even... Thank you. Now will you look at all of me? Get the full picture? I nod, but my eyes are still locked with hers. I can't believe you're going to marry me. I'm so happy. I'm incredibly happy too, Chase. Good, I say, and then I let go of her hand and take 2 steps backward. A wave of emotion hits me, and I'm overcome. I cover my face with my hands and shake my head. I am seriously so lucky. It takes me a second, but I quickly wipe my eyes, then pull her into a hug. I'm honestly speechless, I whisper to her. You are like a dream come true. Your dress is stunning. You are stunning. I don't think I've ever seen anyone look so beautiful as you do right now. "Oh, Chase," she says, and I can tell she's getting choked up. I release her from my arms and back away again. "Okay, sorry. I need to really look at this dress." So, I do, noting the intricate lace design across her chest and down her sleeves, the band that highlights her waist, and the skirt that flows down her legs. I reach over and lift up the skirt. "I gotta see your shoes." She blushes slightly, then sticks one foot out from under her skirt, showing off a sparkling silver shoe. My dad picked them because they were crusted with crystals and reminded him of my dance recitals when I was little. I love them. I move to the side, circling her, and I see the back of the dress. "Damn," I blurt out. "Now that's a back. Actually, it is mostly your back and very little dress." "It's called a plunging back," she says. I allow my hand to trail softly down her spine. "Chase," she says, "I just decided we need a first look at our honeymoon." "You're bad," she says, looking over her shoulder at me. "And you are gorgeous." Wow, talk about drama. And the veil, it's so long. Ariella says, and I quote, "The dress will photograph well. Now come back around so I can look at you." Trust me, no one is going to be looking at me with you looking like you do. "Still," she says, and I move to stand in front of her again.
I swear I melt. Devaney. Chase is smiling as big as I think I've ever seen, and I'm so happy. His reaction, honestly, was even more than I'd expected. I think every girl hopes her groom will be affected emotionally when he first sees his bride. But people show emotions differently, and Chase has never been outwardly emotional. It shocked me when he cried. It also made me really happy. And don't even get me started on how Chase looks. The word delicious comes to mind. He even smells yummy, like a crisp apple with warm caramel on a sunny fall day. His hair is parted on the side, his long bangs pushed back, and styled perfectly to show off his high cheekbones, strong jaw, and his long eyelashes. His tall frame is highlighted in a black tuxedo with a white shirt and black bow tie. The tuxedo jacket has gold buttons, the pants have a slim leg, and on his feet are black velvet smoking shoes with a gold and ivory embroidered crest. "You look very stylish and handsome, Chase," I tell him. "Good enough to marry?" he asks. I'd better look again. I allow myself to appreciate him for a few more seconds, then happily nod my head. "Yeah, I think so." "I want to kiss you so bad right now, Dani," he says in his low, dreamy voice. "Cheek, for now?" I suggest, trying my hardest to stay firm on this, even though I want to kiss him so bad right now, too. He pulls me close, looks into my eyes, then kisses my forehead instead. And I swear, I melt. "I love you," I tell him. "Good thing," he says with a laugh, "because as soon as we say I do, you're going to be stuck with me." "No, I'm going to be married to you." I can't wait. Should we go see the reception space now? When he nods, I say, "Ariella, I think we're ready." "Great," she says. We get back in the golf cart and go down through the woods, taking what I assume is a service route, so no one sees us, and pull up to the back side of the glass pavilions. Ariella told me when I chose this as the reception space that it's something new in the industry. First it was clear tents, but those are still susceptible to wind and rain. The glass houses are a permanent version. They're set among the trees, but the space around them has been cleared with a pretty lawn. And at night, I know you can see the stars through the glass roof. Ariella takes us around to the front entrance, and on the brick walkway to the patio. When I was last here, the space was completely empty, but now it's fully decorated and ready for tonight. Your guests will enter here and walk the brick path to the patio and through the floral arch to cocktail hour. Let's get a couple photos of you here. She positions us under the arch and with the forest to our backs. I'm obsessed with the arch I say, taking in the soft pastel hydrangeas, mixed with peonies, roses, and greenery. The photographers will be taking photos of everyone as they arrive. Tripp has a whole team in his office tonight that will be editing the photos, practically as they are taken, so the individual photos can be texted and pushed out to social media. Which is super cool, she says, sounding excited. Usually, you have to wait weeks for your wedding photos. The majority of yours will be done tomorrow. We see the brick courtyard, where cocktail tables are set up. They have vintage floral cloths over them, and a simple mason jar, filled with water, and a few stems of peonies in their center. She takes us in the smaller of the glass houses. If it happens to rain, although it's not supposed to, cocktail hour will be moved in here fully. But basically, attendees will come inside to graze from the massive charcuterie boards, champagne bar, and cupcake table. Cupcake table? Chase says. I wanted to include our cupcakes at the wedding, but do you remember when I got to take cupcake decorating lessons from the pastry chef here? Oh, I remember, Chase says. Which obviously he would remember the cupcake that became so important to us. But I didn't know if he remembered about the chef. Although I shouldn't be surprised, he remembers everything. When we were there, he was working on a beautiful wedding cake. I had to have him make me a cake, and I can't wait to see it. Ariella glances at her watch. It should be in place now. Let's go check it out. And while cocktail hour is simply decorated, as the church will be too, in order to highlight the space's architectural beauty, the reception space is the most ornate. The dance floor is set in the center of the room, with a little alcove off to the side, with room for a DJ, and the 5-piece orchestra that will play quietly during dinner. The dance floor decor is what really sets the tone for the whole room, Ariella says to Chase. Dani wanted to feel like she was dancing outside, under the stars. Just like we did when we got engaged, Chase says. But in a garden, I add. That's exactly what it feels like, Chase says, looking up at what is essentially a square metal chandelier. But instead of having lights, it is filled with ribbons, covered in florals that drop from the metal rails to the floor, surrounding the dance floor completely and making it feel like a secret garden. From the 4 corners of the rails, more floral streamers come to meet at the peak of the roof. It's like a floral tent, Chase says. Ariella looks up and laughs. I never even thought of that, but you're right, and how fitting for you two. I love when stuff you don't intend turns out to feel intentional. We part the flowers and walk onto the dance floor and look up. Incredible, Chase says. Ariella shows us the dining space, which flanks the dance floor. Tables are round, a rustic bleached wood, and set for 8. Chairs are a natural linen Parsons style. Dinner will be served family style, on white china with gold rims, layered with vintage chintz plates, and an antique gold-plated surface. Goblets are crystal with gold rims. To accommodate all the food, there are no centerpieces on the tables. There is a crystal chandelier hanging low over each table. It's rustic, simple, and beautiful. Ariella takes us to the other side of the dance floor, to what she calls the cake alcove. And in the center of a rustic wooden table is my cake. Our cake, maybe? Chase says with a chuckle. No, I'm pretty sure this is mine. Did you design it? No. Did you tell him what you wanted? No. I told him to make the cake he's always wanted to make. He said he would for me. And it's gorgeous. There are 3 groups of 2-tiered cakes in graduating sizes, set between rows of florals. Each tier has the palest of pink icing with accents of white and light green and pressed botanicals. Your mom is going to love the cake, I tell Chase. She loves gardening and cake. It's rustic and elegant, Chase says. Kinda like you. I'm rustic and elegant? Yeah, like right now. You're the epitome of elegant bride. But earlier today, in that bikini, you were badass rustic. I can't help but laugh. Ariella's phone alarm goes off. Oh, that means our time here is up. Let's get you back to your cottages.
This day. Chase. After the first look, I go back to the groom's cottage and take some photos with Damon and then my family. My brothers and Damon are driven to the chapel, but my parents want to talk to me alone. Normally, this is the time that your parents would wish you well and give you a wonderfully sentimental gift, my mom says, but since we didn't know about the wedding, it's okay, I start to say before my mom interrupts me. Is it, Chase? Why didn't you tell us? I honestly figured Uncle Dani would tell you. He tells you everything. And what? Mom asks. I let out a sigh. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to upset you, Mom. You basically helped plan our wedding weekend. You just didn't know it. If you had, would you have done anything differently? Probably not, other than we would have had something to give you on this day. But that's the thing. It's this day. My wedding day. Obviously, we knew you were going to propose since your dad helped you pick out the ring. And honestly, I should have known something was up at spring break when Jennifer and Lori were making Dani try on wedding dresses. So, are you mad at me or mad at yourself? I tease. It's a question my mom would often ask me when I was young. She laughs. I'm mad at you. It's just, you know I don't like surprises. That's because you like being in control. My dad chuckles. And even though they are laughing, I hang my head. That's why I didn't tell you, Mom. Because you didn't want me. No, it's because of the reaction you had when Dad surprised you with an engagement party. I didn't want anyone to know because I didn't want Dani to feel the pressure you'd felt. I wanted her to marry me this weekend because it's what she wanted more than anything. I didn't do it to make anyone mad. I did it to keep her happy. Mom narrows her eyes, like she's looking at me in a new light. Her eyes study my face. She glances over to my dad and then back to me again. When I was pregnant with you, that's a lesson your father had to learn the hard way. Once you get married, you become a family unit and need to act like one. That includes telling your own mother no sometimes. Dad nods in agreement while Mom continues. You've already learned that, Chase, and that's one of the keys to a good marriage. Being a team, protecting the other person fiercely, passionately. Mom hugs me, then starts crying. You look so handsome today, so happy. There's no way I could be mad at you. Thanks, Mom, I say, hugging her back. I actually do have a present, my dad says, causing my mom to look surprised. Dad pulls a couple of cigars out of his breast pocket, from the ones I saved from our wedding, for you and me. Tonight, I had Joey break into our house and bring them with him. That's amazing, Dad. And, Mom, I know that was your gift to him. So thank you. Did you get Dani a gift? My mom asks. I did. Not sure when I'll give it to her. I reach in my own pocket and pull out a small box and show it to them. Oh, Chase, Mom says, getting teary again. That's perfect for her. Perfect for us, I reply. Mackenzie's, Ariella's assistant Kyle says, pulling up in a golf cart. Let's go get your son married.
Brighten my way. Devaney. Time to head to the chapel, Ariella says. Haley and the flower girls take off in one of the waiting golf carts. I'm in the second one with Ariella, and we meet my dad outside the chapel. I smile at him. Well, what do you think? Dad just shakes his head. His eyes get misty, and he's quiet for a moment, before finally saying, I swear, I just saw your whole life flash in front of my eyes. I can't believe my baby girl is getting married. I also can't believe how beautiful you look. I'm so proud of you, Devaney. Tears fill my eyes. You are. You're not mad I'm getting married so young? He takes my hand and looks into my eyes. I'm not. I love you, and I love Chase like a son. You've always been mature for your age, and a bit stubborn. I laugh and raise an eyebrow in his direction. Okay, a lot stubborn. But I'm glad. You're strong, smart. You getting married isn't going to stop you from getting your degree, or having your own career.
because I know how important those things are to you.
I'd normally launch myself into his arms at this moment, but the dress makes that a little difficult. But Dad must know what I need because he wraps me in a hug.
I swore to everyone I wouldn't cry like a baby, he says. Now look at me.
Maybe you can get it out of your system now and not in the chapel, I tease. He turns toward the camera that's been quietly clicking in the background.
There's going to be photographic evidence either way,
he says with a laugh. I love you, Dad, and I want to thank you for so many things. For raising me to be a strong woman. For bringing Jennifer and my little sisters into my life. For being such an amazing man. For showing me the kind of guy I'd want to marry someday. Dad lets out a little chuckle. I laugh too. I know. I dated some guys who didn't quite fall into the category. But at least in the end, I chose right. Chase is a good man, and I know he will be a good husband and a father someday. Speaking of that, and this is one of the most important things, because this day and my life wouldn't be the same without it. Thank you for being the kind of man who could forgive Mom after what she did to you, and for allowing us to be a wonderful, crazy, blended family. And most of all, for your example of what it means to have lifelong friends by living next door to the Mackenzies, allowing me to grow up next door to Chase.
You know, when you two were kids, I used to wonder if you'd get married someday. Or if you would be like me and Jaden. I figured either way.
He starts crying again, grabs a hanky and wipes his eyes, shakes his head.
I love you, Devaney.
I love you too, Dad. Are you ready to go walk me down the aisle? Dad takes a deep breath and shakes his head. I know he is not saying no, just simply that he can hardly believe it.
I can't believe I am saying this, but yeah, I'm ready.
Ariella clears her throat and pats her chest above her heart. Dad goes,
Oh shit, I almost forgot.
He smiles, reaches into his breast pocket, pulls out a box and hands it to me. What's this?
A gift for you, just from me.
Oh, Dad. I start to tear up again.
Do you remember when I would tuck you in and tell you I'd give you the sun, the moon, and the stars?
Yes, the sun to happily warm my face, the moon to protect me as I slept, and the stars to brighten my way in the dark. He nods and eyes the box in my hand. I open it to find a beautiful watch. It's got a deep navy band, and the bezel is surrounded by rose gold and stainless steel. The navy face is highlighted by rose gold Roman numerals, and inside the watch are free-floating diamond stars, a moon, and a sun.
Not to wear on your wedding day, he tells me. But I know you'll be starting a new journey of life without me.
He starts tearing up again.
And I wanted you to have something to wear every day that would let you know that wherever that journey takes you, I still want those things for you.
It's amazing, Dad, seriously. I will cherish it forever, and I will definitely wear it every day. I love you.
I suppose we'd better get going,
he says, glancing at Ariella, who's giving him a hand signal to indicate we need to get to the chapel. As we get lined up, he says,
You truly look beautiful, Devaney, and the dress you chose is just stunning.
Thanks, Dad.
Oh, he continues, if I faint or something, just toss me into the nearest row and keep going without me.
I roll my eyes at him and give him a mischievous smile. I can just say you had a flashback. Thought some big defensive lineman was coming to tackle you, and you needed to duck and hide. This causes him to laugh. Don't the girls look adorable? I say to him. I can't believe how old they look.
Their little dresses are so cute,
my dad says. And they are. The tops of their dresses are a tank style, with a ruffled cap sleeve that matches the ruffled flowers covering the long tulle skirt. They were twirling around in the dresses when they put them on, and squealed with delight when they each got a matching flower crown to wear and a bouquet to carry. Their dresses are the same, but each is in a different shade. Emerson's is a pale pink, Weston's a light purple, and Easton's a soft green. The colors match the hydrangeas that are in the floral arrangements at the reception. Haley makes her way down the aisle, followed by the flower girls. Haley looks gorgeous. Soft curls are flowing down her back. Her dress is light purple and features a high neck, long lace sleeves, and a plunging back like mine. There's a pretty rhinestone belt around her waist, and she's carrying a bigger version of the flower girl bouquets. Ariella says, "It's almost time," and hands me my bouquet. I think flowers are pretty, and I love them, but I am obsessed with this bouquet. It looks effortlessly chic with its cream hydrangeas, pink roses, and peonies, with sprays of greenery, and small florals that give it a just-picked vibe. The wedding march starts playing, and Ariella doesn't have to tell us to go. Dad and I both take a step forward. "You're cool with all this?" he asks me seriously, just as the doors to the chapel reopen, and I see Chase standing at the altar, waiting for me. I smile big because I can't imagine anything better than this. "Yeah, Dad, I am." Our history. Devaney. We join hands and say some traditional vows, for better or for worse, that sort of thing, and exchange rings. But Chase indicated in his planning that he wanted some time in the ceremony where we could just talk to each other. I was nervous about writing this part, and on short notice. I had something planned that was sort of lame, but when I was in the golf cart coming back from our first look, I made my driver pull over while I scribbled a bunch of words on a golf scorecard with a pencil. And somehow, they were ingrained in my brain already. "So, this isn't the first time we've gotten married," I say to Chase, holding his hands and looking straight into his eyes. I can hear our guests chuckle, some not understanding, others knowing our history. And as I begin my words of love, thinking of our life, our history, I tear up. This moment, this life I'm starting with him, is everything. Everything I've dreamed about. It's our cupcake dream. I take a deep breath, wanting to be able to get through this. "Chase, you are the boy I have always wanted to walk down the aisle to. The boy I have always loved. Will always love. I used to tell everyone you were the sweetest boy ever. But really, I was just sweet on you. You've always been my rock. The person who could make me laugh, even when it felt like my world was falling apart." I pause again, trying to stay in control of my emotions, as I feel happy tears slip down my cheeks. "I love you, Chase. The boy you were, the man you are now, the husband you've yet to become. And there is no one else I'd rather walk down this path of life with than you, side by side, hand in hand, forever." Chase grins at me, emotion written all over his face, as he squeezes my hands tightly in his. "Devaney," he says, "I told you the other day about a moment, how I could see us living it at many ages. You add sparkle and adventure to my life. You know how to pull me off my narrow-focused path, so we can have some fun. Just seeing your face brightens my day. My heart, my soul, my everything have always known it was you." Although he has tears in his eyes, his face breaks out into a big smile. "The reason I married you many times when we were kids is because my reward was the kiss at the end. Only now there won't be an end. It will be forever. And I vow that my winks and pennies will all be saved for you." And I love his vows. I want to be his forever too. The officiant then says, "I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss your bride." Chase doesn't kiss me right away. He continues to hold my gaze. His hands come up to cup my cheeks. He whispers, "I love you," before slowly leaning in, giving me the most perfect, soft kiss, just like he did when we were kids. Our song, Devaney. We take photos in the chapel with our families, are announced as Mr. and Mrs. Mackenzie at what is left of the cocktail hour, and then are taken to the reception space. The reception so far feels like a bit of a blur. We work our way around the room and thank everyone for coming. I have a wonderful dinner of butternut squash ravioli with brown butter sage sauce. Chase chose the lobster risotto. We cut the cake and are toasted with champagne. Time for the first dance, Ariella says. Go take your places. Chase and I go out to the center of the dance floor and assume the position one does when starting to dance. There's an awkward moment when the music doesn't come on, but Chase smiles at me and says, I suppose I can sing if I have to. The DJ must figure things out, though, because our song starts playing. But then it sort of changes. Chase twirls me around toward the stage, and that's when I see him. Oh my gosh, Chase, it's Dane Kirkwood. He's here, singing our song, at our wedding. How did he know? Maybe because I told him, he whispers as we continue to sway. I know, but how? Haley and his cousin are still social media friends. She reached out on my behalf. We got put in touch. He said he'd be honored. I still can't believe he's here, singing our song. All the times we've danced to this. All special, because I was with you. Today has been so perfect, Chase. Best night ever, he says, singing along to the song. It most definitely is. After our dance, we greet Dane, who is still as down-to-earth as he was when we met him 3 years ago, despite having had some big hits since then. He congratulates us. We take a few pictures, and then he's off with Haley for some cake. All right, everyone, the DJ says. The brother of the bride just informed me that we're going to get this party started with the losing team from today's water fight. If you losers would all make your way to the dance floor. I quickly realize that it's not really the losing team out there, because my brother and my dad are in the front row, seemingly leading the pack. Damon takes the microphone and says, When Chase's parents got married, my dad and the groomsmen surprised the happy couple with a dance. I thought it would be fun to recreate that moment. The song Fergalicious starts playing, only somehow they've changed the words to Danny-licious. And what commences is a hilarious rendition of all sorts of popular when our parents were married dances. The DJ calls them out, something called the stanky leg, the Dougie, and then they move into the stuff I know, the Macarena, the whip, and a fun country line dance. I look over at Chase's mom, who is screaming, clapping, and laughing her butt off. I suspect she probably looked like that at her own wedding. And when my dad and Damon start busting out some quasi-breakdancing, and some moves I don't think anyone has ever done or seen before, and probably shouldn't again, I can't help but do the same. Let's just say, after that, the party has officially started. And everyone, including Chase and I, joins them on the dance floor.
Us someday. Chase. We've been having a ball, dancing and enjoying our time as husband and wife, when Dani slides her eyes to the side, indicating there's something for me to look at. What I see is Damon standing next to Ainsley. You know, this is going to be us someday, Damon tells her. Us what? Ainsley says. Getting married. Damon replies in a tone that doesn't sound like he's joking. Ainsley laughs, but Damon continues, But we have to start somewhere, so how about with the dance? She doesn't say anything. She just holds out her hand to him in agreement, and then they make their way past us to the middle of the dance floor. Start of something between them, I say to Dani. He has been telling us she's his future wifey, Dani says with a giggle. At first I thought it was just, the hot older girl, but he told me he'd marry her today if he could. Dani says, right now I think all you should be concerned about is your wifey. Oh, I am. In fact, I check my watch. Don't you think it's about time we make our escape? You mean our grand exit? Exactly what I meant. I tease just as Ariella is at our side. We're about to make the announcement. Get everyone lined up. Awesome, Dani says. I can't wait to get out of these heels. I can't wait to get you out of a lot more than that, I whisper to her. When the song playing comes to an end, the DJ makes the announcement and instructs everyone to make their way outside. Once they are in place, I take Dani's hand in mine, turn to her and say, "What did you decide for this part?" She giggles again. "Just imagine it's your birthday." And as we run out to cheers and congrats from our friends and family, we are pelted with, I look down at the ground and smile, mini foam footballs with the letter N on them, as well as some confetti. I notice Haley, Damon, Ainsley, and my little brothers down at the end of the line, closest to the pretty white Bentley we will be leaving in. Just as we get to them, they pull cannon-like guns out from behind their backs and shower us with massive amounts of confetti. And I can't help but laugh, especially when I look at Dani, whose hair is covered in it. She's laughing when I stop, grab her around the waist, and give her a big kiss. And I don't care who is watching.
Your secret, Devaney. The car whisks us away and drives us to the house, so Chase and I can enjoy the fireworks in our favorite spot, on the boathouse's roof. I'm helped out of my wedding dress and into a white robe, and then Chase and I meet up on the deck. He's changed out of his tuxedo and into a matching robe. We climb up the ladder and lie on the blanket that was spread out for us just as the fireworks go off. I'm not sure, but if I had to guess, Ariella probably just radioed them and told them to start. The timing is a little too perfect, even for her. Chase reaches over and slides his fingers against my hand, like he did that first night, when we weren't yet sure. The fireworks are beautiful, I say, watching my favorite white ones rain down toward us. You say that every time, Chase says with a laugh. I guess that means I can tell you that you're the most beautiful thing about tonight. You can, I say with a smile. I'll never grow tired of hearing that from you. We watch the rest of the show in silence, just loving being so close, our fingers and shoulders barely touching. Pretty soon, there are a bunch of big booms indicating the finale. Colors stream down from the sky, and at the very end is a single heart. I clap. That was amazing. And you know what that means, Chase says. It's time to start our honeymoon. Oh, about that. We can't just yet. Why not? We have to go to the after party. After party? But I didn't plan. No, I did, I say with a smirk. Then why did we just leave? Because now everyone feels like they can leave. The little kids can be put to bed. Grandparents. Anyone who is tired or whatever. And we had to sort of behave a certain way at our reception. The music was tamer. The dancing, too. For example, I can grind on you at the after party. The naughty reception it is, then. It's called the after party. No, it is the naughty reception, which will lead to our very private after party, he says, rolling over toward me and kissing me. I like the sound of that, I tell him. So, this was your secret then, huh? One of them. Where's it at? Back at the glass house? I shake my head. You'll have to wait and see. Come on, we need to get changed. Inside the boathouse, Ariella is waiting for us, along with the glam team. Chase, she says, your change of clothing is in your room. If you wouldn't mind, please stay up there and relax for a few minutes. And we'll call you down when Dani is ready. Cool, he says, then gives me a kiss. I'm seated at the kitchen table, where my updo is untwisted and brushed out. My makeup is touched up, my hair is restyled, and then my party dress is on me in record time. We're ready for you, Chase, Ariella calls out. That was fast, he says, coming down the steps. He's halfway down when he spots me, and stops. His face breaks out into a wide smile. I take a few steps toward him and do a little pirouette. By the time I'm facing him, he's in front of me and wrapping his arms around me. You have daisies in your braid, he says, and on my dress. I've been waiting for them all night, he admits, pulling a small box from his pocket. My wedding gift to you. Chase, that's not fair. I didn't get you anything.
Considering you didn't know about the wedding, he says with a grin, then motions for me to open the box. I do so, finding an adorable daisy necklace. The petals are white and the inside a bright yellow, the whole thing outlined in gold.
I love it, I tell him, and it's perfect with my dress. I lean in and give him a kiss.
I kind of thought the whole wedding would be daisies, and when you didn't choose them, I was really surprised.
Well, it's Jennifer's fault, really. At some point during spring break, I mentioned the daisies, and she had the couture designer she works with make me this dress.
You look absolutely adorable.
And I have to agree with him. I love this dress. It's got a sweetheart neckline, held up by thin straps with little daisy appliques. It features a fitted waist before going into a short, softly layered tulle skirt, which will be perfect for dancing. It's truly a masterpiece, I say. Chase slowly circles me, studying the subtle embroidery and soft colors on the dress, starting with a heart on the top that is scattered with daisies. He holds the skirt out a little.
There is the word dream, along with copper pennies, pink hearts, more daisies, cupcakes, stars, fireworks, and the number 111.
He stops moving.
Oh my gosh, Dani, is that Angel?
The original, I tell him. And do you see the microphone? Our birth dates? Our zodiac signs and stars? And the lyrics to our first dance song?
It's like the cupcake has come alive in a truly artistic way,
he says in awe, still circling me.
It's like the story of our lives. How did Jennifer know all this?
Jennifer, my mom, and Jaden step out of the bathroom. They all must have been crammed in there waiting. I can't help but laugh.
I didn't know about the wedding, Chase's mom says, but I did know you were planning on proposing. And we were told, by me, my mom says with a grin, that they were going to make a poster collage with things important to you, Mom says, to your story.
Yeah, we lied, Jennifer says. She's laughing and loving that she was in on the secret, with my mom. They are truly friends, which is starting to feel normal and not so hard to believe anymore. What do you think of it? Jennifer asks Chase. He gives Jennifer a hug and says,
it's a work of art that we'll cherish forever.
If you're ready then, Ariella says, dangling keys in front of Chase.
You should get going. The golf cart is yours for the rest of the night, and you are free to sneak out of the party whenever you want. Or stay up till dawn with the rest of us, my mom adds. You guys will all be there? Chase asks. Of course, Chase's mom says. All the formalities are done, and now we can let loose and party.
Even me, Ariella says.
My husband has finally arrived, and just in time to dance with me.
Riley's here? Jennifer says, looking excited.
Yes, but he's mine.
As long as I get to give him a big hug, Jennifer says. It's been too long. It's been 3 months, Ariella says with a laugh. See? Too long, Jennifer says. The perfect ending. Devaney. The after party has started without us, and I'm actually surprised at how many people are still ready to dance. Dane Kirkwood and his band are currently playing a rowdy song that people are line dancing to, but I know there's also a DJ who was brought in from Nashville to keep the party going. We're back at the area where we were for the picnic the first night, but set up around the lawn are adorable boho-style tents, and at an area off to the side is a wood-fire pizza oven, where they are grilling up homemade pizzas. I grab a bottle of champagne from the bar near the entrance, something I guess you can do with no questions asked when you are the bride, and show Chase around.
This is insane. Twinkle lights above us, Dane freaking Kirkwood playing, tents and pizza. My dream wedding is complete,
Chase says, grabbing the bottle of champagne from me.
I love that you did this. And look at everyone already out there dancing.
I know, let's go join them. We hold hands and run down to the dance floor. Dane must notice because he stops singing and yells loudly, "Mr. and Mrs. Mackenzie are in the house!" Everyone claps and the band goes back to playing. Chase pops the champagne and hands it to me. I drink it straight from the bottle. Chase does the same, then grabs me and twirls me around. We dance and dance, with each other, with our friends, even with our parents. It's so much fun, not caring if we look silly, not caring that we're chugging champagne straight from a bottle, not caring when Chase grinds on me. The music for the night is eclectic. The DJ plays a lot of dance songs. Dane and the band play off and on. And some of my father's former teammates even go up and do some rap songs. Who knew they were so good? I'm happy, and possibly a little tipsy for the first time tonight. Chase pulls me close and says, "What do you say we get some pizza and check out one of those tents?" I'd love that. We each grab a pizza. His, the groom's favorite, has red sauce, hamburger, Canadian bacon, olives, and a bunch of cheese on a thick crust. And mine, the bride's favorite, has white sauce and a thin crust with chicken, mushrooms, peppers, tomatoes, and a little Parmesan cheese. We take them into the tent marked for the bride and groom. The tents are a teepee style, made from a creamy canvas, and have pom-poms running down the flaps, which are pulled back. Flameless candles light the inside area and show off the cute pillows for lounging on. Chase puts the pizza box down next to the candle, and then we sit cross-legged on either side of it. "This is the perfect ending to our night," Chase says. As we lie in the tent, eating pizza, relaxing like the eve of our wedding was the big game. And in a way, it was the biggest game in our lives. I decide to bring up the honeymoon subject. "So, the honeymoon, tell me the options," I say before taking another bite. "Option 1, Chase says. Pack up and leave first thing tomorrow. A plane will take us to a private Caribbean island, owned by some really wealthy friends of the Archibalds, where we will spend 2.5 glorious weeks. I'm told they have a chef and full staff to take care of our every desire." "How in the world could you afford that, Chase? You told me you spend all your money on my ring." "Not all of it, but you are right. I couldn't afford it. Apparently, like how Tripp wants the Grant reopening and our wedding plastered all over social media, this guy is looking for that too. The island has been private to the family for years, and the kids have decided it is a waste to let such a beautiful place sit unused most of the time. So, we will be their first guests. There will be a photographer there to take some pretty photos of us, but other than that, we relax." "Sounds dreamy," I say. "Do they have a place for you to work out?" "There is a small gym. I might have to bench press you," he teases. "I think I might be okay with that," I say, waggling my eyebrows at him. "Option 2, he says. "Our honeymoon takes place here. We finish out our 3 weeks in the Ozarks with the family. The resort won't open until we leave, and the family will be staying on the private compound in the 2 houses and the guest cottages." "Including the honeymoon cottage?" "It's not a honeymoon cottage anymore," he says. "When they added the additional cottages, house, and the shared space between them, it meant that cottage lost the privacy it once had." "Bummer." "Well, not exactly. If we stayed, we would stay in the shiny new penthouse on the top floor of the hotel. It has a massive veranda overlooking the lake and includes a private pool and hot tub. We would even be able to order room service and all that. The staff is back and serving our families for the next few weeks to help them work any kinks out before they open to the public." "That sounds nice too." "Option 3, he continues. "We split our time, spend the next week with the family, then go to the island." "I vote for option 3, I say. Best of both worlds. With the festivities and all the people here, I feel like we didn't get to spend much time with our families." I couldn't agree more. He looks around. "What are you looking for?" "Ariella and her alarm. I'm pretty sure I just heard it beep. And you know what that means." "Time to start our honeymoon?" "Most definitely." Chase stands up quickly and holds out his hand to me. "I've been waiting for this moment all day." "Maybe you should show me this penthouse now," I reply, taking his hand and allowing him to pull me up and lead me out of the tent. Country music is playing loudly. The sounds of everyone dancing, laughing, and having fun fill the air. And as we walk toward the hotel, I can't help but stop and turn around. I know that years from now, we'll look back and remember the summer we got engaged. The day we got married. The day that changed everything in so many ways, in the place that had changed our relationship. This is the start of our first day together as husband and wife. I say dreamily to Chase.
That means our forever starts today then.
He replies, holding me tightly. I lean up on my tiptoes, kiss my husband, and say, our forever started a long time ago, Chase. This has been That Forever, a small town, friends to lovers romance. That Boy, Book 8. Written by Jillian Dodd. Narrated by Maren McGuire and James Foey.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.